Hey everybody, and welcome back to another one of these sleep videos. Before we get started, I just want to say some plays might seem a little out of context because they are previously released videos. But that shouldn't affect them too much because I believe they do exist in a relative vacuum. Also, there are a number of these that were sponsored that I cut the end off of, obviously, but because there was a brief mention in the intro that I can't cut out due to the existing B-roll that plays, you may hear a couple of shoutouts sprinkled throughout. None of these should take very long at all, but I did want to mention it in case you heard something like that and were a little confused. With that being said, I hope you enjoy, and have a great rest of your night. The acronym GOAT means the greatest of all time, and in baseball circles is most certainly not taken lightly. This is a game, after all, that's been around for nearly 200 years at this point, so ascribing anything with this label inevitably courts controversy. But there are times, like earlier this season with Joe Adell's 3 home run robberies in one game, or the stretch Mason Miller went on where he was striking out more batters than he was issuing balls to, where something is so impressive that pretty much nobody is going to dispute its status as a GOAT something or other. And I believe we just saw another one of these instances yesterday, when Jacob Misiorowski put up the greatest performance in the history of this beautiful sport in terms of dominating velocity, breaking the all-time record for the hardest pitch ever thrown by a starter in a non-opener role, not once, not twice, but 8 times in a 2-inning span. With a host of other records I'll try to briefly detail as well. Coming into his start against the Yankees, Jacob already held the mark I just detailed with a 103.0 mile-per-hour cannon shot registered his last start before going down with a cramp. But this would be mere child's play in comparison to his performance against New York. His second pitch of the night, a called strike to Trent Grisham, equaled this mark. Then, after he punched out Grish on a 102.8, he managed to surpass his own record on an 0-1 foul ball to Ben Rice, with his four-seamer hitting 103.2. This already would have been incredibly impressive and arguably worth making a video about itself, but his very next offering surpassed it at 103.3, punching out one of the best hitters in baseball this year in dominant fashion. What would he open his at-bat to perennial MVP Aaron Judge with? How about another 103.3, this time perfectly placed over the low and inside corner? That is just not a pitch that humans have learned how to hit yet. Judge would manage to make contact on the next one, as it was more middle, though he still couldn't put it in play, because it came in at an even faster 103.5. He took a little off the next one, only managing to hit 103.1, basically a changeup. Much to Aaron's credit, he would manage to put the next pitch in play, despite it being another record breaker, lining out to right field on a 103.6. This meant, in the first inning alone, The Miz had managed to break the all-time record he himself owned 6 separate times. And yet, we weren't done. In the second, with 2 outs, Spencer Jones, making his major league debut, would see perhaps the fastest first pitch ever seen in an MLB career. Though, unfortunately, I couldn't manage to verify this, when Misiorowski hit 103.6 yet again on a called strike to him. His last truly historic heater would come 2 pitches later, on the 0-2, with Jones fouling off another 103.6, basically right down the middle. The hulking lefty would strike out shortly after on an 89 mile-per-hour curveball. Yeah, I said curveball. He would manage to ride this high-octane gas and an assortment of dastardly off-speed pitches to a final line of 6 innings pitched, with 2 hits, 2 walks allowed, and 11 strikeouts, with his team, the Brewers, eventually emerging victorious by a final score of 6-0. I would now like to run through 3 tweets made by Sarah Langs that do a decent job of capturing how impressive this really was. The first one was the fact that his 4 strikeouts at 102.0 plus were the most ever registered by a pitcher since we started tracking these things in 2008. That includes multi-inning reliever performances, by the way. He also threw 22 pitches at over 102 miles an hour in this one, again, the most ever tracked. The last one is a more cumulative accomplishment, being the fact that he now has 40 pitches thrown over 102 miles an hour as a starter in his career, which is over triple that of the next closest. But I also want to point out that if we read between the lines here, we can surmise that on this one night versus the Yankees, he threw almost double the amount of pitches at this speed range than any starter had ever thrown in their entire career, period. That is why I believe this is the GOAT performance in terms of raw velocity, and we may indeed never see another one like it. At least, that is, until his next start. I made a couple videos on Juan Soto last year mailing it in the early part of the season, when, ironically, his team was doing really well. Down the line though, when they were scuffling, it seemed, at least as somebody who isn't a die-hard Mets fan, like he picked it up a bit, especially as his own personal play heated up. But old habits die hard, and we got a chance to see one of these emerge yesterday, when he basically started walking down the first baseline with his head down on a ground ball to second base. That ended up being botched, outright costing his team a run in the process. Bo Bichette had just come through with one of his few 2-out RBI hits of the season so far, a triple down the right field line that ended up being somewhat misplayed by Fernando Tatis Jr. This was huge for a Mets team who, now being up 2-0, had entered the day 8 games under 500, just coming off a series loss to Seattle. Next up was Soto, and he began his at-bat by doing what he does best, working the count in his favor by getting ahead 2-0. It was then Michael King placed a sinker over the low and outside corner, inducing a 95-mile-per-hour grounder from the lefty. This prompted Juan to just assume the play was over before it had even really began, as the ball bounced towards second baseman Sung Mung Song, as the Korean infielder saw it go off his mitt, then ricochet to the edge of the outfield grass. Still though, after all of this, he had enough time to complete the play. Now, I counted how long it was from the time the $765 million man made contact until the throw hit the back of first baseman Ty France's glove. It came out to about 6 seconds. To give you an idea of how slow that is, the worst average home plate to first time in the majors is a little over 5, which means Soto was about 20% worse than this, which obviously is far below what his physical capability is. This brings me to where I get frustrated as a baseball fan. It's not that he doesn't hustle out every single play. A routine ground ball to first base in a game well out of reach doesn't require such things, especially if you're trying to conserve yourself over the course of an entire season. But with how bad New York has been scuffling throughout 2026, with a runner on third and 2 outs, the highest paid player on your team just has to give at least 50% effort out there. He can't literally be running slower than a 42-year-old Albert Pujols. The Mets would indeed go on to win this game by a final score of 5-0 eventually, so this probably isn't going to end up being remembered as anything more than a footnote, but still, who's to know when the next time this will happen? And it might just come in a much more impactful situation. The overwhelming sentiment in the comment sections of videos I make about Shohei are positive, usually appreciating the unicorn nature of what he's able to do. But, of course, there's always going to be those that take a more negative stance, pointing out that perhaps the subject matter of what I'm discussing isn't substantial enough to warrant yet another in an admittedly long line of content on the Japanese superstar. And yet, I don't think anybody will be capable of saying that, at least with their chest out on today's topic, because it is truly an all-time feat. When, versus the Giants, he managed to push one of his career numbers to a level we had not seen for over half a century. But before we get more into that, let me detail his outing versus the Giants, which was, in typical fashion this season, outright dominant. But it didn't start that way. San Francisco managed to get 2 guys on with 2 outs in the first inning after a walk and then hard-hit single from Rafael Devers, who was quietly heating up. This was the extent of their traffic, though, as Bryce Eldridge would strike out on a nasty, dastardly sweeper down and in to end the frame without any damage. The next 2 innings would go off without really anything notable happening, with Ohtani registering just 1 strikeout and, oddly enough, his first balk in half a decade following another base on balls to Luis Arias, though it didn't come back to bite him when Elliot Ramos lined a ball to center field at 109 miles an hour, which was caught by Andy Pages. From here, he would reach another gear in the 4th and 5th, striking out 5 of his 6 batters faced, with the only instance of contact being a routine ground ball to first baseman Freddie Freeman. In the meantime, LA would manage to push across their first 4 runs of the ballgame, on back-to-back home runs from Santiago Espinal and Mookie Betts, and then RBI swings from Teoscar Hernandez and Alex Call. Shohei faced just 4 batters in the 6th, surrendering another knock to Arise, but nothing else. This takes us to our last and arguably most contentious inning, when the Giants managed back-to-back knocks from Willy Adames and Matt Chapman to put 2 guys on with just 1 out. This is where Ohtani would get a bit lucky, with Drew Gilbert driving a ball to the warning track in left center, maybe 10 feet shy of a 3-run homer, before Pages threw back in towards second, where base runner Adames had just kept running, apparently thinking there were 2 outs, turning what could have been a game-changing extra base hit into an inning-ending double play. His final line of the day? 7 innings pitched with just 4 hits given up, 2 walks, and 8 strikeouts. Nothing much happened for the rest of the game, with Kyle Hurt managing to punch out Matt Chapman to officially put a bow on a 4-0 victory. But, like I alluded to in the intro, this was not the most interesting aspect of this contest. Instead, it was that Shohei, by allowing those 4 knocks, managed to lower his career batting average against to under 200 at 199, tying him with Herb Score, who made his debut in 1955, for the lowest batting average against by any starter in the history of this beautiful sport. Shout out, by the way, to @Orwellian on Twitter, who pointed this out specifically. This is obviously unbelievably ridiculous, right? Especially considering this dude is one of the best hitters in baseball, even if he has struggled so far in 2026 in this regard, at least by his standards. I also wanted to take this as an opportunity to list off a few other stats that he's top 10 all-time in amongst starters with at least 500 innings pitched. Strikeouts per 9, in which he's 2nd, ERA+, in which he's 4th, and WHIP, in which he's 8th. Before this season, I think he honestly didn't get enough respect for how dominant he had been on the mound throughout the entirety of his major league career. But with an ERA still under 1 in now mid-May, I don't think anybody's going to be able to question his status as one of the absolute best pitchers in the game today. Josh Naylor is a pesky player, which is something I'm intimately acquainted with considering I am unfortunately a Tigers fan, with him getting into a number of mini controversies at the beginning of June in a series in Detroit. And yet nothing came out of this that was, in my opinion, as notable as what happened yesterday versus the Guardians, when a former teammate of his, Austin Hedges, said following an annoying play, quote, "Nobody likes you," straight to his face. The Mariners were out to a 4-1 lead in this video presented by Morgan & Morgan, who want to fight to help you recover up to $1,000 in damages caused by Google and Meta for addictive social media practices, the details of which you can find at the end of the video. Flashing forward to the top of the 6th inning with a runner on second and 2 outs, Josh would get a breaking ball high and inside that he didn't exactly try to lean away from, instead diving into it like the psycho he is with no elbow guard. The umpire didn't think anything was up with this, however, allowing him to go down to first, where the jawing nearly immediately started, with him saying something towards home plate as he got his lead off the bag. And it would be 2 pitches later, after Randy Rosarena bounced out to third, that the Mariners broadcast would catch Hedges saying something to somebody he had played with for parts of 4 separate seasons on 2 different teams, being San Diego and Cleveland, with the tone being about as intense as you'll see in a non-fight scenario. It would be later on that the lip-reading aficionado, John Boy Media, shout out to them by the way, would analyze the whole situation with a couple alternate angles mixed in there, revealing that Naylor had said this while on the bag. The second part of it I think you can probably lip-read for yourself. Yeah, that's definitely a little antagonizing. That's probably what prompted Austin to say this, which are certainly very harsh words from somebody you've spent significant time with. There's a number of comments online, by the way, that wanted to present a different theory as well, that he was saying nobody asked you. Though not long ago, John Boy would release the raw audio, which sounded a little something like this. Yeah, I really don't know how you could argue that that wasn't what he said, with Naylor's response being as such. Cleveland would get their revenge though in the end, pushing 5 runs across in the 8th inning to eventually hand Seattle another tough loss, dropping them at this point to a game under 500, something I'm pretty sure nobody would have predicted entering the year. There has quite simply been no hitter this season so far as good as Yordan Alvarez, as the lefty currently leads Major League Baseball in home runs, RBIs, slugging percentage, OPS, OPS+, and total bases. He's also arguably gotten unlucky so far this year, with an expected slug that's almost 100 points higher than his real-world one. I've never seen anything like this before, especially when you couple it with the fact he doesn't even strike out. And it's this mutant skill set that allowed him to have the best first inning we've ever seen from a hitter in the history of the sport yesterday. He first came up with Jeremy Pena on base, and in a 3-2 count, crushed a curveball at 104 miles an hour out to left field, registering what was, at the time, his 23rd home run of the season. Obviously, this was a very impressive swing in and of itself, but it would become even more notable not long after, because he would somehow get a second chance to bat in this inning, with Christian Walker homering, Taylor Trammell lining an RBI single, and Salvador Perez allowing a passed ball. After Pena walked to reach base a second time, Alvarez was up with the bases loaded and 2 outs. It was then on a 1-0, he absolutely launched another breaking ball, this one going to dead center, traveling 419 feet with an exit velocity of 109 miles an hour. This made the score 9-0 on his 24th blast of the season, while also establishing some history, as no one in the history of the sport had ever registered multiple homers, with one of them being a grand slam, and 6+ RBIs in the first inning of a ball game. This essentially means he had the best start to a contest for a hitter that we have ever seen. Certainly very impressive, but not necessarily all that unbelievable given his ridiculous talent level. The rest of this game would be downright wild, because the Royals would come right back and chase Tatsuya Imai from the ball game with 2 outs in the first, scoring 5 runs in the process and getting decidedly right back into it. Yordan would add his 3rd hit of the day in the top of the 3rd, a frame that saw Houston load the bases with just 1 out before Jose Altuve grounded into a double play. Their offense really had just kind of stalled out following that monster first, though, thankfully for them, the same could be said of the Royals, who would not score again until the 8th. It did at this point get a bit hairy for Houston, as KC would plate 3 in this inning and nearly tie the game up when Jeremy Pena made this racing throw to first to barely nab Starling Marte, a call that would end up standing after being challenged. Bryce Matthews would give them a little breathing room in the top of the ninth with a home run of his own ahead of a merciful 1-2-3 inning from the recently returned Josh Hader, securing a W for an Astros squad that badly needed it as they continue to look to climb back into the AL playoff picture. And now, before you guys go, I just want to express my sincere gratitude to every single one of you who makes this possible every day by watching these videos. If you want to go ahead and like as well, there's a cute little baseball icon that pops up. Also, if you have an idea for a similar video or concept as this one, feel free to shoot me an email at basebpoet@gmail.com and I'll give you a shout out if I end up using your idea. Have a great rest of your day. It seems like every time the Mets start creeping back towards 500, something goes catastrophically wrong, and I think that descriptor could be used to perfectly describe what happened yesterday, when they saw multiple historic feats be registered both by them and on them, including one that was so ridiculously rare, it hadn't happened since 1932, so long ago that Lou Gehrig was one half of the accomplishment back then. I'm going to start with the first notable performance though, because it was finished long before the second, in today's video presented by Morgan & Morgan, who want to fight to help you recover up to $1,000 in damages caused by Google and Meta for addictive social media practices, the details of which you can find at the end of the video. I'm of course talking about Freddie Peralta's day on the mound, one that began with a Bryce Harper home run in the first, and RBI doubles given up to JT Realmuto and Justin Crawford in the second, both hitters who have had significant struggles this season. But man oh man, was this only the appetizer for what would come in the third. First, Kyle Schwarber led off with a 456-foot, 109-mile-per-hour SAR bomba to right center field, a literal second-deck shot at Citizens Bank Park. A subsequent Harper double and Brandon Marsh single was followed by a shallow flyout from Alec Boehm. This is when all hell would break loose. Back-to-back doubles from Bryson Stott and Realmuto would make the score 7-0. Then, following a strikeout from Gabriel Rincones Jr. and walk from Crawford, Trey Turner would ground a single to left, chasing Peralta from the game entirely. Still, his day wasn't officially done because those two runners in the bases were his, and that would prove crucial to his final line when Schwarber, up for the second time in the inning, crushed his second home run over 450 feet, this one at 457 and even harder at 111 miles an hour, again to the second deck. That gave him over 900 feet worth of home runs in the third alone, which, crazy enough, isn't even one of the historic accomplishments I want to talk about. Instead, one of them concerns Peralta's final line. His mark of 2 2/3 innings pitched with 10 runs given up, 10 hits allowed, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts had never occurred in the history of the sport before. But we weren't done yet. Bryce would follow Kyle's second ding-dong with a ground ball single to right field, which may not seem important now, but will in a second, because in the bottom of the fifth, with 2 outs and runners on first and second, needing just a triple to complete the cycle, the future Hall of Famer would lace a line drive to left center field, racing around the bags hard the entire time before sliding into third with history as the throw came to home plate. Now, I know some people have said he probably would have been out had the throw gone to the bag, but that's not how the scoring works. He was heading there the entire time, so you can't just assume he would have been out. The cycle was intact. Let's jump now to the bottom of the seventh, with the guy on first and Schwarber back at the dish, crushing his third dinger of the day, though this one was significantly shorter at just 359 feet. By the way, that gave him over 1,200 feet worth of long balls in this one, and it also accomplished something truly historic, with the Mets pitching staff having allowed the Phillies to become just the second team in MLB history to have someone hit for the cycle and register 3 homers in the same game. Per Opta Stats, the last time this had occurred was on June 3rd, 1932, when the Yankees' Tony Lazzeri and Lou Gehrig managed to do so, though Gehrig had 4 homers in his game. The last bit of indecency the team would have to face was the fact that position player pitcher Zach Short, who came on in the bottom of the 8th, would be the only pitcher all night who didn't give up an earned run. It would be Zach himself not long after that struck out to end the ballgame, sealing a 15-3 drubbing that will go down as one of the more embarrassing games for any team in the entire 2026 season. When we think of variations of inside-the-park home runs, there's general images that take shape. A deep fly ball to some part of the ballpark that's perhaps a bit asymmetric, causing it to take a crazy ricochet. Someone just misplaying a rocket shot that ends up taking it into no man's land. Even an outfielder never managing to catch a glimpse of a routine play because of the sun or weather conditions. What you don't think of is a semi-routine ground ball that's a double, or at worst triple, every other time in the history of recorded baseball. But that's exactly what happened yesterday when Bobby Witt Jr. hit the shortest inside the Parker we've ever seen, and it wasn't even remotely close. Facing Birch Smith with a runner on second in the bottom of the first, Witt smoked a 1-1 fastball just to the left of the first base bag down the right field line, sending Kerry Carpenter racing over to attempt to cut it off. However, in the process of him doing so, he misplayed it, bumping into the wall while seeing it simultaneously go under his mitt. This allowed Witt, who's been the second fastest player in all of baseball this season with an average sprint speed of 30.3 feet per second, to race around the bases and score semi-easily on a belly flop slide into home. And while you could make a decent case that this should have been a double and two-base error, that's not what the scorer for this one decided, instead ruling it as a legit inside the Parker, which meant it was the shortest hit of this type we had ever seen at just 17 feet. For a little reference, the next closest actually came earlier this season when Sam Antonacci registered his first career round tripper on one that went 57 feet, over 3 times further than Bobby's, and that one was in large part because of confusion with the ball boy. In fact, there's only one other one that was ever registered under 200 feet, coming from TJ Friedel back in 2023. And while I do think it's easy to throw a lot of the blame for this on Carpenter, who has admittedly been one of the worst outfielders in baseball over the last couple seasons, you really do have to give credit to the speed of the Kansas City shortstop, which I think this replay does a great job of showing. He wasn't just running around the bases, the dude was virtually flying, with so much momentum built up that, after he dove into home, he actually had to get a little bit of low-level medical attention for the skid burns he had accumulated on his right arm. Downright crazy. This would be part of a very solid win for Kansas City, with them emerging victorious 5-1, not only giving them a 7-3 record in their last 10 games, but also helping them to leapfrog Detroit into second place in the AL Central. And while I will admit standings this early don't really mean all that much, it is certainly worth bringing up considering that just a couple weeks back they were looking like one of the worst teams in baseball, and now I don't think it's a stretch to say that they could have a legit chance at winning this division, courtesy of the massive injury issues the Tigers are facing, and the relative lack of depth in the rosters of the Guardians, White Sox, and Twins. I've got a free piece of advice for anybody who wants to become a catcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Don't show up the most revered player in the entire sport today when he's on the mound, and do your best to keep your snarkiness towards him at a minimum. Now, if you think that pissing off Shohei Ohtani should be an obvious no-no and that my words of wisdom are completely unnecessary, I want to point you to what Dalton Rushing did yesterday when one of the most nationally hated players in the entire sport, for an afternoon, feuded with one of the greatest players in the history of baseball, coming a little unglued in the process. The Japanese superstar was on the mound, getting set to make his 13th start of the year in this video presented by Morgan & Morgan, who want to fight to help you recover up to $1,000 in damages caused by Google and Meta for addictive social media practices, the details of which you can find at the end of the video. Things would start to accumulate pretty quick, with Dalton not challenging the first pitch to Cody Clemens, which, obviously, Ohtani wanted him to. This has been a problem in other starts as well when the second-year backstop has been behind the plate, and perhaps was also something that was mentioned in between innings when the pair was seen talking for a relatively decent amount of time, and not with especially jovial looks on either of their faces. This set the stage for the real action though, which would take place mostly in the bottom of the second, when, with the bases loaded and 1 out, the righty on the hill reared back and fired what was tied for the hardest pitch in his entire career at 101.7 miles an hour, only to see it glance off of Rushing's mitt, allowing a run to score on a passed ball. From the looks of it, it seemed to be some kind of cross-up, and I think this was made even more clear when you could see in the ensuing mound visit Shohei repeatedly saying the word fastball. I also have to mention, I have never seen such frustration in his eyes towards another player, especially on his own team. He is usually the pinnacle of composure out there. And of course, it didn't help that Rushing had shown some pretty passive-aggressive body language afterwards as well. Yet, we weren't done, as literally, on the pitch after next, Ohtani would locate a sweeper near the lower rail, and then, seeing his catcher wasn't going to challenge it again, effusively tapped his head, which elicited a negative reaction from his game caller. After a short break though, it was proven Shohei was correct, with the offering being overturned. The flip in the count wouldn't save him in the at-bat though, as Ryan Kreidler would put an exclamation point at all of this by punching a 2-run single into center field, making the score, at the time, 3-1. After the inning ended, a parade of Dodgers players, coaches, and even manager Dave Roberts approached Dalton to try to talk some sense into him, and from here we wouldn't really see any further controversy between the two, though Rushing himself would have one more lowlight when he punched out in the top of the fourth versus Joe Ryan, then proceeded to slam his helmet on the bench before having a full-on mini freakout, repeatedly slapping himself in the forehead aggressively. The one thing I do want to give him credit for in this situation was his level of accountability after the game, which the Dodgers would end up winning 4-3, when he had this to say on the events that had transpired.
It was pretty embarrassing. Thankfully, he's as good as he is, and he could take control of a game.
You have so much support, though. I mean, to have the conversations, whether I saw Freddie come up to you, Dave Roberts, I mean, I know that, as you said, today may have felt embarrassing, but to have their support in that conversation, what does that just mean to you?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, they always have my back. Once again, it's embarrassing that I need support like that. I'm a grown man. Yeah, it's a pretty tough pill to swallow. Hasn't been great as of late, and I'm going to be better.
It's like I've said in multiple videos that I've made about the lefty. I don't want to target him like this, but the self-inflicted wounds are nearly endless at this point, and that's just not going to be a very good recipe for playing time when Will Smith manages to make a full recovery from his current injury. It feels like nearly every start that Jacob Misiorowski makes, there's a new velocity record he's breaking, which I end up doing a video about. But I can't really help it, to be honest. What he's doing is not just generational, it's historic, with him easily being the hardest throwing starter of all time. And yet, even with this understanding, we find ourselves here yet again, because he just recorded a host of new record-breaking feats versus the Cardinals that I had to talk about, including registering the highest average velocity for a hurler's total pitches in the history of the big leagues, and by almost a full mile an hour. I'll get more into the detailed records after I take you through his performance in this one. Things began with ghost pepper level heat, when rookie J.J. Weatherholt walked in an at-bat that featured all 103 mph plus fastballs. But for those of you who are quickly running to the comments to say, he still walked him, don't worry, he would rein in his control enough to punch out the next 2 hitters on 3 pitches each, before getting Jordan Walker to ground out on a 92 mph curveball. That's right, I said curveball. And if you thought that inning was dominant, the next 2 would easily be more so, with him punching out 5 of the 6 batters he faced, including getting above 102 mph yet again a bunch of times while only throwing 23 pitches. He would then struggle in the 4th and 5th, relatively speaking, by only striking out 3 batters in this time frame while giving up 1 ball hit over 95 miles an hour. In comparison to what had come before, this was a Herculean effort. He even needed the assistance of Luis Rengifo to catch this flared line drive on a reach, even if it was hit at just 72 miles an hour. The only real moderate struggles he would encounter in this one would come in the 6th, when he gave up a flare single to Pedro Pajes and then a solid knock from J.J. Weatherholt, who was perhaps the only hitter in this lineup who seemed remotely comfortable, before Ivan Herrera flipped a little swinging bunt down to third base that scored the Cardinals' only run. Alec Burleson would ground out shortly after, cementing this as the only frame he didn't register a strikeout in. The 7th would be his last hurrah, and boy would it live up to this billing, with him punching out his final 2 batters of the night on a 102 mile an hour heater and 89 mph curveball, with his final line on the day coming in at 7 innings pitched with 2 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, and 12 strikeouts. The Brewers, by the way, would end up taking this one pretty handily by a final score of 5-1. On to his record-breaking excellence in this one, we can start with the fact that, for any pitcher in the StatCast era who's thrown at least 50 offerings, his average of 98.9 miles per hour on all of his pitches, which, obviously, by the way, includes those times he mixed in that curveball, was the fastest ever recorded by 0.8 miles per hour, with him still being the only guy to ever average over 97.5, which he's done 6 times. But this really is only the tip of the iceberg. I'm going to share 3 other numbers with you as provided by Sarah Langs on Twitter. The first being that this was the most 101 mph pitches in a game ever tracked by a margin of 7, which is more than all but 3 starters have ever had in their careers dating back to the pitch tracking era, which started 7 years before StatCast. And finally, he also broke the record for the most 100 mph plus pitches in a game by a margin of 13, with a staggering total of 57. The last stat I want to share came from Codify, who pointed out that he now has 6 consecutive starts with at least 8 strikeouts and 0 extra base hits allowed. No one else has ever done that more than 4 games in a row. That's right, not Jacob deGrom, Nolan Ryan, Clayton Kershaw, Randy Johnson, or Roger Clemens. Literally nobody but the 6'7" mutant, whose numbers this season look more like full season totals for a reliever than anybody who actually starts games. Which, by the way, he's been doing very well recently, going at least 6 frames in 4 of his last 5 starts, with him only not doing so in the other one because it was shortened due to cramps. Most of the time when I watch a play I would deem as stupid, it's at least decipherable, right? I'm reminded of this moment from earlier in the season when catcher Tyler Stevenson seemed to believe the bases were loaded, so he didn't bother to tag the runner coming home, which of course was disastrous considering the actual situation. But once in a while we will come across something that ascends into a different category. One that is not only airheaded, but downright indecipherable, which is what Manny Machado threw up yesterday versus the Cubs, which I'm going to break down in today's video brought to you by SeatGeek. It was in the bottom of the 6th inning in a tight, well-played, low-scoring game that was tied at 2-2, with San Diego getting their couple on an infield groundout from Fernando Tatis Jr. and RBI double from Xander Bogaerts. Then Chicago responding with a run-scoring single from Michael Conforto and sacrifice fly off the bat of Seiya Suzuki. Nico Horner led off the frame with a single, then proceeded to take off on a 3-2 to Conforto, who dribbled a routine grounder to the left side, where Machado fielded it, and then, inexplicably, took the time to try to go to the bag, tag Nico, then spin and throw to first, not managing to get the out there. Obviously, it looked weird on the surface, but when you try to break it down, it becomes even more so. He had to have known Horner was taking off, considering how many guys will call that out on a big league field, which meant going for the force wasn't going to be feasible. Then, at this point, when he realizes Chicago's infielder is already on the base, why didn't he just spin and throw? He had plenty of time. What did he possibly think he could gain from tagging somebody already on the base, who had zero body language indicating he was going anywhere? If you saw this happening in a Little League game, you would be confused, let alone at the Major League level on a squad who is looking to make the playoffs at year's end, and from a guy who's a multiple-time Gold Glover. I guess it's really just an example of a monumental brain freeze, putting two guys on with nobody out. But thankfully for him, Bradley Rodriguez and Adrian Morejon would combine to work their way out of it on a couple strikeouts and eventual flyout, keeping things tied at 2-2. And it would stay this way all the way until the bottom of the ninth, when Suzuki launched a ball off the wall and left for a walk-off single, which, quite heartbreakingly for San Diego fans, had come just after Jace Bowen had saved the day momentarily with a perfect throw to home plate to nab Dansby Swanson. This was the Padres' third loss in a row, dropping them to 11 games back in the division, and just 3 games over 500. There have been a few major highlights, relatively speaking, for the San Francisco Giants so far in 2026, as they entered yesterday at a paltry 27-41, even if their offense has been humming much more so in the last month. And it was this collection of bats that allowed them to do something nearly impossible in the last 2 innings of their matchup with the Nationals, with the culminating swing being taken by a rookie so young that he broke a major league record that had stood for 70 years. Washington had gotten out to a massive lead in this one, getting a home run from James Wood in the third and run-scoring hits from Dalen Lyle, Nasim Nunez, Jorbit Vivas, and Luis Garcia, leading to them having an 8-run cushion going into the bottom of the 8th. But it was here, with so many Giants fans I'm assuming already having turned off their television sets, that the miraculous would start unfolding, as Matt Chapman and Rafael Devers hit back-to-back homers. Then Daniel Susac and Drew Gilbert plated runs of their own on an RBI double and groundout respectively. The final tally would come on a wild pitch from Orlando Revolta. This made things at least semi-interesting, as it was within a save opportunity now. But it quickly became a little less so when Curtis Mead crushed his 10th home run of the season off of lefty Reaver San Martin, who was pitching in his first game of the year. Gus Varland would then be tasked with doing something his brother Louie has become so adept at this year with the Blue Jays: close this game out. But things quickly got off to a rough start when Luis Arias and Matt Chapman laced back-to-back doubles. He would only get to face one more hitter, Devers, who fought his way back from being down 0-2 to draw a walk. Lefty Mitchell Parker would be brought in at this point to face Jung-Hoo Lee, one of the hottest hitters in baseball, who kept the good times rolling with a single to left field. It's now we come to our highlighted moment, when rookie sensation Bryce Eldridge stepped to the plate, with him working a 2-0 count before getting a breaking ball in the inner half, crushing it high, and I do mean high in the air, at a launch angle of 44 degrees, eventually seeing it sneak just over the right field wall for a walk-off grand slam. I do want to point out the absurdity of the fact that, despite how big San Francisco's Oracle Park is, this was a very specific case in which it helped create a dinger, with this ball only being out of one other MLB park. Sarah Langs on Twitter would post not that long after that this had made Bryce the youngest player ever to hit a walk-off grand slam, surpassing Roberto Clemente by a little over 100 days. To have the kind of poise necessary at that young of an age to not let the moment get too big for him in what easily will be one of the biggest spots he will ever be in was certainly impressive. And between stuff like this and some extremely impressive early baseball savant numbers, I think the Giants may have found themselves a truly special player. Their first homegrown position player star, arguably, since Buster Posey. So far in 2026, pretty much nothing has gone right for the Red Sox. Their starting rotation has been absolutely decimated with injuries, and their lineup has consistently been amongst the worst in the entire sport. As we come up on the quarter mark of the season, they are 13-21, not only 10 games out of first, but 8 games below 500. And now, to make matters even worse, after firing Alex Cora and basically everybody who had ever known him, their players have been feuding, both in-game and off the field. That's why today I want to take you through their recent 3-game set against the Astros, which they lost 2-1, as well as what was said and shown in terms of public conflict. Game 1 was easily the high point of the set. They emerged victorious by a score of 3-1, in a contest that was relatively clean, as although their offense didn't show much besides a 3-run home run from Jarren Duran, their pitching managed to stymie a potent Houston offense, largely with the help of Jake Bennett, a prospect who went 5 innings of 1-run ball. Everything from here, though, would start falling apart. In Game 2, they had a pitcher who is still considered a rookie, lefty Connerly Early on the hill, and with his team down 1-0 in the top of the 4th, he would give up a hit that would catalyze our first incident, when Jose Altuve launched a 3-2 fastball to deep center field, where Ceddanne Rafaela barehanded it off the wall and then threw a one-hop strike in a second. The only issue is that shortstop Trevor Story, who is overall having a really rough season, not only wasn't close to the bag, but then didn't even really attempt to hustle a tag on Altuve afterwards. This irked Rafaela, whose exceptional effort basically went wasted here, with him literally raising his arms in frustration afterwards. That just almost looks like dejection on his face. Before the frame concluded, Houston had pushed across 4 more runs, which basically locked up this victory for them, because somehow the Red Sox have not managed to win a single game this season in which they've trailed by 2 or more runs at any point. That's a crazy stat that held true here once again, with the final coming in at 6-3. Then it was after Game 3, which I'll detail briefly in a second, that Sean McAdam published a story on Mass Live, in which veteran Wilson Contreras basically put a heavy helping of the blame in association with the offense on the lineup having a number of young players who don't have experience in dealing with slumps. It's always bad taste to point fingers in my opinion, and I think that was also the perspective of Marcelo Meyer, one of those young players, who had this to say in response. To me, that's just kind of an excuse. Blame the young guys, said Meyer. But at the end of the day, we're all playing baseball. We're all pros. We all know what we need to do. I don't think we're doing a good job with runners in scoring position. When you don't do that, you don't score runs. To have bad public-facing conflict from 2 separate pairs of players in back-to-back days just shows how broken that clubhouse is right now. I will acknowledge, that third contest was exceptionally brutal, with the team going 0 for 11 with runners in scoring position, and only getting a single run on a solo homer from Duran. All of this came with the context that they were facing one of the most dilapidated bullpens in baseball. This would result in a 3-1 extra inning loss when Cam Smith laced a 2-run single and Rafaela put the cherry on top of the crap sundae with a game-ending double play. I'm not sure what it's going to take to fix things in Beantown, but as of now, the vibes don't seem like they could get much worse.
There have been an absolutely ridiculous amount of teams coming into 2026 that were supposed to be good that have disappointed. And easily one of the most extreme of these examples is the Toronto Blue Jays, who went from within 2 outs of a World Series title last year to being, at this point, 5 games under 500, having lost 5 consecutive contests en route to being 10 back in their division. And it was perhaps a level of frustration with this situation that influenced Alejandro Kirk yesterday to do something that was, frankly, refreshing to see as a fan, refusing to engage in his team's home run celebration with his squad down by a sizable amount in another contest that they would go on to lose. By the time Kirk was coming up for his highlighted at-bat, the Jays pitching staff had given up 7 runs, including 5 alone in the 5th inning, on 4 separate RBI knocks, getting dinked and doinked to death. Their bats had responded a little bit on Yohendrick Pinango's first career home run off a lefty in the bottom half of that frame, but then gave another back to Corey Seager in the 6th on his 10th home run of the year. This meant that when Kirk launched his own dinger shortly after, it was only able to bring the deficit down to 4, which I'm sure didn't give the fan base themselves too much to celebrate, and it was after he rounded the bases and got to the dugout that he did something that was a bit refreshing with that context in mind, outright refusing to put on their home run jacket typically bestowed by Vladimir Guerrero Jr., bypassing it in the classiest way possible on his way to the other side of the dugout, leaving Vladdy a bit floored in the process. Now, I'm sure many of you are going to be asking, why am I even doing a video on this? It certainly was not the most descriptive thing we've ever seen, and I get that. I just thought that it was really cool to see a player take things as seriously as Kirk was in this moment. I think all of us have been irritated before to see things being handled so lackadaisically with our respective favorite teams at times. With this home run from Mark Vientos, for example, last week for Mets fans, serving as a great example. They were literally having him put on the Spider-Man mask while being down by 10 runs in the 4th inning. And what perhaps makes this even more notable is that it was Kirk's 500th career hit, and yet still he bypassed the celebration to simply move on with the game, attempting to stay as locked in as possible. Unfortunately, this wouldn't inspire any kind of comeback, as although they would narrow this lead further to 7-4 before the 6th was over, they wouldn't get any more than that, eventually seeing Guerrero Jr. ground out to seal yet another loss, in a season that has, to this point, gone about as bad as anybody could have predicted. Listen, before we even get into it, I know I made a couple videos on this guy so far this season, and I don't want to become one of those channels that just harps on the same stuff over and over again. But I find it impossible not to talk about who is quickly becoming one of the most hated players in baseball, doing something that's about as dirty as a position player can. Literally pop-up sliding into the legs of an opposing infielder in such an obvious way that it directly cost his team an out. It was in the top of the 5th inning in a then 2-1 game with Pittsburgh in the lead. Dalton Rushing managed to work his way into a 3-1 count before drawing a walk on a high fastball. This quickly leads us into our highlighted play, when Alex Freeland grounded a 2-1 to second baseman Brandon Lau, who grabbed it, spun, and then threw to shortstop Jared Triolo, whose ensuing toss was a bit late to first. It was then something surprising happened, and don't take my word for it, just look at Shohei's reaction. Dalton had gotten dinged for a runner's interference, a fairly rare call in the modern game, and when you examine our available replays, it made perfect sense. The rule is, when sliding, you have to make at least a reasonable attempt to touch the bag, and not go out of your way to initiate contact with a fielder. As you can see, he 100% violated both of these, including literally barrel rolling into the knee of Triolo. That is a needlessly dangerous play. I will say, the funniest part of all of this has to be the fact that Freeland beat the throw to first by enough that I don't think it would have been a twin killing had he not tried to pull off this moronic maneuver. His manager Dave Roberts at first seemed confused by the call, but then shortly after you could see that confusion morph into irritation when, I'm assuming, he got a chance to see it on the Jumbotron. That is not a face you want your manager making in response to one of your plays. Unfortunately, because there is no justice in baseball, the Dodgers would go on to not only win this game, but absolutely break it open, with Rushing himself scoring the go-ahead run in the 7th inning, which was then followed by an additional 9, with the final tally in what ended up being a 10 spot coming on Freddie Freeman's 2,500th career hit. The Pirates would manage to tally a meaningless run in the bottom of the 9th, but no more than that, crystallizing a 12-3 final, which brought LA's record on the year to 43-24, though in what should come as a pretty scary notion to the rest of the league. They've actually been unlucky to this point according to expected wins, by a fairly significant margin. I mentioned this earlier on in the year in spring training that there were going to be occasional times that the ABS technology would fail, and by occasional I meant a couple out of every 10,000 or so pitches. It's extremely reliable. But yesterday in a game between the Yankees and A's, we witnessed something that perhaps included that, but was handled in a much more bizarre way, when a call was outright gotten incorrect, even after a challenge had been issued. It was in the bottom of the 4th inning with a 2-0 count on Tyler Soderstrom when lefty Ryan Weathers flipped a slider near the low and outside corner, with it being called a strike initially. Tyler took issue with this shortly after issuing a challenge. To this point there was nothing out of the ordinary, but that's pretty much where the normality would end. First, the scoreboard, which is supposed to show the replay to everybody in the park, didn't work, with the big ABS challenge icon just pulsating without any update. Still, there was no indication from home plate umpire Adam Beck that he himself wasn't getting the correct call from New York, which is why shortly after, when he announced that the pitch was upheld and the A's would lose a challenge, it just seemed like it was a technical issue with the board and not any problem with the technology itself. Shortly after, however, the A's broadcast revealed that, per the ABS strike zone set out by MLB themselves, the pitch was actually a ball, with some confusion ensuing as a result.
The pitch was a strike. The Athletics have 1 challenge remaining.
Whoa. No, that can't be right. That is not a strike, according to every ABS challenge we've seen.
And if I'm not mistaken, that graphic they just showed us is the exact adjusted strike zone for Soderstrom.
Correct. I'm just not sure where the cross-up is.
This is 100% a mishandling of the situation no matter how you cut it. Let's get that out of the way first. Now, what I think happened is that the technology indeed malfunctioned, even for the guys in New York, which led to Beck just upholding the call that had originally been made, which is the standard procedure. But if that were indeed the case, then Soderstrom shouldn't have lost a challenge, and he indeed did lose one, as you can see per this screenshot from game day. This essentially means one of two things. Either the system worked and the review guys botched it, or it didn't and Adam just didn't know the proper procedure. Either way, it's a fundamental mess-up. Tyler would end up walking later on in the at-bat, so it wasn't all that consequential, but it was still a bit shocking to see at the time, and will certainly need to be something MLB looks into preventing from ever happening again. And now, before we go, I want to give a little mini shout out to perhaps the worst throw I've ever seen from a catcher live. And I don't mean that hyperbolically. Just look at that replay. That looks like a single to shallow center field. And what's even funnier is that Alejandro Osuna wasn't even trying to steal really, more so get into an intentional rundown. Just a crazy look from one of the best throwing catchers StatCast has ever tracked since they started recording such things. The Chicago White Sox won yet another game yesterday to improve to 27-26, which currently has them in an AL wildcard spot and second in their division. And yet, while this is certainly cool to see, it wasn't the most notable part of the game overall, as there was some real history made as well, when Riku Nishida made his MLB debut, with him being pretty productive in this one as well. Riku, a 5'6" utility player, became the first player ever to be born and raised in Japan, then make his way to American college baseball before eventually debuting in the majors. Along the way, he has never really been a notable prospect, being drafted in the 11th round back in 2023 and not even ranking amongst the White Sox's top 30 per any of the major prospect evaluators. And yet, in his time in the minors, he was incredibly valuable, playing basically everywhere on the field while maintaining an on-base percentage north of 400. And we wouldn't have to wait long to see him make an impact at the sport's highest level, as in the top of the second inning, after his fellow countryman Munetaka Murakami blasted his 18th home run of the year in the first, he fielded this single to right field with runners on first and second, before firing a perfect one-hop toss to home plate at 90 miles an hour, with Orlando Arcia eventually getting tagged out by catcher Drew Romo to end the inning. Remember, again, this guy is a utility player. He routinely plays the infield as well, making this even a little bit more impressive in my opinion. His very first at-bat would come shortly after, in the bottom half of that frame, when he punched out on a perfectly placed slider from Zebby Matthews. His next at-bat would go much better, with him, after taking warm-up swings righty, pounding this ball into the ground at 102 miles an hour, with it eventually sneaking its way into center field for his first career knock. Check out the hustle as well. That's about as far as you can round a bag safely. This is just a microcosm of who he is, by the way. The dude is a downright electric factory. He would make another nice play in the bottom of the fifth, running down this fly ball in foul territory while successfully managing to navigate the fence out there. His final at-bat of the day would come in the bottom of the seventh, when he grounded out to pitcher Simeon Woods Richardson. Just a couple frames later, his squad had emerged victorious 3-1, which cemented his final line in the day as being 1 for 3 at the plate with 2 excellent defensive plays, one of which directly saved a run. It will be interesting to see in what capacity he ends up being deployed by Chicago going forward, but I'm sure however he's used, he'll be entertaining in the extreme. Also, just a little thing I wanted to mention, but a player who could follow in his footsteps in terms of going from Japan to college to pro ball is Rintaro Sasaki, who, after breaking the high school record for home runs in his country, has proceeded to hit 16 long balls this year in 54 games for Stanford, with an on-base percentage over 400 and an OPS around 950. Funny enough, he actually has a very similar player mold, at this point, to Murakami himself. I don't want it to be misconstrued that I'm harping on something that nobody cares about just so I can dunk on Jazz Chisholm. I'm a big fan of the electric way that he plays when he's at his best, but no one can deny that he does, at times, nearly willingly attract controversy, whether it's proudly admitting that he had no idea what the rules were in a play that resulted in a walk-off, or wasting an inordinate amount of challenges because he issued them at eyebrow-raising times. And there was a moment like this yesterday, when, in the middle of his team getting beaten by 3 runs, he went out to the field with a lollipop in his mouth, something that irritated his manager, Aaron Boone, so much that he literally said it, quote, pissed him off in an interview today. New York was facing off against the Detroit Tigers and got out to a 1-0 lead on an RBI double from backup catcher Ali Sanchez. This wouldn't last long, however, as in the bottom of the third, the Motor City Kitties would push across 3 runs on an RBI ground out from Kevin McGonigal and 2 out singles from Spencer Torkelson and Colt Keith. They would add on another in the fourth when the professor punched a ball the other way down the left field line, where Jose Caballero, who doesn't primarily play out there, completely misjudged the situation, just assuming base runner Hao Yu Lee would pull up at third, which saw him kind of start jogging in and then fire a ball offline to the plate. This takes us to our highlighted moment, when Jazz came out in the bottom of the fifth with Riley Green at the plate with a lollipop in his mouth, eliciting a decent amount of camera time. That's of course because this is highly unconventional from an MLB fielder, especially someone who's on the infield, as it's not at all uncommon to have to make diving attempts on grounders, line drives, or tags, which obviously puts the player in peril if they have a stick in their mouth. There's a reason you don't really see this, and perhaps it was some kind of poetic justice that Green, literally as the broadcast panned away from Jazz for the final time, crushed a 422-foot home run to right center field, giving his team a then 4-run cushion. The Bronx Bombers would manage to pull within 2 when Ahmed Rosario hit a home run in the top of the 7th, but that would end up being all they would get, as a horribly burned challenge from Anthony Volpe earlier on in the contest would come back to haunt them on a game-ending called strike 3. Let me take you now to Boone's comments made today on the popular John Boy-led podcast Talking Yanks concerning this whole thing.
Jazz has a lollipop in his mouth. Second time this year we've seen him play with a lollipop in his mouth. Is there anything that you care about there?
Oh, yeah, that pisses me off.
Okay.
I didn't know about it until after the game. So he and I talked about that. That won't be going on.
Remember, he very easily could have just waved the question off, as he does with a number of inquiries he'll get from every sector of the media when he doesn't want to answer something. But he chose to publicly acknowledge it because it did indeed, quote, piss him off, and I totally understand why. Not only is it not functional, but it also doesn't look like you're taking things very seriously when you're doing it in a game you're down by multiple runs in, especially when you could just, chew on literally anything else that's even semi-conventional and safe. The Detroit Tigers are having one hell of a week. They've lost pretty much their entire pitching staff to injuries, including the best pitcher in baseball, Tarek Skubal, then proceeded to have their number 2, Framber Valdez, a guy who'll have to step up if they hope to come out the other side of this in the playoff picture, give up 10 runs in his start immediately after getting the news. But I'm not here to talk about the results of his appearance today versus the Red Sox specifically. No, I want to talk about him intentionally hitting an opposing batter for the dumbest, most immature reason possible. The game had admittedly been frustrating to the lefty, as he had retired the first 2 batters of his night easily before seeing a ground ball single sneak through the left side, and then third baseman Zach McKinstry, just off the injured list, make an error at third base, prolonging things just long enough to allow Ceddanne Rafaela to launch a 3-run home run. And while his squad would get a couple back in the bottom of the first, from here, he would not manage to lock in, following a scoreless second by giving up 5 runs in the third, all of which were earned, unlike the 3 in that initial frame. You could see his body language progressively getting worse as this holy hell rained down upon him, but he stayed composed enough to remain on the hill, at least for another 2 batters in the fourth, because in a span of just 3 pitches, he would give up 2 absolute rifle shots off the bats of Wilson Contreras and Willie Abreu, with the exit velocities being 112 and 109 miles an hour respectively. This gave him 10 runs allowed on the night, with 7 of them being earned, and that was enough to prompt him to hit Trevor Story in the back with the pitch intentionally. So obviously, in fact, that he was ejected by the third base umpire, despite the fact that there had been really no conflict in this one otherwise. The benches cleared, but it seemed like the body language of both teams indicated that they understood this was an isolated decision from the kind of immature mind that led to an intentional cross-up last season when he was on the Astros. To hit a guy with the mid-90s pitch just because his other teammates were taking you deep has to be the absolute most petty thing a pitcher can do. And while I'm not sure if A.J. Hinch would have kept him out there with the kind of beating he was taking, he was at just 59 pitches, and with the kind of dilapidated state Detroit's bullpen has been in, they may have indeed tried to squeeze some more out of him. This move basically forced a decision to have to bring in a reliever, despite the relatively low pitch count. It was overall an extremely selfish and classless move, becoming another in a week full of lowlights that has been one of the worst for me personally as a Tigers fan in recent memory. I'm just hoping they can find some way to be around 500 until they start getting players back. But with this kind of attitude, that could very well end up being too tall of an ask. I made a video a little while back that you guys seemed to enjoy, where I detailed how Matt Waldron, the only active knuckleballer in baseball today, threw a butterfly pitch nearly 86 miles an hour, pushing up his own all-time mark coming into the contest by nearly a full mile per hour. After this, I said to myself, I'm not going to make a video every time he manages to just eke past this in 2026, as it's clear he's capable of throwing this offering in the mid-80s, and I'd probably end up doing one weekly. But in his appearance versus the Brewers yesterday, which overall did not go very well, he managed to surpass his previous high, and not by a marginal amount, but by a significant one that was, in my opinion, worth talking about today. Joey Ortiz had just taken the righty deep in the bottom of the third inning with 2 outs, a fact that I think probably irked Matt, as it was the middle infielder's first of the season in 33 contests. This added adrenaline perhaps aided his record-setting offering, which came 4 pitches later versus Bryce Terang, when he fired this 87.9 mile per hour knuckleball that, unfortunately for him, ended up being knocked to center for a base hit. This broke his own record by a full 2 miles an hour. And while I'm sure I'll get a number of comments being like, well, the pitch wasn't even productive, do you have any idea how hard it is to throw something of this type nearly 90 miles an hour? I think you could make a case that it's arguably more impressive than throwing 100 plus with a regular fastball. Unfortunately for Matt, the rest of his appearance would not go well in the slightest, as in the very next frame, the fourth, he would give up 5 earned runs, with him getting chased in favor of Wandy Peralta before he could even get out of it. And while his final numbers of 2 2/3 and 6 earned runs look terrible, I do think it's worth pointing out that on the season so far, even though he has an ERA over 9, he's actually suffered from the worst luck in the entire sport in terms of expected ERA, at a mark of over 5, as StatCast believes his actual number should be under 4. I hope this allows him to keep getting run out of that Padres bullpen, as there are a few things I enjoy more on a Major League Baseball field than seeing somebody like Waldron mix in the most unique kind of pitch in the entire sport, one that few hurlers have ever thrown successfully. And now, before we go, I just want to highlight briefly an excellent post from Pitching Ninja, an account you should definitely go follow on Twitter by the way, who pointed out that Paul Skeens, in his start yesterday, decreased his season ERA down to 1.98, even after a disastrous first appearance. Along with an additional fact just kinda tossed in there at the end, that he hasn't walked a batter in a month. That is nearly unbelievable, and I can't wait to see what the rest of the season has in store for a guy on a now pesky Pittsburgh team. The Boston Red Sox actually remind me a lot of my own favorite team this season, the Detroit Tigers, in that they are both completely inept offensively most nights and have lost a number of close games they probably should have won. This has resulted in each team being firmly out of the playoff race, despite postseason aspirations coming into the year, in mid-June, with little hope for any kind of comeback at this point. I know how frustrated I've been as a fan trying to digest all of this in regards to the Motor City Kitties, so I can directly relate to the sentiments espoused by legendary play-by-play guy Dave O'Brien yesterday towards the end of another anemic performance, with him throwing out one of my favorite new phrases to describe watching a terrible baseball team. I'm not going to bore you with an inning-by-inning recap of all the wasted opportunities for Boston offensively on the night, because, quite frankly, this video will be 14 minutes long. Let's just say that entering the bottom of the ninth, they had gone 0 for 12 with runners in scoring position, leaving 13 total on base, including not scoring in 4 separate innings where they had at least 2 guys on. This would make anybody want to pull their hair out who had the displeasure of viewing it, but it was made even worse by the fact that the Blue Jays were running a bullpen day on the mound. With that many players reaching, this should have been a blowout, not a scoreless performance. The Red Sox hurlers were solid again, as they've been most of the year, only giving up 3 runs, which were in large part aided by 4 separate stolen bases allowed in a 2-run third inning. Overall, it was the definition of an ugly game, and you could hear it in O'Brien's tone as they faced down their last 3 outs how irritated he was.
They're 0 for 12 runners in scoring position. It has been tough to watch offensively in these first couple of games. Red Sox in the first 8 innings left at least 1 man on base in every inning. Nothing in 2.
But this was not the kicker, not the notable moment I wanted to point out. That would come after Wilson Contreras punched out on a high heater to officially seal this embarrassment.
And the 0-2 to Wilson. Swing and a miss, strike 3 at 100 miles an hour to end the ball game 3-0. That felt like a root canal with no painkiller. Red Sox again leaving 13 men on base. That's 26 stranded in the first 2 games.
A root canal with no painkiller is certainly something that's going to go into my own vocabulary to describe whenever a 129 hitting Jahmai Jones pinch hits for the over 800 OPSing Kerry Carpenter. Sorry again to make it about the Tigers towards the end here, but I had to vent, which I'm sure is very similar to how many Red Sox fans, including O'Brien, are feeling about their own incredibly disappointing team as of now. One that, for some reason, refuses to fire one of the worst pobos in the sport currently. Before we even get this video underway, I want to make something abundantly clear. There are 2 types of disrespectful in baseball in my estimation. The ones perpetrated by somebody like Framber Valdez when he decides to throw at people intentionally for barreling him up or laugh in their faces when they get hit by a pitch. And then the kind we saw yesterday in a game between the Angels and Astros when Jose Altuve basically said, through his actions, not words, that he had 0 respect for the Angels' ability to execute on defense, which ended up working out pretty good for him. The veteran was on second base to start the top of the 10th inning in a then 4-4 game, getting moved over to third when Denzer Guzman fielded a bunt from Bryce Matthews that was 100% on track to roll foul, and that he had no play at first on. This bit of stupidity was followed by Italian lefty Sam Aldegheri managing to get Cam Smith to strike out on a poorly placed changeup. And for a moment, when he induced a pop up to second baseman Nick Madrigal, it seemed like he'd have 2 outs and 0 runs in. But it was at this point Jose decided to make his move, attempting to score, basically daring Anaheim to catch him in the process, and they would be able to do no such thing, with Nick's throw getting past catcher Logan O'Hoppe despite the fact it was a one-hop strike. His miss, in fact, was so egregious that the official scorer didn't even credit Jake Myers with a sacrifice fly, instead calling it a pop-out and fielding error by the backstop on a missed catch. This is a relative rarity on a ball that bounced, but I do think it was the right judgment. Back to Altuve's decision. Not only has the middle infielder been playing versus this dysfunctional squad for well over a decade, but he probably at least had some idea of how bad their glove work has been this year, with them being the worst team in the entire big leagues per fielding run value at -22, 4 worse than the next closest, the Mariners. And while he couldn't have anticipated exactly how the play would unfold, it's worth pointing out that -7 of those belong to O'Hoppe, who has been the worst at his position as well. This would end up proving critical for the outcome of the game, as if that toss is secured, it's an inning-ending DP instead of a disrespectful go-ahead run, and this game could have, at a minimum, gone to the 11th after Anaheim saw Mike Trout get thrown out at the plate on a single to left, a send that may not have been made if they weren't down by a run. Before, with 2 outs, Guzman flew out to left, sealing a 5-4 final that dropped the Angels to 25-42, 17 games below 500. Laz Diaz has never been one of MLB's best umpires. In fact, he's often ranked towards the bottom half of every publicly available umpire leaderboard, and last year, for a time, even had the worst miss in the history of the sport for a strike 3 call when he rung up Jake Mangum on this offering, nearly 7 inches outside the zone. And yet, despite all this being true, he also is one of baseball's most beloved officiators. Because he seems to actually be a good dude, like we saw last year when he literally apologized to a rookie for making a bad call. And we got another taste of it yesterday, when Salvador Perez successfully challenged back-to-back pitches, and then he responded in pretty much the coolest way possible. Facing the Red Sox in the 5th inning of a scoreless game, Salvi received a first-pitch slider that Diaz called a ball. Perez, after a brief moment of comprehension, decided to challenge, and it was successfully reversed. He actually has been the second best in the entire league in terms of net overturns versus expected, just barely trailing division mate Dylan Dingler, and is also second at net runs for at 1.6, behind just Carson Kelly. And he used this exceptional skill once again on the very next offering, this time being an 80-mile-per-hour sweeper that was a bit more obvious, but I'm sure still took some guts to challenge considering the context of the previous pitch. Once again, it was overturned. Now, for a lot of umpires at this point, there would have been some ego-related tension, but that was not the case at all for Diaz, who, following a fastball way high, got in Perez's ear and started jawing with the veteran, seemingly teasing him. If you're wondering what the baseball world thinks of Laz as a person, check out what the Royals broadcast had to say about the whole thing.
Oh man, I tell you what, say what you want about Laz Diaz behind the plate. He is such a good dude. Players respect him.
Look at Laz. You gonna challenge that one?
Oh, I love it.
I just love umpires who aren't afraid to embrace their own mistakes. And despite Diaz's shortcomings as a game caller overall, you can't dispute how good he is at that very thing. By the time the dust settled on this game in general, the Red Sox had emerged victorious by a score of 3-1, another low-scoring effort for both clubs, who are in similarly disappointing places as of now in the season. But one thing I wouldn't categorize as overall disappointing was the veteran umpire's performance in this one, which actually was about average, with his overall accuracy coming in at 93%, just below his expected accuracy, and his overall consistency being about the same. Good on him for being decent on this day, and even more, being a good sport in a manner you just don't see from most MLB umps. In some ways, there's nothing more painful as a baseball fan than when a pitcher loses their chance at history while still mostly doing their job, getting oh so close and yet not managing to accomplish anything truly notable. Most of the time we're talking about no-hitters or, in rare cases, perfect games getting spoiled on weak, unlucky hits. But in some cases, we see this happen on errors, which unfortunately occurred yesterday when Mookie Betts booted a ground ball with Dodgers' Yoshinobu Yamamoto being just 4 outs from a perfect game. At this point, though, you still had a chance for a no-hitter and would have had to perfectly execute to finish things off, something that certainly wasn't a given. No, this actually isn't what I'm talking about in terms of spoiled history. You see, he was actually 1 out away from tying one of the most impressive all-time pitching records before the tragedy struck. Entering that 8th inning, Yoshi had retired 43 consecutive batters going back to his last start, which of course included the first 21 in his appearance versus the White Sox, having struck out 7 of them while largely inducing weak contact. He certainly did get lucky a few times as well, as there were 5 instances of contact being over 100 miles an hour, and yet all of them found gloves. In a funny way, this is usually what accompanies a historic performance like this. You just need a little relative luck to go along with pure dominance.
The first batter he would face would be the perfect example of this, with Colson Montgomery on a 3-2 pitch ripping the hardest hit ball of the day at 110 miles an hour, only to have it settle into the glove of Freddie Freeman. Rookie Braden Montgomery's plate appearance would be much quieter, dribbling routine ground ball to shortstop on a 1-0, which Mookie handled no problem. This made it 45 consecutive batters retired by Yoshinobu, just one away from the all-time record set back in 2014 by Yusmeiro Petit, and, like I said before, 4 outs away from his perfect game. This is when disaster would strike, as Chase Mydroth on a 1-1 grounded a slider to shortstop, where Betts got in position and then just saw it go off the heel of his mitt, deflecting to Santiago Espinal, who couldn't manage to corral it either. This simultaneously ended his run at a perfecto, as well as Petit's record, in the most tragic way possible. Now, I will say, I think something that's important to remember here for anyone who's going to get too mad at Mookie is that Rate Field in Chicago is known for having terrible infield dirt, which Oral Hershiser pointed out immediately after.
And we've talked to players on both ball clubs. This infield, it is not good. It is not good. Not an excuse, but it is not good.
And when you examine the various replays, it's clear this ball took a bit of an unpredictable hop, which is what ended up causing it to hit the heel rather than the center of his glove. I'm not excusing it, mind you. I'm sure there's a few shortstops out there that could have adjusted, though I will also add that he has metrically been one of the best at his position in the entire sport this year per fielding run value, being tied for 5th in the league with 3, despite only playing 303 innings. You can't say that this was just a bad fielder making a bad play. Regardless, it was clear the veteran felt pretty bad because when he got back into the dugout, even though Yamamoto was ready and willing to acknowledge and address it, he just kind of kept to himself, not wanting to get into it at that moment. Which, frankly, given the gravity of what had just happened, was understandable. In some ways, it seems a bit fortunate that Yoshi would lose his no-no versus the first batter of the ninth, when Tristan Peters absolutely demolished a home run at 109 miles an hour. Because, if he hadn't, we would probably be talking for a long time about what could have been had Betts just made this play. Instead, it became a footnote in an otherwise dominating 7-1 win for LA, who now sit comfortably in first place in the West with an 8-game lead over the recently scuffling Padres. Ever since Corbin Carroll made his debut back in 2022, he has been nothing less than one of the best players in the entire sport, racking up an average of over 5.5 wins above replacement per season, while hitting over 20 home runs in a campaign 3 times, stealing over 30 bases 3 times, routinely ranking as the best overall base runner, and maintaining an OPS in the 850 range. And yet, none of these are the most historic aspect of his game, with that distinction, I think, going to his ability to rack up triples, which is truly ridiculous as he entered yesterday's game with 14 more than the next closest player since 2022, then proceeded to tally a couple more, which allowed him to accomplish a feat that we hadn't seen since Lou Gehrig in 1928. He came to the plate versus lefty Jose Quintana in the bottom of the first inning with a runner on second, and on a 1-0, crushed a curveball past a diving TJ Rumfield down the right field line, with it kind of dying at the wall, which allowed Carroll, who was hustling all the way, to easily make his way into third with a stand-up RBI triple. This was his 50th 3-bagger of his career so far, which, per Sarah Langs, made him the fastest player to do both this and hit at least 80 career home runs since Lou Gehrig, who I was able to figure out with little games played math, did so in 1928. That's 98 years ago at this point. And yet, he wasn't even done in this one. By the time he came up in the bottom of the 6th, the score was 8-0, which he would add on to when he laced a 99-mile-per-hour fastball into the right center field gap, scoring Ketel Marte for a second time on the day, as well as registering his second triple, which gave him, on the year so far, 8 in 49 games played. That's a full season pace of well over 20, which, if he could manage to surpass, along with doing so in both homers and stolen bases, would allow him to become just the 8th member of the 20-20-20 club, and the first since Curtis Granderson and Jimmy Rollins in 2007. This is really, though, only the start of some of the ridiculous facts concerning his performance in the 3-base hit regard. Here's one from Just Baseball. Since the start of last season, all of the major leagues has registered 7 multiple triple games, while he himself has 5. Another from Sarah Langs that came towards the end of last season was the fact that he had 4 games with multiple triples, which tied the record for the most in the last 125 seasons. And finally, one that I was able to dig up myself is the fact that he's 3rd amongst active players in this type of hit, despite being the only one in the top 10 under 30 years old, with him being just 25. He is truly on a historic pace in the modern game, and I can't wait to see what his final numbers will look like by the end of the season for an Arizona club that has been sneaky competitive so far, with them having a realistic chance to secure their first postseason berth since their World Series run in 2023. Jo Adell had one of, if not the,
best defensive game we have ever seen in the history of the sport earlier this season, when he robbed 3 home runs versus the Mariners, in what ended up being a 1-0 win no less. The kind of stature that came with a game like that was massive, and rightfully so. The only thing is, it may have given the general baseball fan some perception of him that isn't at all accurate. That he's a good fielder, which is quite simply not true. He, this year, has -3 fielding runs, after having one of the worst totals in the entire sport last season at -13. And we just got reminded of why yesterday, when he turned what should have been an easy fly ball out into an over-the-fence home run that bounced off his own head. Adele was in right field in the top of the 4th in a then 7-0 game, an already embarrassing state of affairs considering they were facing the Rockies. And to make matters worse, Willie Castro had literally, the pitch before, just hit a 3-run home run. Our highlighted play would come next, when TJ Rumfield lifted a center-cut breaking ball 364 feet to right field, where Joe tracked it pretty easily before seeing it clank off the tip of his glove and then off his noggin, sending it careening behind him. For a moment it seemed like this might be a simple double, as it wasn't immediately clear to the umpiring crew what had happened. But after a short conference between them, it was deduced that the ball had indeed deflected up and over the wall, turning it into a home run. The replays are obviously hilarious, and don't think it's lost on me that the same guy probably now has the single worst and best defensive highlights of the entire season. But what's somehow even nuttier to me is that this is not the first time this has happened to him. Back in 2020, in what was a COVID-shortened rookie season, he had one of the only official 4-base errors in recorded Major League history, knocking this ball over the fence in what was an even worse look, considering he had time to camp underneath it. Still, MLB Scoring Changes on Twitter, who's an expert in this type of thing, said that he believed that Grayson Rodriguez, if he chose to appeal, could very easily see this turn into another 4-base error, because he was in line to catch it fairly routinely. It'll be interesting to see if this ends up happening. One other thing I want to address is the Jose Canseco comparisons I've been seeing online, and while I do understand them, especially considering the iconic nature of what the right fielder did back in 1993, I actually think Adele's was significantly worse. Look at the effort Canseco expended to even get to that ball. You can't claim that was anywhere near as routine, especially considering the wall being there. As to the rest of the game, the Angels would indeed go on to lose by a final score of 8-2, dropping their second game in a row to a Rockies squad that entered their series at 22-38. Every time I've posted about Jacob Misiorowski in recent days, it has been in regards to his extreme velocity he's capable of reaching, one higher than any starter has ever posted in recorded MLB history. But perhaps this has undersold a bit just how productive he's been metrically as well, as he just had a month of May that was so unbelievably dominant, it was singular in the whole of MLB history. And that's not hyperbolic. I literally have 3 different things he accomplished that no one ever has before. I'll get more into those after I take you through his outing yesterday versus the Astros in a bit more detail. He began his night in predictably dominating fashion, punching out the top 2 hitters in Houston's lineup with relative ease, including Yordan Alvarez on 3 straight fastballs. This is a guy who's second in the major leagues right now in OPS, and he didn't even look like he had a chance. The second saw him collect another punch-out, as well as receive some defensive help in left field, with Jake Bauers making this diving catch to rob a double from Isaac Paredes. His next frame would easily be his hardest, as he would give up 2 singles before plunking Yordan on a 1-2 curveball, setting up Christian Walker for a chance to do some real damage. Thankfully for him though, he would get a bit lucky on a 96-mile-per-hour exit velo grounder fielded by Andrew Vaughn. This would be the last time Houston would register multiple base runners in the same inning. In fact, the last base runner that would reach period came in the 4th, when Paredes followed up another punch-out with a double, one that would, again, be stranded. The 5th and 6th each contained 2 strikeouts, getting him up to 8 on the day, with Yordan, again, notably being a victim of Jacob's high-octane heater. The hulking lefty came into the game with an expected slugging over 700 versus fastballs. The 7th was his final frame, and it contained only the second time all day where Houston didn't strike out at least once, though they were still retired pretty easily in order. This made his final line of the day 7 innings with 3 hits allowed, 0 walks, and 8 strikeouts. His squad wouldn't manage to give him much to work with in terms of run support, but it really wouldn't end up mattering as they would close out Houston by a final score of 2-0. At this point, the baseball world would get a chance to bask in his statistical glory. And believe you me, there was plenty to bask in. The first of the 3 notable stats I want to share comes from Codify on Twitter, who pointed out that there has never been a pitcher who struck out more than 45 batters while allowing fewer than 2 runs in any calendar month. That is, until Misiorowski, who punched out 57 while only giving up 1. Shortly after, they pointed out that hitters facing the tall righty in his last 6 games pitched had 129 at-bats and just 15 total bases, which, Again, nobody had ever done over a span like this. And our third and final stat would come from Sarah Langs, who stated that in his last 7 appearances, he has struck out 66 batters while allowing only 1 extra base hit, which, shocker, no one in recorded history had ever done before. This is a level of dominance, both in terms of power stuff and run prevention, that is completely unprecedented. And I mean that literally. This kid is doing things that Pedro Martinez, Randy Johnson, Nolan Ryan, Clayton Kershaw, Sandy Koufax, or Roger Clemens never did in their careers. He is now firmly inserting himself as perhaps not only a contender for this year's Cy Young, but the outright favorite at this point. If I told you that a baseball team won a game 4-1 on a night where they led for well over half the contest, you'd probably think that the announcing crew calling the game would be in a relatively good mood, right? And I do think that, generally, yesterday, this was the case when the Reds managed to make their way back up over 500, in large part because of an excellent ace-like performance from Chase Burns. But I actually don't want to talk too much about the game itself in this video, instead zeroing in on the obvious frustration that John Sadek, the play-by-play guy for Cincinnati, displayed towards the lack of production from Ke'Bryan Hayes, who basically had one of the worst games possible at the plate as part of what has been a nightmarish start to 2026. The irritation would begin in his very first at-bat in the top of the third, when, with 2 guys on, he did this.
That's what the Reds were waiting on for Dunn. Oh boy.
Double play ball, second base to short. Hayes 4-6-3. Reds finally get 2 guys on, double play, 2 down, done to third.
I will acknowledge John more so sounded defeated here than angry, but I don't think you could say the same about Hayes' next at-bat, which somehow would feature the exact same result.
Player's perspective, you want to feel good rather than feeling bad.
Bounce to short, second one, another double play. And he entered hitting 147. He's getting on base at a 200 rate. The numbers are what they are, man. You're 100 at-bats into the year.
That's much more fiery, and I personally like his level of honesty here. Hayes is, after all, expected to be a professional hitter, who currently has a 142, 195, 225 slash line, with 5 extra base hits through 43 games. He literally has a 16 OPS plus, meaning he is less than 1/5 of an average major league hitter at the plate. And it would get no better in the 7th, when, with the bases loaded and none out, this happened.
Bounce left side, backhand force at the plate. Oh, goodness. At least it's not a double play. It's 1 out, bases reloaded.
I think the venom-filled, at least this wasn't a double play, was a great indication of how Sadek was feeling towards the righty in general. And finally, in the 9th inning, with a guy on first, Hayes would register 1 more low light.
I think that might have been a hit and run.
I agree.
I think that Ke'Bryan Hayes didn't swing.
And Willie Harris just relayed the sign. He stepped out of the box coming toward the circle.
Just to make matters even a little bit worse, he would pop up to shallow center field shortly after. Again, important context is that each one of these at-bats came in a game that was either tied or the Reds were leading. That's how frustrating his performance was to John personally. Though, again, I can't really say that I blame him. Ke'Bryan is off to one of the worst starts in the history of the sport at the dish, and it's somewhat stunning to me that he's still getting regular playing time. I think one of the coolest things about the baseball space is that you legitimately have people honing in on every aspect of performance, whether that be regarding players, managers, or in the case of today's video, umpires. Because, you see, normally in a 10-4 game in the bottom of the 8th inning, no one's going to be talking about a missed call. But thanks to Umpire Auditor on Twitter, I was made aware of one of the dumbest things I've seen in an officiating capacity this season, when Emil Jimenez had a call that missed by about half a foot, and then just refused to allow the hitter at the plate to challenge it. I'm going to break all this down in today's video presented by Morgan & Morgan, who want to fight to help you recover up to $1,000 in damages caused by Google and Meta for addictive social media practices, the details of which you can find at the end of the video. Like I said, this one was pretty much over entering Jason Dominguez's at-bat, with the Bronx Bombers having scored 2 runs in the first on a Cody Bellinger homer and then 2 in the second on an Anthony Volpe triple and Ali Sanchez single, before blowing things wide open in the 5th with a 5 spot. The biggest blows coming courtesy of Jose Caballero on a 2 RBI single and 2-out 3-run home run from Paul Goldschmidt, who, believe it or not, is having a major renaissance so far this year. New York would push across 1 more in the 7th on a Jazz Chisholm solo dinger, officially pushing them into double digits.
Like I said, this was not a high-stakes situation by any means, but that would not change how bad of a call Dominguez had to endure on his first pitch seen from Trevor Richards, one that missed the strike zone, by exactly 6.07 inches up, making it the worst call of the entire season at this point that came against a non-position player pitcher. Being that it was such an obvious miss, Jason went to challenge, and yet was denied by Jimenez, who I guess was claiming he didn't get it off in time. I personally think this was stupid in the extreme. I want you to take a look at how long Emil waited before making an official strike call. Once he did, the Yankee switch hitter issued his challenge well within the reasonable window of about 2 seconds. But I guess the home plate ump just didn't want another overturn on his resume, of which, by the way, he already had 5. In fact, he was terrible on the night overall, getting 16 total calls incorrect, with an overall accuracy percent of just 91, which was a little under 4% worse than expected. I do agree with the baseball purists that I want some degree of human involvement in the rule enforcing process, but it's behavior like this that brings this entire notion into question, when pride gets in the way of good game calling. It's kind of crazy to think about, but the last time Shohei Ohtani was on a mound versus the Rockies, even though he threw 6 no-hit innings, he was frustrated with himself all night because he was consistently missing his spots. Now, most of us mortals would have gotten absolutely rocked if this happened to us at any level, but his stuff is so good that he still was able to dominate. Nonetheless, it was obvious he made an adjustment entering his start versus a much better team, the Diamondbacks, and it came in the form of some of the most unique velocity mixing you will ever see on an MLB mound, with his pitches ranging from a max velo of 100 miles an hour all the way down to 68, a 32-mile-per-hour separation, and it helped him to do something that we hadn't seen in well over half a century. I'm going to get more into all this in a second, but for now, let me take you through his outing, both in the box and more specifically, on the hill. Things got started fast for the superstar, who led off the game with a 108-mile-per-hour infield single fielded by second baseman Ildemaro Vargas. Shohei then hopped on the mound and had a routine bottom half of the first, with, I'm sure, crucially to him, 0 walks being issued, which was a problem versus Colorado. The second was much more dominant, though, with him punching out his first 2 batters of the night on a blazing fastball to Nolan Arenado and a devastating sweeper to Pavin Smith. His next at-bat would come in the third, when he led off what would eventually be a 3-run inning on a 7-pitch walk. He would punch out 2 more batters in the next 2 innings, including dotting this 99-mile-per-hour four-seamer over the high and outside corner, with Geraldo Perdomo challenging the strike call unsuccessfully. At this point in the game, he had only permitted a single hit, a double that had come versus Gabriel Moreno, in an at-bat that featured that aforementioned 68-mile-per-hour eephus curve, as well as a 100-mile-per-hour fastball that, to the catcher's credit, he managed to hit fairly well. Still, it wouldn't lead to anything in the way of runs. In his third and fourth at-bats, he again reached on a base on balls as well as notching his second single, giving him, at this point, 4 separate instances of reaching base. Getting back to what he was doing with his arm, he had perhaps his most brain in a blender inning in the 5th, when he struck out another batter on a near triple-digit heater, and then froze the one after on a sub-80-mile-per-hour curveball, this one with more bite than the eephus variant, but with still more than 20 miles an hour of separation. The 6th would be his final encore, with him still pumping heat up there, but giving up a single and walk in the process, leading to him facing one of the best players in baseball so far this year, Corbin Carroll, with guys on first and second. It was then he managed to do something nearly impossible, get the lefty to ground into a double play, ending the frame with just 89 pitches thrown. However, he would get pulled in what was then a comfortable 5-0 game. Our last real notable instance involving the Japanese unicorn came in the 9th, when he followed up his only out of the day, a strikeout in the 7th, with his 3rd hit of the night, a single to right field, one that gave him 5 separate instances of reaching base, which made him the first pitcher since 1964, per Sarah Langs, to have a scoreless start of 6+ innings, and reach base 5+ times. I do want to circle back to dive a little deeper into the topic at hand, though. His ridiculous speed variations in this one, because, you see, it wasn't just his highs and lows worth discussing. Every single offering in his arsenal besides his cutter had a speed variation range of at least 7 miles an hour, with his fastball going as low as 93 and as high as 100, his sweeper coming in at 78 to 89, and his curve ranging from 68 to 81. My best guess is that this was an intentional strategy to help with his struggles with location, and to perhaps conserve his energy, which led to results that are hard to argue with, being 6 innings of shutout ball with just 3 base runners allowed, and 6 punch-outs. It seems like every game he gives us something new to discuss, but I guess that shouldn't be all too surprising, considering the incredibly unique nature of what he's able to do. The universal code amongst players and managers is that you defend your player at all costs, because they're the one that's on your team, right? Even if it perhaps goes against your better judgment in some cases. After all, you have to defer to those guys that are in your clubhouse. But we just got a chance yesterday to see a pitcher do something so indefensible that their own manager outright condemned it after the game, saying that they were, in no uncertain terms, in the wrong. And I really respect him for it. A.J. Hinch, manager of the Tigers, was sitting on the bench in a then 10-2 ball game, just having watched pitcher Framber Valdez give up back-to-back home runs, each of which were over 109 miles an hour, before then having to endure the drama of an intentional hit by pitch, with Valdez putting his only four-seamer of this season so far in between the numbers of Trevor Story. A little side note here, but it was a little bit embarrassing to hear the Tigers broadcast analyze this whole situation, as they somehow believed that it may have not been intentional.
Jason, there was no warnings issued, there was nothing going on, and just to throw a guy out for hitting one batter, they don't know if it was intentional.
Yeah, you can't know.
Nobody
can't
knows.
know, and there were no warnings. So this is one of those, though, where you do say, what's the point of warnings in other games?
Yeah, I have no idea what they were talking about. Like I said in the video I made about this whole incident specifically yesterday, this is way too coincidental to consider it anything but shamefully intentional. And hey, even Hinch, Framber's own manager, after the game had this to say on the whole thing, as relayed by Chris McCoskey on Twitter. "We play a really good brand of baseball here. That didn't feel like it. I'm not judging intent, but I know when you go out there on the field in those confrontations, you usually feel like you're in the right. It didn't feel good being out there. Now, obviously, he can't say directly that his pitcher meant to do it, otherwise this could come with what might already be an impending suspension. But that's basically the same thing in so many words. And to say that it was out of concert with their brand of baseball and that he didn't feel good out there tells you really everything you need to know. Because I detailed the whole play quickly yesterday, something that I didn't get a chance to point out specifically, which I will here, was the lefty's reaction upon getting tossed. Who reacts like that if it wasn't intentional? He literally just nodded his head slightly and then made his way off the field, not even attempting to stay in the ballgame. Between this and the circumstances preceding, that's pretty much all the evidence you need in my opinion. And after now hearing AJ's perspective after the whole thing settled down, I think it's clear there's going to be some pretty harsh conversations had in that clubhouse. And hopefully, this kind of bad behavior can be put behind a guy who will have to step up if the Tigers want to have any hope of contending during what is undoubtedly, due to injuries, their hardest stretch of the season. I made a video about this play involving Shohei Ohtani yesterday that had garnered some real negative attention across the baseball space for being quote-unquote rigged, even though it actually was the correct call per Angel Stadium's ground rules. But something that got lost in the mix of what was supposed to be a focus video was the performance of the pitcher he actually registered it off of, being Alek Manoah, who not only had one of the worst games you'll ever see from a stats perspective, but also, even more importantly for the purposes of this video, from a raw stuff one as well. Alek entered in the 8th inning of a game that was already 6-2, meaning his job was just to keep it relatively close. But, oh man, would he not be able to accomplish this? A tough luck dribbler off the bat of Max Muncy and one out walk to Alex Call set up the play that I mentioned in yesterday's video, with Ohtani driving a ball down the right field line for what ended up being a Little League home run. None of this is what I really wanted to discuss though, nor even his subsequent legit home run hit off the bat of Mookie Betts. No, my real interest peaked in his performance in the 9th inning of this one. It started with him walking the leadoff batter on what was considered to be a changeup at 85 miles an hour. This was our first instance of him throwing so slow it was a misread by the broadcast, as StatCast would later designate this as a sinker instead of an off-speed pitch, based on its movement characteristics and relative speed. Then, after a line drive from Andy Paez, Muncy dribbled another ground ball, this one back to Manoah, who fielded it and fired it into center field. While obviously this was an ugly play, I want to point out something. If you were to take away the visual representation of the speeds of this and that leadoff walk to Smith, they would be virtually indistinguishable. So I'm not actually sure if there weren't some sub 84 mile an hour sinkers in here as well. You could see the same pattern in the next at bat versus Teoscar Hernandez when he ripped a 1-1 changeup down the left field line for a single after a nice diving stop from Vaughn Grissom. Again, when we revisit StatCast, this was considered a sinker, but it was so slow yet again that it was mischaracterized. From this point, his velo was so slow that we would see the same thing happen twice versus his next batter, Alex Call, throwing multiple mid-80s sinker changeups en route to achieving his first out of the frame on a K. After Hyesung Kim walked on what I believe was a more legit change piece, considering it was 80, Ohtani would drive him from the contest completely with a bases clearing double on one of his few designated four-seamers that came in at 85 miles an hour. Aside from this embarrassing phenomena of his pitches being mischaracterized because of their lack of speed, his final line was certainly embarrassing in its own right. 1 1/3 innings pitched, with 8 earned runs, 3 walks, and 2 strikeouts. And the under-the-hood stuff was every bit as bad as this, with Thomas Nestico, who has a great website by the way called TJ Stats, having his Stuff Plus average for this appearance come in at just 89. 11% worse than a typical big league hurler. All of this got him a demotion to AAA. Though, I gotta be honest, with stuff like this, I find it hard to believe he's going to be able to retire hitters at any organized level, let alone those at the second highest rung of minor league baseball.
One of my favorite things about baseball is the charting of probabilities. We have a chance to see things like expected batting average, weighted on base percentage, run expectancies, etc. Most of the ones you'll see will range from incredibly impressive to downright abysmal, but once in a while, you run across a major outlier, something that occurs that is so ridiculous you just have to take a second to really appreciate it. Which is exactly what we saw the punctuation of yesterday, when Tyler Tolbert, a 28-year-old career pinch runner primarily, tied an MLB record with 12 consecutive hits, a feat that had a chance of occurring of 1 in 244 million. I'll get more to Sam McDowell's tweet on the whole situation a bit later on, but first let me take you through each of his knocks, starting with one that probably shouldn't have been, when a weakly lined ball back to the mound went off the glove of pitcher Jesus Luzardo, allowing a guy with 95th percentile speed to easily beat it out. Number 2 was much more typical, a fastball down the middle that he took into right field at 103 miles an hour. From here, he got pinch hit for in the 7th, ending his day. His next contest would be where the real fireworks would start, as after not playing in the following game, he would come out with a vengeance in Casey's rubber match with the Phillies, dribbling an infield single in the bottom of the first as part of a massive rally, then tacking on in the bottom of the third with his first extra base hit of this historic stretch, a gapper that scored a run and made it 8-1. This would kick off a bit of a power outburst, as just 2 frames later, in the bottom of the 5th, he would launch his first home run of the year just over the left field wall, pushing his team's score into double digits. Things would get dialed back down to the infield hit variety in the bottom of the 6th, again showing off those insane wheels to beat out a pretty routine play from Alec Boehm, making him 4 for 4 on the day. He would officially secure a 5 for 5 in the 8th by punching a balloon out to left center field. That was, at this point, his 7th consecutive knock. If this is where it ended, of course, it would have been a nice little story, but not in any way historic. No, it will be what he would do in his next contest versus the Mets that would lock it in as such. His night began in the top of the 2nd, when, batting 9th in a then 3-0 game, he launched another dinger, this one on a hanging cutter inside. Coming into the game before, he had hit exactly 1 homer in his first 100 or so career plate appearances. In the bottom of the 4th, again down by 3, he would line a ball the other way, this one on one hop to Carson Benj. His next 2 ABs would end in very similar ways, with dribbling ground balls to the left side, that again, because of his outlier wheels, could not be turned into outs, giving him, at the time, 11 straight plate appearances with a knock. This put him 1 short of tying the all-time record, which, with his squad now up by 3 in the top of the 7th, he would indeed do, in perhaps the most appropriate way, on a check swing nubber to short, drawing a big smile from the righty shortly afterwards. He would get one more chance to stand alone in the top of the 9th when he flipped a shallow fly ball to right field, which, unfortunately for him, ended up finding the glove of Benj, ending his historic streak. After the game, it was Sam McDowell, who, in a story for KansasCity.com, detailed that the chances of a career 200 hitter getting 12 consecutive knocks was about 1 in 244 million, which he contrasted with the odds of being struck by lightning twice in your lifetime, the odds of which come in at 1 in 234 million. Those are some of the craziest odds I've ever seen in regards to baseball, and certainly worth detailing here for you guys.
Pete Crow Armstrong is off to a great start when it comes to his overall value metrics in 2026, with him putting up over 2 wins above replacement through his first 50 games. However, it has not been nearly as flashy as what he did in the previous season, because he's slugging under 360, with an OPS just barely over 650. The big reason he's even been useful is his ridiculous defensive performance so far, which has yielded 12 fielding runs, tops in the big leagues at this point. However, you wouldn't be able to tell based on his most recent 3-game set versus the Brewers, when he had one of the worst series you will ever see, both at the plate and in the field, and against a division rival no less, with his team getting swept as well. I'm going to take you through his performance in each game individually. Things began pretty well for the lefty, with him making a catch that perhaps looked a little bit harder than he usually makes it, with a little leap at the end, but still managing to successfully take an extra base hit away from Jake Bauers. This would end up being, by far, his highest point we'll look at, because his struggles would begin in the bottom of that very same inning, when he grounded out routinely to Joey Ortiz. But at least he managed to make contact, something that would elude him in the bottom of the 5th, when with his team now down 8-0, he struck out looking on a fastball that was in a relatively decent spot to hit. Then in the 6th, with a chance to help his team get back in it, with the score now being 9-3 with a couple guys on, he flied out to shallow left, with Jackson Chourio making an easy catch. And then his final at-bat of the day would come in the bottom of the 9th, when he punched out once again, this time in more typical Pete fashion, chasing a slider nowhere close with an ugly half swing. Game 2 would begin in exactly the same fashion, with him chasing a dastardly curve from Jacob Mizorowski to strike out once again. This is when we would get a chance to see our first defensive miscue, when, in the 4th, he cut over to the right center field gap on a routine fly ball from Sal Frelick, before just dropping it, with this perhaps being the easiest ball he's ever managed to mess up at the big league level. The bottom of the 5th would see him strike out in what was, at this point, his 3rd straight at-bat, taking another disjointed swing on a 99-mile-per-hour fastball that was well placed by the Miz. This looks bad, not really because of the result, but the overall aesthetics. He just looked way out of sorts. He would manage to finally do something in the bottom of the 8th inning, getting a sinker in on his hands and flipping it the other way for a 70-mile-per-hour single. Spoiler alert, this would be his only hit of the entire series. And then, to cap his night off, he would ground out weakly to second baseman Bryce Terang for the 2nd out of the 9th. This brings us to what was, overall, his worst game of the set, when he led off his night by in the top of the 2nd inning, allowing this routine single to center field to skip by him on an ugly-looking Olay maneuver, which not only scored both base runners, but allowed the hitter, David Hamilton, to round the bases with a Little League home run. This is just not an image we're used to seeing from Pete. He would then proceed to hop in the box and punch out looking on a well-placed fastball in the 3rd, before striking out on a nearly identical pitch in the 6th, this time at least going down swinging, admittedly with another pretty ugly hack. At the time, his team was down 4-0. His final at-bat would come in the bottom of the 9th, when he dribbled a routine ground ball to first baseman Bowers. His numbers overall for the series came in at 1 for 11 at the plate, with 6 strikeouts and 2 miscues in the field, one of which directly cost his team multiple runs, all being registered in losing efforts for his team overall, as part of what has been a recent slide for a once-hot squad, who has now been beaten 5 games in a row, and 8 of their last 10. I literally just did a video last week on the New York Mets getting embarrassed by the Philadelphia Phillies. And as much as it's fun to talk about bad baseball being played, I swear I don't really want to keep harping on how bad they've been this year, because believe me, they have indeed been very bad. But I just have to talk about what occurred last night, because it was arguably a season low for them, when they made not 1, not 2, not 3, but 6 separate errors in a single game, and it ended up being the literal difference in their contest versus the Cubs. We start on literally the 3rd batter of the game in this video presented by SeatGeek, when Seiya Suzuki dribbled a routine ground ball out to Gold Glove shortstop Francisco Lindor, who was actually in his first game returning from injury, getting off to a great start when he booted it. This one at least wouldn't lead to a run though, which is not something you could say about the next one, when, in the top of the 4th, Marcus Semien messed up another easy one, this time compounding the issue by making an offline throw to first, even though he had plenty of time to still get slow backstop Carson Kelly. Instead of being out number 1, it was runners in the corners with nobody out, and this would help contribute to a snowball effect that would result in 3 runs scoring before the frame was over. But, oh, were we just getting started? Because the final 3 frames in this one would house 4 of their 6 total, starting with Semien's second miscue, this one coming on a pop-up to shallow right. Mercifully again though, because of the efforts of Luke Weaver, who's been absolutely nails recently, a then 1-run ball game would remain that when Kelly grounded into a double play. The only inning to feature multiple errors would be the next one, in the 8th, when Pedro Ramirez claimed the 3rd separate infielder with a ground ball that couldn't be handled by Bo Bichette. All of these to this point were hit under 95 miles an hour. That put a runner on first with nobody out, and it was just 2 batters later that PCA would nearly get robbed of an RBI hit on a diving play by Mark Vientos, only to see the throw go off the glove of reliever AJ Minter. This was designated as a throwing error on Mark, which meant all 4 infielders now had one, though I think reasonably you could pin that one more on AJ. You gotta catch that. That made the deficit 7-5. Still, amazingly, there was at least a chance versus what had been a leaky Cubs bullpen. If they could just manage to hold it here, and they would, at least to close out the 8th. The 9th would be a very different story though, as with 2 outs, Nico Horner would fly a ball to right field that could not be hauled in by Brett Beatty. This was not one of our errors though, instead being a double that probably should have been caught, and New York would immediately pay the price when Kelly knocked a ball towards first, seeing it go off the glove of Vientos for the 6th and final categorized mistake. A Ramirez pop-up would then make its way into right field on another tough luck knock, one that perhaps on another night you'd expect Marcus to be able to grab. But certainly not on this one. Before it was all said and done, the deficit had grown to 5 runs, with Lindor lining out to officially end another terrible amnesia game in a season that has been to this point absolutely chock full of them, one that featured 5 unearned runs allowed. I think something that a lot of people forget is that the players on the field are humans too, with real perspectives and feelings, which can lead them to the occasional bout of emotional frustration, especially when they're under the microscope. This is why I believe that you really couldn't have faulted Brewers rookie Cooper Pratt yesterday if he had been a little bit sour about having his MLB debut go about as bad as it possibly could have. But instead, he addressed all of this in the classiest way possible after the game, in what ended up being a reaction so notable that I wanted to share it with you guys. First, let me take you through his performance in more detail. His first actions on the diamond were pretty routine when he started a 5-4-3 double play off the bat of Stephen Kwan in the top of the second, helping to end what could have been a troublesome inning for the Brew Crew. His first at-bat would come in the following frame when he faced off against Slade Cecconi, and on the second pitch, flipped a routine grounder to shortstop, where it was handled easily by Brian Rocchio. Shortly after, in the top of the fourth, his single biggest lowlight of the day would occur, when Rocchio knocked his own simple grounder to Pratt, who fielded it on the backhand and then, as he went to throw, slipped a bit, leading to his toss sailing well over the head of Andrew Vaughn, turning it into a 2-base error. In a then scoreless game, this could have easily led to something disastrous, and yet, none of his emotions on display were negative. Obviously, he wasn't happy with the play, but he didn't start sulking like you'll see a lot of guys do. He just locked back in, and his pitcher, Robert Gasser, would support him by retiring the next 3 hitters with relative ease, keeping this one 0-0. Cooper's second at-bat would come in the bottom of the 5th, this time with the runner on, and it would bring with it yet another dribbling routine grounder. Though at least this time it managed to advance Garrett Mitchell to second base. This still wouldn't lead to anything on the scoreboard, which at the time was 1-0 on an earlier Bryce Turang homer. Let's jump to the 8th now for the rookie's final at-bat, which came after a 2-out game-tying single from Gabriel Arias and then nearly immediate go-ahead homer from Garrett, one that traveled 440 feet. Pratt could not join in on the fun though, finding his 3rd separate infielder of the night on a ground ball to first baseman Kyle Manzardo. A couple innings later, the ballgame was over courtesy of a dubious swinging strike 3 call on Arias, one that regardless put a period on the shortstop's first game, which again featured an over 3 performance at the plate with that throwing error in the 4th. And yet, I want you to try to detect even a hint of negativity in his post-game media session, shared by Adam McCulvey on Twitter.
It was exciting. I mean, obviously I didn't get my first knock or anything like that, but we won, so vibes were fantastic. Heart was rushing the first at bat and the first time I ran out there, but it was surreal. And then especially when McGill came in and all the lights flicked off, that was pretty cool.
What are you going to remember most from tonight in your debut?
We won, that's for sure. Maybe I'll remember the ball that I threw halfway up the net, but got out of the way early.
This is a player that other players want to be teammates with. The prioritizing of his team's success above his own, the acknowledgement that he was indeed nervous without making excuses, and the infectious, beaming positivity. This was all really cool to see, and I'm sure Milwaukee's number 4 overall prospect will be finding success at the big league level soon enough, regardless. The Giants are off to the 2nd worst start in the entire National League through 49 games, being at this point 20-29 with an atrocious -49 run differential. And yet, despite all these losses stacking up by mid-May, I think we may have just witnessed the worst so far. One so bad that it literally had their announcing team stunned into silence before an obvious amount of disgust managed to work its way through before the broadcast concluded. Things began in about as sloppy fashion as possible on the night, with Corbin Carroll getting a Little League home run 1 batter into the bottom of the 1st, with it officially going to the books as a triple and throwing error on Luis Arraez, when his relay toss hit Corbin in the head, a sequence of events that did little to deter who has been the best metric base runner since his debut in 2022. And yet, San Francisco showed something in the very next frame they haven't most of the year. Some resiliency, getting back-to-back home runs from Rafael Devers and Willy Adames, and then, with 1 out, an RBI double from Daniel Susac.
All of a sudden, they had a 3-1 lead. But, like has been the case for much of this nightmare of a campaign, their bats would proceed to not manage to add on even a single tally for the rest of the game. There were a couple close calls, sure, like when Rafael was robbed with a runner on first by Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in the third, or when Willie Adames grounded out with runners on second and third in the fifth, but all it ended up amounting to was a giant blue balling for the fan base. On the mound, things were certainly a bit shaky as they were giving up base runners left and right. But thanks to some timely double plays, they managed to work their way out of it. Like in the seventh, when, with the bases loaded, Keaton Winn induced a twin killing off the bat of Adrian Del Castillo, with Winn even getting over to cover the bag after a diving effort from Devers. Or in the eighth, when, in the exact same situation as the previous frame, Nolan Arenado hit into a DP. Little side note here, but holy moly is Arenado slow now. This meant, entering the bottom of the ninth, they still somehow had a 2-run cushion. And with 2 outs and a guy on first, things looked pretty good for a victory. Then base runner Ildemaro Vargas advanced to second on defensive indifference before being scored on a single from Del Castillo. It was at this point it felt like the baseball gods stepped in, tossing Arizona a catcher's interference on what would have been strike 2, meaning it was all going to come down to a guy who's had a relatively slow start to 2026, and yet still has down-ballot MVP upside, Ketel Marte. And on a 1-0 pitch, this is how the Giants broadcast would react to what came next.
I don't really have anything else to say, Mike, and I don't think you do either. So I'm going to say this. Final score, D-backs 5, Giants 3.
To hear that level of silence following what was obviously the biggest play of the game just shows the level of exhaustion that Dwayne Kuiper and Mike Krukow felt after that embarrassing loss. A sentiment that I currently share in regards to my favorite team, the Tigers, who have an identical win-loss record to the Giants as of now, with both teams seemingly being unable to stop the bleeding as they continue to drift further and further from any reasonable contention for a playoff spot. My heart goes out to you, Giants fans, and I really hope both of our squads can turn it around to at least reasonable territory going forward. The Dodgers have been known for a long time as one of, if not the zestiest team in baseball, with Kike Hernandez and Mookie Betts not only living up to this image, but downright encouraging it feels at times. And yet, it seems like they may have a challenger, and not just any other team, but their historic rivals, the Giants, who broke out a celebration a couple days ago that was deemed so obscene by somebody that it was banned internally after just one night, with San Francisco having some fun with it following a victory the next day, and another squad, seemingly, giving a nod to it. In the first of their 3-game set in LA, the guys in orange and black, who came into the contest 8 games under 500, got contributions from a couple players they desperately needed them from, including Rafael Devers, who went 2 for 3 with a home run, 2 walks, 2 RBI, and 3 runs scored, and Willie Adames, who knocked in 3 on a couple hits. Overall, they got production from up and down what had been the worst lineup in baseball, knocking 12 hits and 9 runs by the time Jesus Rodriguez grounded out the 9th. And so, it was, following a 1-2-3 frame by JT Brubaker, with him getting Mookie Betts to fly out to left field to end it, that we would see the controversial celebration, with all 3 of the outfielders getting together and... yeah, I think you can understand why that may have turned some heads. It went pretty viral on social media, garnering over 8 million views after being posted by Bay Area Trev. And apparently that didn't sit well with somebody in the organization, as Andrew Baggerly shared the next day, when he posted that a message had been sent to the clubhouse to knock it off more or less. But, of course, the same minds who could concoct such a thing had a follow-up unveiled after San Francisco's 6-2 win versus Yoshinobu Yamamoto, a game that featured the first multi-home run output versus the Japanese ace from any individual player, coming, ironically, from Eric Haas, a journeyman catcher playing in just his 6th game with the team. Anyway, after Shohei grounded out to Luis Arraez to put a stamp on this one, the group got together and, instead of doing anything that could be construed as obscene, decided to do a respectful bow, which, of course, would go viral again. The influence of these 2 nights was not lost on other teams as well, with the Mets, after pummeling the Tigers 10-3, which, by the way, was a nightmare game to be subjected to as a Tigers fan, broke out their own muted variation, with 2 of the 3 culprits being rookies in AJ Ewing, who had an RBI triple and 3 walks in his debut, by the way, and Carson Bench, who's looked pretty good since starting slow. Despite the fact that San Francisco is still 6 games under the 500 mark, I do think there's enough in the roster to at least contend for a wildcard spot, and it'll be interesting to see what other kinds of celebrations they break out along the way. Before we go as well, I want to acknowledge something pointed out by Sarah Langs, one of the best follows possible on Twitter, by the way, who tweeted out that this was the first time since 1936 that the Dodgers had lost 4 games in a row, all by 4+ runs.
This in some ways shows the excellence of the organization, as every other franchise had at least 4 such streaks in this time, but also displays their relative struggles as of late, with the Padres managing to, for the time being, remain atop the West in mid-May. With the implementation of ABS, there was always going to be a certain number of challenges that weren't going to be allowed because they were issued too late, and we've seen a few of those this season. But what we hadn't seen, at least not to my knowledge, until yesterday, was an umpire not allow a player to challenge a pitch because he thought the batter was cheating by receiving help from his dugout, a fact that he very clearly told the hitter to his face. I'm going to break this whole situation down in today's video presented by Morgan & Morgan, who want to fight to help you recover up to $1,000 in damages caused by Google and Meta for addictive social media practices, the details of which you can find at the end of the video. Brian Reynolds was at the plate with 2 outs in the top of the first, getting a 2-0 breaking ball well below the zone for a called strike. The switch hitter then paused for a moment before tapping his helmet. Home plate ump Chris Guccione seemed like he was going to allow it for a second before turning to Reynolds and shaking his head. So, why exactly did he deny it? Well, I want you to listen to the audio of the pitch as it was being delivered.
At bat against JT Ginn.
Did you hear that pronounced no, no, no? Well, apparently it came from Pittsburgh's dugout, and Guccione interpreted this as a signal from someone in there to challenge, which, of course, would be cheating, disallowing Brian's right to ask for a review. I want to shout out John Boy Media for putting text over much of Chris's conversation with both Reynolds and manager Don Kelly. They are really good over there at the lip-reading stuff, obviously. The entire umpiring crew would get together shortly after to make sure they all agreed. And indeed they did, officially sealing this as the first time I have ever seen a hitter be accused of cheating using the ABS system. Now, I'm not 100% sure this is what happened, but I can understand where Guccione was coming from. If you have even a sliver of concern about this as a game caller, you have to take action, and quick. Otherwise, situations like the 2017 Astros could come about before you know it. Reynolds, for his part, proceeded to retaliate by having one of the best games of his entire career, going 4 for 5 with homers in the 6th and 7th innings, the latter of which tied the game at 5 when it just barely snuck over the glove of Lawrence Butler. His contributions were essential, and the Buccos eventually emerging victorious, as they got a go-ahead 9th inning home run from Brandon Lau, then a clutch pitching performance by Gregory Soto, who worked around a little trouble by inducing a game-ending lineout from Jacob Wilson. Little side note, but how the hell did he make contact with that? Anyway, this brought the Pirates' record back to 500, as they looked to hang around the National League playoff picture going into the middle of the year for the first time in a very long time. Since his tough rookie season, in which he had -8 fielding run value, Bobby Witt Jr. has been the most successful infielder in baseball in this regard, with 50 FRV over the last roughly 3.5 seasons. This is largely because of his ridiculous athleticism that allows him to reach balls that most guys just simply can't, his howitzer of an arm that throws out guys from any place even close to short, and what we're going to be talking about today principally, his instincts, which helped him yesterday to directly save a run by faking out a base runner so badly it put their brain in a blender. The Royals were down 3-1 in the 8th inning, courtesy of productive outs being registered all night by the Cardinals, including 2 sacrifice flies and a successful contact play. This has been a part largely of St. Louis's offense all year, by the way, doing the little things to push across any runs they can muster, and it's been successful enough that they're 8 games over 500 at this point. The Royals had answered with one of their own in the 5th on an RBI single from Vinny Pasquantino, so things were within reasonable territory when Alec Burleson came up with runners on 1st and 2nd and 2 outs, though they became less so after he lined a ball to left field at 106 miles an hour, prompting this offline toss in from Isaac Collins, which was grabbed and then fired wide towards third by catcher Elias Diaz, going into the outfield as a result. You'd have thought that this would have scored base runner Ivan Herrera, and easily, as he had all day to come home, but it did not, because in the process of Witt Jr. getting over to cover the bag, he had put a phantom tag on that was executed so well, Herrera fully believed he was going to get tagged out if he stayed, despite the emphatic urges of his third base coach to go. This is a play that a lot of guys are going to try to execute, but it's the specific subtle movements that I think sell it so well, largely being how casual he was. A lot of guys will overemphasize the attempt, which is a dead giveaway they don't have the ball. Bobby does just enough to fool Herrera, and don't get me wrong, he was fooled. That's the face of somebody who had no idea what was going on. And for a moment, it seemed like it might end up mattering, when Jose Fermin popped up to third base to officially seal that saved run. Then Jack Caglione led off the 9th with a home run, followed shortly after by a Collins single, bringing the tying run to the plate with nobody out. Unfortunately, in what has been a pattern for KC lately, these 2 runs would be the extent of their production, with Kyle Isabel eventually grounding into a double play to end things, dropping them to 8 games under 500, though, bizarrely, they are still only 2.5 games out of a wildcard spot in what has been an absolutely atrocious start for the American League so far. Listen, before we get started, I just want to say I am a Tiger fan myself, so I'm coming into this whole situation that I'm going to detail with, if anything, a little bit of bias towards my favorite team. And yet, I think what's happened over the last couple days in terms of drama in association with Josh Naylor is pretty ridiculous. And I think what has to be the cherry on top of all of it is the fact that Framber Valdez, noted model citizen, made everything worse by stoking the flames of a fire that, quite simply, didn't need to be there. But before we get to the epicenter of all of this, we have to go back to Game 1 of the series, when Kevin McGonigal grounded a slider to first base, where Naylor bobbled it, and then, instead of flipping to pitcher Brian Wu, decided to take it himself, which ended up causing a bit of a collision with him and the Rookie of the Year contender. This, in my opinion, was stupid. There's no reason to risk contact there for either guy by not just flipping it to Wu, but I also don't think he was intentionally trying to injure McGonigal. Remember, most MLB players would not have been hustling that hard down the line. This, of course, was not the only bit of drama in association with the burly lefty, who had managed to score from first base on an RBI double off the bat of Randy Rosarena the next day, with people online seeming to think he was intentionally throwing his sliding mitt in the way of catcher Dylan Dingler in the process. I can understand why people thought this, and I'm not saying he didn't, but I'm also not 100% sure that this was the case. It was not what you would call in replay terms clear and convincing. Annoying, but not necessarily infuriating. The Tigers did seem to feel differently, however, as the next time he came to the plate, starter Cater Montero would give him a 96-mile-per-hour fastball in the northern part of his body, more specifically in the upper shoulder just below his head. Naylor would say this immediately after. And wouldn't you know it, just a couple pitches later, a Rosarena was grounding into an inning-ending double play, allowing him to make a hard slide into second. A lot of people online, again, have said that this was dirty, that he was trying to intentionally injure Gleyber Torres, who had just gotten off the IL. But if you watch the replay, he didn't veer so wildly off course that we can say he was trying to eviscerate ligaments or something. At this point, I'm sure you're asking, where does Framber come into all this? I mean, he wasn't even on the mound, having pitched Friday. Well, Naylor after the game would say, as relayed by Jason Beck on Twitter, that he knew his hit by pitch was on purpose when he saw Valdez pointing and laughing at him on the bench. Hurler Montero would deny that this was intentional after the game, which usually is how things like this go. If guys are going to police themselves, you're going to have a certain amount of this, even if I'm personally not a fan of old school hardball. But what you don't do is taunt the opposing team with the kind of actions Valdez was making, especially when he, in no world, is going to be the guy who ends up paying for it. Since he's came to Detroit, this guy has acted like a dirtbag quite a few times, and I gotta say, his antics for me personally are starting to wear a little bit thin, as we've already seen him intentionally plunk a guy earlier this year because he was getting shelled, as well as that notorious incident with his catcher last year in Houston. The rubber match of the series is today, so it'll be interesting to see if there's any additional fireworks that end up taking place.
Jacob Mizorowski throws hard, yeah, everyone gets it, I know. But he did something yesterday that he has never done before, because, quite simply, no one has, which is throw a fastball that had a perceived velocity of a rounded up 108 miles an hour. And he did it in an appearance that allowed him to accomplish multiple things that we hadn't seen in well over half a century. I'll get into all of that near the end of the video, but first, let me take you through his appearance overall. Things began in an atypical way for the tall righty, as while he was pumping insane gas, including striking out Hunter Goodman on a 103-mile-per-hour heater in the second inning, he wasn't really striking guys out through the first 2 frames, with Hunter actually being the only guy he retired in this fashion. The third would be when we would see our highlighted offering, as after punching out Edouard Julien on a 100-mile-per-hour cutter, he, on an 0-1, fired this fastball away to Kyle Karros at 103.7 miles an hour. This broke the record he himself had set earlier this year at 103.6, but it also did something else. You see, because of his ridiculous extension and the conditions present at Coors Field in terms of air quality, this pitch had a perceived velocity of 107.5 miles an hour. This broke the all-time record previously set by Aroldis Chapman in 2024 by nearly half a mile an hour. That's just crazy, right? It literally looked like it was 108. And yet, he wasn't done, as on the 2-1 in the same at-bat, he would hit 103.4. That also had a perceived velo of 107 exactly. To Kyle's credit, he wouldn't punch out, lining to Jackson Chourio in center shortly after, ahead of an inning-ending pop-out. The fourth only saw a single punch-out as well, on a 92-mile-per-hour slider. It would not be until the fifth when he managed to register multiple strikeouts in a frame. Unfortunately, though, for him, an error from Joey Ortiz would open the door for Karros to come through with an RBI double, making the score, at the time, 2-1. There would be some more trouble in the sixth, with the bases becoming loaded with just one out after a single, hit by pitch, and walk. He would still manage to work out of it though, eventually retiring Ezequiel Tovar on a ground ball to second base. This brings us to his final inning on the day, the seventh, when, after punching out Julian on a curveball, he would issue another walk, and then give up a single. For a moment, it seemed like his night might be over, but in response to this notion, he stared down his manager, Pat Murphy, who was kind of milling around in the dugout, making sure he knew that this was his game, and he would indeed come through with back-to-back strikeouts on just 7 total pitches. This gave him a final line of the day of 7 innings thrown, with 4 hits allowed, 1 run that wasn't earned, 3 walks, and 8 strikeouts. After the game concluded a couple frames later with the final score of 7-1, we would get a chance to examine 2 stats as pointed out on Twitter by Sarah Langs and @JHeyKid, with Sarah mentioning that this was the lowest ERA that a starter had managed to maintain in 7 starts since the mound was lowered in 1968 at 0-20, and the Nugget chef himself pointing out that this was the first time that a starter had allowed 1 earned run and fewer than 20 hits in that same span since Bob Feller in 1946. This guy will not stop doing things that are completely downright historic, and I will continue to cover them as best as I can as they come down the pike. The Cubs and White Sox played one of the most exciting games of the year yesterday, when they traded leads 4 times and saw 8 combined runs score in the final 3 innings, culminating in a walk-off home run from Edgar Quero. But there was also something notable that had happened earlier on in the contest, when Pete Crow Armstrong, after not being able to make what would have been a ridiculous play, started verbally sparring with a fan right after, uttering some obscenities that ended up being caught on camera. Then, post-game, throwing another one out there. The Cubs were up 4-2 in the bottom of the 5th inning with 2 outs and 2 guys on, when Miguel Vargas flied a middle-cut fastball 395 feet to right center field, where PCA pursued it and then, at the last second, leapt into the fence to try to make what would have been one of his best catches of the year. Unfortunately for him, it wouldn't work out that way, as it would end up just eluding his glove, allowing the tying runs to cross the plate as a result. Then, after remaining on the ground for a second, which caused some concern that there might be an injury, he got up and was able to be seen clearly on both broadcasts, jawing at a White Sox fan through the fence, with them being pretty effusive in their body movements as he clearly said something interesting. It would be shortly after that this video would be posted to Twitter by Nate, showing a far more intimate view of exactly what happened. While his words can be a little hard to make out on first listen, you can definitely hear it a bit more when considering the framing provided by Nate in the actual tweet itself. While I certainly don't approve of MLB players ever using language like this towards fans of any team, I can understand that there might have been some sincere frustration at the lack of decorum being shown towards somebody who was still on the ground with a potential injury when the heckling began. And let's be honest, it's not like Pete really cares about what opposing fans think of him, as he leveled some pretty harsh criticisms towards Dodger fans earlier in the year. When he was asked post-game about this whole interaction, he would go on to say to Jesse Rogers that, quote, "Some lady decided to start talking blank, and I felt the need to say it back." There was certainly something refreshing about his honesty on the whole situation. Anyway, like I said, the game itself was pretty epic, with Tristan Peters giving his team a 3-run cushion in the bottom of the 8th on a home run, and then with 1 out in the 9th, Michael Conforto tied it up with a long ball for the Cubs. He has been excellent for them, by the way, after a rough year with LA. This was followed by a run-scoring groundout from Alex Bregman in the 10th. And then that Quero blast I mentioned in the intro, a 1-out walk-off home run to the left center field gap that helped the White Sox to improve to 24-22, a bit shockingly at this point in the season, being just 1 game back of the top spot in the AL Central. The entire purpose of replay review being instituted now more than a decade ago, which, by the way, if that doesn't make you feel a little bit old in terms of baseball rule changes, I don't know what will, was to root out obvious calls that were missed by the umpiring crew in real time. That seems like it should be pretty self-explanatory, right? But yet, somehow, in a game yesterday between the Cubs and Rangers, a play that ended up being as clear as day was gotten wrong after New York had had the time to review the footage for as long as they pleased. It was in the bottom of the 4th inning in a scoreless game with runners on 2nd and 3rd when Alejandro Ozuna dribbled a changeup to first base, where Michael Busch grabbed it and then fired home. A toss that seemed to the naked eye, to me, to be in time, but admittedly by a margin so close you just knew there was going to be a replay of some sort initiated no matter how it went. Which indeed was true. After the call of safe, Chicago sent it to NY to be looked at closer, and for a moment it seemed pretty clear that it was going to get overturned. I mean,
Look at this replay. The tag is very firmly on the upper part of base runner Josh Young's leg, with his foot being multiple inches away from the plate. The Cubs announcing crew were so convinced, in fact, that they literally started talking as if the decision had already been made. This, however, would not be how things would end up going. After a fairly lengthy review, the crew on the field announced that the play would stand, prompting this reaction from the Chicago booth in response.
The call stands. Runner safe.
No. I don't think so, fellas. I don't think so.
I really have no idea what they were looking at here, and again, I think the question has to be asked, what's even the point of replay review if we can't get calls like this correct? Pretty ridiculous in my opinion. And what made things even worse is that it looked like this could end up being an incredibly consequential call, because Jameson Taillon would work his way out of further damage, and then proceed to duel opposite his counterpart in the day, Jacob deGrom, all the way until the later innings, with the score being 1-0 on that single tally entering the 8th. I guess in some ways, mercifully for the Cubs, so they wouldn't have to endure the full weight of what this would have meant, they gave up 2 in the 8th, giving Texas some breathing room before they closed things down in the 9th, bringing their record back to 2 games below 500 while handing the Cubs just their second loss in their last 10 games. Before we go as well, I wanted to do a little mini segment on this play from the Giants-Pirates game yesterday, in which Heliot Ramos seemed to completely misunderstand what was going on with the bases loaded and tie game in the bottom of the 12th, going back to try to tag on a blooper that almost always looked like it was going to drop, nearly costing the Giants the walk-off tally. Luckily for them, Ryan O'Hearn didn't even consider that this would be a possibility, leading to a rushed throw off target. All's well that ends well, I guess, but man, Ramos might have some of the worst baseball IQ I've ever seen on a big league field, and this was just another example of it. Shohei Ohtani just had his worst start of the season versus the Astros yesterday, which is kinda crazy to say when you examine the numbers. Through 7 innings and 89 pitches, he gave up just 2 runs, both on solo homers, along with 4 hits, 0 walks, and 8 strikeouts. This gives him on the season so far a league-leading ERA of .97 in 37 innings, with an ERA plus of 4.16 and a WHIP just north of 0.8. These are Cy Young contending numbers, which perhaps in part makes up for what has been his worst production at the plate in years to this point, with a slash line of just .240, .382, .432. None of this, however, is really what I wanted to discuss in today's video, instead being an at-bat he had versus Jose Altuve yesterday, in which he got him to swing at a pitch so ridiculous, it literally was a challenge for him not to burst out laughing as he went to the dugout. It was the bottom of the 5th in a 2-0 ballgame with runners on first and third and 2 outs. He started the AB with what seemed to be a wild miss on a sweeper. Keep this pitch in mind as we continue. His next offering was a perfectly located 99-mile-per-hour fastball right over the low and outside corner, taken for strike 1. A foul ball off to the right on another sweeper was then followed by a 100.9-mile-per-hour fastball, middle-low, again put out a play down the right field line. It was then that he delivered his fastest pitch of the entire season so far, an exact 101.0 that Jose got a small piece of. This was already shaping up to be a pretty epic at-bat, but it was how it would conclude that would end up being the most notable, because on the 1-2 yet again, he delivered a sweeper 3.23 feet from the center of the plate that somehow elicited a swing from Jose, ending the frame in perplexing fashion. This wild hack struck Ohtani as so bizarre, he literally was having to hold back chuckles as he made his way to catcher Will Smith. And I totally get why it might prompt some laughter. In the entire pitch tracking era, we have only seen 2 offerings that were at least 3.2 feet away from a hitter while having a height of under 1 foot get a swing, with the other coming from Bobby Witt Jr. in 2022 on a ridiculous offering in its own right. Even still, though, this was a check swing from who was, at the time, a rookie, in comparison to a 16-year veteran in Altuve. Houston would indeed end up having the last laugh when they hung on to win this one, despite their dilapidated bullpen, by a final score of 2-1. This was largely because of Peter Lambert, who threw 7 shutout innings in this one, outdueling Shohei in the process. He has looked utterly fantastic in his 4 starts since returning to the major leagues, for the first time since a horrible 2024.
If you told me going into the 2026 season that Alex Cora would be fired less than a couple months into the year, I would have looked at you like you had 3 eyes. And yet, this would have seemed even more believable somehow than Boston going into mid-June, being 12 games under 500. And yet, here we are, with them officially getting swept versus their division rival Rays yesterday. It was in this game, though, that they managed to do something that wasn't just terrible, it was historically so. Something so bad, in fact, that we hadn't seen it since 1901, 125 years ago. Their feat, if you want to call it that, began on the very first batter of the game, when Jarren Duran struck out on a cutter, followed by Ceddanne Rafaela going down on a fastball nowhere close, and Wilyer Abreu punching out on yet another heater. All this took just 11 total pitches, by the way. By the time they came up in the fourth, Tampa was out to a 1-0 lead, courtesy of a double by their catcher Nick Fortes, who entered the game with an OPS under 650, then productive outs back-to-back from Cedric Mullins and Taylor Walls. How would Duran, Rafaela, and Abreu respond? How about by striking out in order again? This time taking 13 pitches, with 7 of those alone belonging to Ceddanne in his at-bat. That made them 0 for 6 with 6 strikeouts, and 4 of them having come on just 3 pitches. Our historic achievement would come piecemeal in the 6th and 7th innings, with 3 runs having scored in the bottom of the 5th for Tampa, courtesy of some bad defense and professional at-bats all throughout the Rays lineup. Anyway, back to our topic at hand. Starter Drew Rasmussen retired Andrew Monasterio on a routine fly ball to center field leading off the 6th, bringing, once again, the top of the order to the plate. And in case you couldn't put together what would happen, both Jarren and Ceddanne would punch out yet again, this time at least making the dominant righty on the hill throw 13 pitches combined. And so it was, leading off the top of the 7th, after another run had crossed the plate on an RBI single from Yandy Diaz, that Abreu struck out on a 2-2 cutter. This made Boston's first 3 batters in their lineup on the day 0 for 9, with 9 Ks. This is what prompted Mike Mudanaski's tweet shortly after, that pointed out that they had become the first team since 1901 to do this, emphasizing at the end exactly how long this is, being 125 years. To give you an idea of the scale of time we're talking about, no world wars had occurred, the technology behind radios was yet to be made available to the public, and the first T-Rex skeleton had not yet been discovered. The funny thing is, it would be this part of the lineup that would help them get back into it in the 8th, when a Caleb Durbin home run was followed shortly after by a Rafaela 3-run shot, making it, at the time, a 5-4 ball game. But as has been the case for much of the season, their bullpen couldn't manage to hold it here, with Justin Slayton giving up a 2-run home run to Cedric Mullins, who has been nothing less than one of the worst hitters in baseball this year, which ended up rendering a second Durbin home run basically irrelevant. His long ball output on this day, by the way, was exactly double of what he had put up through the season's first 66 games. 2 batters later, Monasterio was striking out, sealing yet another L, series loss, and sweep. One just has to wonder, how much worse can things get before President of Baseball Operations Craig Breslow is given the long overdue axe? Major League Baseball is really hard. I know. Breaking news, but it really is, and I think every once in a while we get a chance to see a play or at-bat that really puts into perspective the degree of difficulty these guys are facing on a game-to-game basis, and that's exactly what happened yesterday, when a player who was making his Major League debut ended a ball game by swinging at 3 pitches so ridiculously far outside that they barely showed up in MLB's game day box, with the last one, literally, being out of frame. Jace Bowen, our titular character, would come up for his first Major League at-bat in the top of the 2nd, striking out on just 3 offerings, with the last 2 giving us a taste of how far he was willing to swing at pitches out of the zone. His next at-bat would take place in the top of the 4th, this time with his squad out to a 2-0 lead, courtesy of a Gavin Sheets home run. This one would be more competitive, with him working Aaron Nola for 6 pitches, though again it would conclude on a wild swing at a breaking ball, nowhere close. If you couldn't tell, a pretty easy pattern was starting to emerge. Bryce Harper would tie things up in the bottom half of that very inning on a 419-foot home run to center field, his 14th of the year. Don't look now, but Bryce is currently on track for potentially his first 40 home run season since way back in 2015. Anyway, back to Bowen. He'd finally managed to make contact in the top of the 7th in a now 3-2 game following an Alec Bohm bases-loaded double play ball, managing a flare single to center field, his first big league knock. This put runners on 1st and 3rd with just 1 out, but San Diego would not be able to capitalize, seeing Sung Mung Song strike out looking and Ty France ground out to Trey Turner. The 8th would feature a heads-up play from Bohm at 3rd, as well as a bit of a boneheaded one from Fernando Tatis Jr., who fell for the fake throw rounding 2nd, ending what could have been a potential threat in downright anemic fashion. Let's fast forward now to our highlighted at-bat, in the top of the 9th, when, with 2 outs, Jace came to the plate versus one of the toughest relief pitchers in all of the major leagues, Jhoan Duran, who had just punched out the previous 2 hitters. The first pitch to him was a 90-mile-per-hour sweeper that was basically in the left-handed batter's box. Swing and miss. But if you thought that was nowhere close, check out strike 2, when he offered at yet another sweeper, with this one being even further away. and lower to boot. This prompted the righty to step out and try to gather himself a little bit. However, whatever he was trying to do didn't seem to work, as he then offered at yet another sweeper, this one being so ridiculously far outside that, like I said in the intro, it didn't even show up in the game day box. That is just pure domination from a veteran to a rookie, with this going down as one of the more extreme instances of a welcome to the big leagues moment you will ever see on an MLB field. If you were to go back in time to the end of 2022 and take a look at Aroldis Chapman's numbers, you'd have been forgiven for believing the lefty was starting to lose his touch a little bit. Not only had his ERA climbed above 4 for the first time in his career, but he was walking batters at the highest level he ever had, and striking them out much less. And yet, time would prove that that would not even be close to the case, as since this season, he's managed to reach back and achieve some of his most dominant stretches ever, along the way punching out over 300 additional hitters, which allowed him to, yesterday, break one of the most impressive pitching records ever for a reliever. The Red Sox were facing the Los Angeles Anaheim Angels of California and got off to a quick 1-0 lead in the second, courtesy of a triple from the recently returning Romy Gonzalez and subsequent sacrifice fly from Jarren Duran. Romy would further add to his productivity just one inning later, when he notched a hard-hit 2-run single immediately in front of another productive at-bat from Jarren. This one on a sacrifice bunt attempt that turned into more when Nolan Shanwell allowed his pitcher's throw to go off his glove. The score would grow to 5-0 when, in the top of the fifth, Caleb Durbin, who started the year as one of the league's worst hitters, but has been incredibly productive in the last month or so, launched his 8th dinger of the season. The Angels then managed to battle things back to a save opportunity in the bottom of the 8th when Jose Siri launched a 408-foot home run to right center field. Then, with 2 outs, Zach Neto singled in a run. That meant that Aroldis would be coming in the bottom of the 9th to attempt to close things down in a save opportunity, and it would be versus his very first batter faced, Denzer Guzman, that we would see history. His first pitch of the night was a 94-mile-per-hour heater fouled off. That's always been something a little odd about Chapman. He will go up and down in velo like crazy, and we would get even more evidence of this 2 pitches later, when, after a swing and miss on a splitter, he pumped a 99-mile-per-hour fastball past the rookie, to officially surpass Hoyt Wilhelm for the most strikeouts all-time posted as a reliever. Shout out to Just Baseball on Twitter for pointing this out not long after it happened, by the way. I do want to take a second to appreciate the context of this. The guy directly behind Hoyt was Rich Gossage, who started his MLB career more than half a century ago at this point, and would commonly throw over 100 innings a season at his peak. Behind him are 2 modern legends, Craig Kimbrell and Kenley Jansen, but neither one of these guys is anywhere near as effective as they used to be, and certainly not even close to where Chappie is as of now. While we're here, he also holds the all-time record for lowest OPS against for any pitcher with at least 800 innings thrown, to go along with the highest K rate and 3rd highest ERA+. The Angels would manage to threaten a bit, notching back-to-back singles immediately after Guzman's punch-out, but Aroldis wouldn't let things spiral, inducing a game-ending double play from Joe Adell shortly after, wrapping up his 384th career save, putting him one step closer to becoming just the 9th reliever ever to reach 400. The first thing I want to say before we get too deep into this one is that I don't want this video to come off like I'm trying to downplay what Pete Crow Armstrong was able to do yesterday when he registered a cycle in reverse order, but I just had to talk about how funny the timing was when he actually managed to officially seal this historic achievement before immediately getting picked off because he was distracted by the weight of the moment. But before we get there, let me detail what his day looked like overall. Things began in pretty much the best way possible, with a 434-foot rocket to right center field that left his bat at 106 miles an hour, his 13th dinger of the year, that now, after a rough start, has him on pace to rival his total from last season of 31. His next at-bat would see him lace what was very nearly his second homer of the day, this time with it traveling 386 feet. Coming up just short when it hit the middle of the wall and took a crazy carom back towards the infield, allowing PCA to easily make his way into third with a stand-up triple. In the 5th, he registered his 3rd extra base hit of the night already, this one being of the double variant, on a hard hit line drive down the right field line. You gotta appreciate the celebration too. By the time Pete came back up in the top of the 7th, the score was 2-1, courtesy of a bases-loaded walk issued by the struggling Cubs bullpen and 2-out Matt Shaw triple in the previous frame. But no one was really focused on any of that at this moment, instead having their eyes locked on potential history. And on the 1-1, needing just a single, he would deliver, crushing a ball into the outfield to complete the 351st cycle in MLB history. It was at this point we would see our highlighted moment, when he waved to the crowd and chatted with his first base coach briefly. Actions that crucially delayed the process of putting on his sliding mitt, distracting him enough that lefty Brendan Bernardino was able to pick him off at first. The Rockies broadcasting crew, by the way, had a pretty entertaining call of the whole thing.
I mean, even though we don't want to see anything happen to the Rocks, that was pretty cool.
Got him.
Got him. See ya. Enjoy the ovation. Running back.
I counted, and from the time his foot touched first base to when he got nabbed was just 22 seconds. I think this underscores what the problem was in this situation. He needed to call time and step off the bag to acknowledge the crowd and really take things in if he was going to do that. Or he should have kept playing as if nothing happened, staying 100% locked in. But it was this weird little middle ground that the Rockies would end up being able to exploit. And for a moment, it looked like it might loom large when Chicago proceeded to load the bases with one out, a situation that almost surely would have seen the speedy base runner score as an important insurance run before Ian Happ and Nico Horner struck out, leaving them empty-handed. Their slim one-run lead would then disappear in the top half of the next frame when Cole Carrig blasted a go-ahead 3-run home run with 2 outs, turning this pretty quickly into what felt like another heartbreaking loss in a multi-month stretch that's been full of them. But the Cubbies weren't done fighting, getting a crucial sacrifice fly from Pete in the bottom of the 8th, which honestly could have been another extra base hit if not for a nice play from Tyler Freeman, then walking this one off on the back of a clutch Pedro Ramirez single in the 9th and Matt Shaw a base on balls, rendering PCA's earlier gaffe as nothing more than a footnote in an otherwise happy, historic night on the north side. We've all seen a large variety of injuries on MLB fields, from the brutal, to the coincidental, to the downright tragic, and yet, once in a while, we will also see a fourth category that is comparatively much more rare, the bizarre. And I think something that happened yesterday to Blue Jays right fielder Jesus Sanchez fully falls into this category when he ended up departing a game because of a fan-thrown baseball that hit him in the wrist. It was in the bottom of the 6th inning with 2 guys on and a 2-0 count when rookie catcher Brandon Valenzuela made his way to the mound to talk to his pitcher, Hayden Wenger, who was in the midst of his first MLB appearance. However, the attention quickly turned to right field when manager John Schneider emerged from the dugout and started making his way out there, with the camera panning to Sanchez in some pretty obvious pain. It didn't take long for the Peacock-led broadcast to then notice the baseball on the ground near his glove, with them putting 2 and 2 together to deduce that this baseball was thrown by a fan and then caused this issue. Shortly after, we would get a review that would confirm this. As you can see here, that Sanchez turns to talk to somebody, kind of raises his glove a little bit, and then, right as he turns away, a ball emerges from the stands, striking him on the wrist. What exactly happened? Well, it seems, per a tweet from Jacob Calvin Meyer, that a 13-year-old had seen the outfielder flapping his glove, which was more than likely him responding to some Orioles fan or fans jeering him, as that's the universal sign for, "Keep talking, big mouth," and the kid mistook this as Jesus asking to play catch, which then resulted in the throw. The subsequent discomfort was enough that he ended up getting removed from the ball game altogether, with Yohendrick Pinango having to come in as a result. The rookie outfielder, by the way, would have a whale of a game following, going 2 for 2 with an outfield assist and 3-run home run, helping to bring things within more reasonable territory in an eventual 9-5 loss. After the contest, manager Schneider would reveal that the x-rays had come back negative. He also commented on the whole situation, saying, "I'm sure the kid feels bad. I'm assuming there's no ill intent there, but yeah, just a ball coming on the field during the inning is something that shouldn't happen." Sanchez himself also addressed what had happened by saying this through his interpreter.
It was a misunderstanding of it all. I mean, I wasn't trying to play catch right there with them, but I just looked at them and they thought maybe that I wanted to throw the ball back to me. But like I say, it was a misunderstanding completely.
By the way, again per Jacob Calvin Meyer, the fan had been kicked out following the incident, which I do hope doesn't lead to any kind of permanent ban or something. While it certainly was not the right move, I can totally understand the confusion, and I'm pretty sure the kid would never do anything like this again after seeing what had ensued. Thank goodness Sanchez is okay, as this incident will more than likely just serve as a quirky anecdote for him going forward, rather than any kind of tragic incident. Through the first 6 years of Eduardo Valencia's minor league career, he had exactly 12 home runs, with an OPS hovering right around 700. For a catcher not exactly known for his defense, this relegated him to a role as a 25-year-old starting 2025 at AA, meaning he was essentially a non-prospect with very long odds to ever see even a single major league at-bat. But it was beginning in this season that something profoundly clicked, and he went on to crush 24 home runs with a .311, .382, .559 slash line, with the better half of his campaign coming after he made his way to AAA, registering 55 RBIs in 50 games with 1,026 OPS. And despite a slow start to 2026, he proved that it was no fluke, launching another 16 long balls in 76 games with a .486 slug, officially earning a call-up to the bigs when Dylan Dingler sustained a mild hand injury that has him day-to-day. And he could not have had a more magical debut than what we saw yesterday, with a truly touching post-game interview afterwards that had me choking up. What's funny is that he didn't even start the day in the lineup, instead sitting on the bench as his team got out to a 3-1 advantage, courtesy of 2 home runs from unlikely sources, being backup catcher Jake Rogers, his second consecutive day with a homer somehow, and Zach McKinstry, who has just recently managed to get above the Mendoza line. But with how bad Detroit's bullpen has been at points this year, this lead was certainly not safe, which is what prompted AJ Hinch to turn to the burly Venezuelan leading off the 7th, pinch hitting him for Kerry Carpenter versus a lefty, and it would be on a 2-1 offering that the longtime minor leaguer would get a fastball in the inner half and absolutely unload on it, crushing it at 103.4 miles an hour, 425 feet to dead center field, just managing to get over the glove of a leaping Henry Bolte. His response to this was absolutely electric. Look at that excitement rounding the bases. He even did a heart sign towards his wife upon touching home plate. In case you want to know how much this meant to him and the team, literally nobody gave him the silent treatment after he entered the dugout, even though this is usually the typical procedure for rookies, because everyone was so excited in that moment. And yet, I'm not even sure if I could call this the most notable thing about his debut, because, you see, 2 innings later, after the Motor City Kitties had officially wrapped up a 4-1 win, with Valencia going on to add a hit by pitch to his night in the 8th, Daniela Bruce caught up with Eduardo post-game, with their conversation not leaving a dry eye in the ballpark.
I was so excited. I mean, I was waiting a lot for this. For my family. For Venezuela. And I'm so excited. For all the coaching in Dominican, in FCL, in Florida, for everybody. They give me everything. This is for all my family. My wife is right there. I don't know where, right there. Love you. I was waiting a lot for this moment. It's so exciting. I can talk right now. I'm so excited.
We'll let you go celebrate with your wife and your teammates. What an incredible night, Eduardo. Thank you for taking the time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the time. Thank you for everybody. Everybody home, love you. Love you, Venezuela. Thank you.
This is a story of real human triumph in a time of real hardship for him, his family, who thankfully have been identified as safe following the earthquakes, and his country. And as such, this touching moment, to me, was certainly worth sharing with you guys. If you've been watching me for any length of time, you knew this one was coming, right? I mean, how could it not be? When Rafael Devers, a player who's currently rocking his worst batting average ever and lowest on base, slugging, OPS, and OPS plus total since his first full season in 2018 as a 21-year-old, throws a fit over being replaced in a 1-run game, despite the fact that he has been one of the worst base runners in the entire sport over the last few years. But first, let me set the stage. His squad was behind 2-1 entering the 9th in today's video presented by Morgan & Morgan, who want to fight to help you recover up to $1,000 in damages caused by Google and Meta for addictive social media practices, the details of which you can find at the end of the video. Shout out Logan Webb, by the way, for a fantastic outing in this one, going 8 full innings en route to throwing an abbreviated complete game. Anyway, back to Devers. In the top of the 9th, he managed to draw a leadoff walk, reaching base for the first time on a day that had seen him previously go 0 for 3 with a strikeout. It would be as he settled in at first that we would witness our drama, when Rafael, in the most diva-esque manner, attempted to wave a pinch runner for him off the field. And not in a brief or joking manner. He literally was trying to assert his will over his managers in the decision-making process, which left the base runner coming in for him, rookie Jonah Cox, a little confused. Eventually, the lumbering first baseman lamented, though it was clear he was frustrated over the whole thing, putting his helmet to his forehead before literally dodging the attempt of Giants coach Jace Tingler to give him an attaboy. He then marched straight down the steps and out of the dugout completely. This behavior is inexcusable, as I can say in my 16 years of both watching and playing baseball, and my nearly 10 years of being a content creator covering MLB, I have never seen anything like this. As much as players may dispute coaching moves, they simply don't refuse them outright, and it gets even worse when you examine the whole situation on a statistical basis. You see, not only is Devers objectively slow, with an average sprint speed in the 22nd percentile at 26.2 feet per second, he's also been tied for the second worst total in base running runs over the last 2 years at -6. per Baseball Savant. And it's not like Cox wasn't an obvious upgrade. The 24-year-old has posted a sprint speed of 28.8 feet per second in his limited time in the bigs, a number in the 89th percentile, while having stolen 163 bags between the minors and majors in his first 320 games played of professional baseball. That's a full season pace of about 80. The sad part for San Francisco is that it really wouldn't end up mattering, because Willy Adames would follow a Jung-Hoo Lee flyout with a game-ending double play ball, with Cox only having had 3 pitches on which he possibly could have stolen, if you exclude fieldouts and foul balls. This doesn't make the decision wrong though, or Raphael's behavior any more palatable, as it's clear this diva mindset is just not playing very well so far in San Francisco, both on the field and off. I made a number of videos last year concerning announcers having interesting things to say about the New York Mets, whether it be at their expense,
right side, and Brazovan doesn't get to first, they throw it anyway, and that one goes into the seats. The Mets are Metsing.
or in exasperation at how bad they were in the second leg.
I mean, you might take your whole travel ball squad off the field if something like that happens.
And it's been pretty much the same story this season, only a little bit earlier, with them currently being 22-30, last in the National League East, which included a truly anemic 4-1 loss yesterday, coming off of a 2-1 defeat the day prior. And it was this kind of ineptitude that prompted Miami's broadcaster to level one of the most honest judgments you will ever see of a team's performance in a series. Things began in pretty typical Mets fashion, with a Marcus Semien double play ball in the second inning being followed by Freddie Peralta immediately giving up multiple runs on an Owen Casey double. A 2-0 lead that they would add on to in the very next frame when Liam Hicks went deep for his 10th home run of the year. Peralta narrowly avoided trouble in the fourth, when Graham Pauley attempted to score from second base on an infield single that was mishandled by Mark Vientos, eventually getting thrown out in the process by a large margin. Freddie would not be so lucky in the fifth, when Liam went deep for his second time in the night, this now being his 11th of the year. Don't look now, but Miami's backstop is quietly having one of the bigger breakout seasons of 2026, currently toting a 138 OPS plus with great power numbers and barely any swing and miss. It's important to note that while all this was going on, the New York offense had registered just 1 hit, with this play that had come half a frame earlier being a pretty good microcosm of how their season has gone so far, when a ball deflected off of Max Meyer only to go to shortstop Otto Lopez, who barehanded it for an out. The shortstop would make another great play to prop a knock from Juan Soto in the 6th, and so it was, entering the bottom of the 7th, after another fruitless top half, that Miami's announcer decided to speak with extreme honesty.
And through 2 games in this series so far, the Mets have elected to bring a butter knife to a Miami gunfight. And they haven't exactly fared all that well, as you can imagine.
You know your team is struggling when opposing announcers are openly making comments like this at your expense, because they feel zero threat that there's any comeback looming. And this would indeed be proven correct when the final score came in at 4-1, with the only reason they weren't shut out being a meaningless 2-out quote-unquote rally in the 9th inning. This dropped them to that aforementioned 22-30 on the year, with their playoff aspirations becoming more and more in question by the day. And now before we go, I just want to give a little mini shout out to Brian Torres, who spent 11 years between the minors and independent ball before making his major league debut yesterday with the Cardinals. One that would feature 2 hits, a walk, 2 RBI, and his first career home run in the 9th inning. What an awesome and inspiring performance from the lefty. The vast majority of the time when I make videos, I'm detailing something that is either truly exceptional or terrible, has happened before but a really long time ago, or that is completely new in the history of our beautiful sport. The last category is easily the most rare, because baseball has been around for almost 200 years at this point. But I think we just saw something yesterday that meets this criteria, when Jesus Sanchez took a swing, before the guy on the mound had released a pitch, or, for that matter, before they were even in their windup. Facing recent call-up and Australian-born righty Brandon Bidwell, Sanchez took a first-pitch breaking ball low and inside. It was then, before Brandon could even release the next offering, the lefty took a full swing, then called timeout, which prompted home plate umpire Alex McKay to jump out from behind the plate and, after a short discussion with Jesus, confer with his fellow crew member Alan Porter on what should be done about this. After all, the hitter had indeed taken what could only be considered a full swing, and yet, because no pitch had been thrown, could it be counted as such, or just a simple but odd warm-up hack? In the end, that's what they would end up calling this, with McKay clearly saying, "We're not doing anything with that." But that still doesn't answer the question. What the hell was Sanchez thinking here? Well, earlier in the game, starter Bubba Chandler, with Ernie Clement on first after just having reached on an error, apparently took too long to make eye contact, which elicited a warning regarding pitch clock rules. Apparently, Jesus was a bit confused on the whole thing, asking for further clarification, which Alex graciously provided. This context offers some insight into his mindset here, with him perhaps believing that Brandon hadn't looked at him in time, which then elicited a swing in an attempt to get McKay's attention. I'm not sure why exactly he would do such a thing, because a less charitable interpretation would have cost him a strike, but I do think that's the best I can muster in terms of an explanation. The only other play that I can remember that's even semi-comparable was when Alfredo Griffin took this wild hack while intentionally trying to strike out in an effort to speed up a game where his team was winning, but rain was imminent, putting pressure on them to complete 5 full innings. But even then, he at least swung after the pitch was released. As such, this is one of the more unique plays I've seen in recent baseball history, even if, funny enough, it won't go down as anything more than a timeout called by Sanchez. Listen, I can sit here as a 25-year-old and tell you all day that the play I'm going to discuss isn't something I've ever seen before, but I doubt that would hold too much weight considering the sheer number of games other people in baseball have seen relative to me. Instead, here's the Mets broadcast booth's reaction, with well over 150 years combined watching the sport.
I have never seen that. Never. I've never seen that in a major league game ever.
And counsel has not either. It's just silliness. Major League Baseball should throw themselves out over that. That's silly.
I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, though. Chicago was leading 7-2 entering the later innings, courtesy in part of a 5-run second in this video presented by Morgan & Morgan, who want a fight to help you recover up to $1,000 in damages caused by Google and Meta for addictive social media practices, the details of which you can find at the end of the video. As you can see, the single largest swing came off the bat of the ridiculously hot Pete, as just a couple months ago he was hitting 8th in the Cubs' order, and now he has a nearly 900 OPS. The Mets would get a couple back in the bottom of that very frame on a 2-run single from Francisco Alvarez, but then watch as the deficit grew back to 5 when Dansby Swanson swatted his 9th homer of the year in the 4th, a 2-run shot. This takes us to our highlighted moment, when Pete led off the 7th with the walk, something he's been doing at a crazy high rate relative to last year. Anyway, a couple batters later, Michael Busch took a 3-2 breaking ball high for ball 4, as Crow Armstrong took off for second. Because he didn't see what the call was, he slid in and got tagged, but that seemed to be essentially meaningless. Or at least that's what we all thought at the time, before Carlos Mendoza came out of the dugout and asked for a somewhat confusing review. Nobody really looked like they had any idea what was going on amongst the players for either team, but it would be after 2.5 minutes the crew would disband, and then render that verdict that sent New York's booth into a state of shock, that Pete, in the process of sliding, had vacated the bag, crucially following the walk because he slid past it, leading to all of this craziness. Now, I couldn't hope to break down all of the rules involved nearly as eloquently as an expert in the space, MLB Scoring Changes on Twitter, who, following the situation, had this to say. Quote, folks are arguing that PCA cannot be ruled out because a walk is a dead ball, and it is absolutely not a dead ball. A walk allows all base runners to advance without peril to the next base. What you cannot do is touch the base and then leave that base, and that's what PCA did. He was tagged prior to touching the base, and that didn't matter, but when he slid off of it and was tagged with no part of him touching it, it's no different than standing on the base with one foot and then lifting that foot off. Shout out to him, by the way, for taking the time to write that out. He's an excellent follow on that app if you're interested. The game would end up concluding with a score of 9-6, so it's not like this ended up having a very big impact on anything, but it still will, more than likely, go down by the end of the season as one of the weirder ways a base runner will have gotten himself out in all of 2026. There is plenty to be negative about in baseball, don't get me wrong. Blown leads, crazy career fall-offs, unfortunate injuries, but that is not all there is to detail. There are genuine moments that will touch your heart and soul, and one of these was recommended to me in an email a couple of days ago from Ethan Trudick, when Daniel Espino, a pitcher who had gone more than 1,200 days between minor league appearances at one point due to a litany of injuries, as well as the loss of his father, managed to make his long-awaited MLB debut, and it was magical. Daniel had been the Cleveland Guardians' first-round pick way back in 2019, a young, powerful right-hander who, even at the age of 18, was blowing 100-mile-per-hour fastballs past his competition with a plus slider and curveball, registering an insane
0.32 ERA in his senior year, with 106 strikeouts in just 46 innings. And he got off to a good start in his first 3 years of his minor league career, with an ERA well under 3.5 while striking out around 15 per 9. And it wasn't even like he was walking all that many guys, with a rate in this regard under 4. At just 21, he was dominating in Double-A, looking to be on track to make some appearances with the big league club as soon as 2023. But it was at this point that, unfortunately, everything would change. From when he made his 4th start with Akron in that season to when he would make his next one with Columbus, over 1,200 days would elapse due to 2 major shoulder surgeries and a couple knee ones. It seemed like every time he was getting ready to come back and make any kind of rehab appearance, something new would strike. On top of all of this, in 2023, he would also lose his father in a battle with cancer. Honestly, no one would have blamed him if he wanted to step away. But instead, he persevered, coming back in 2025 to pitch exactly 5 1/3 innings, proving that he could, once again, throw on a professional mound, before, so far in 2026, throwing 18 2/3 frames in AAA. Yeah, the numbers haven't been fantastic, with a 5.30 ERA and 15 walks, but he has still been every bit as dominant in the strikeout capacity, whiffing 29 hitters in that time as well. And it was this dominance that somehow still has him ranked as the 15th best prospect in the system, despite a transition to the bullpen, and also allowed him to be called up to make his MLB debut versus the Brewers, which is when we would see this heartwarming moment, with him blowing away the first hitter he faced, Garrett Mitchell, on a 100-mile-per-hour fastball. Just look at his mom's reaction immediately after. That is something special. As you can see, the stuff is still there, and would allow him to punch out fellow rookie Cooper Pratt on another triple-digit heater shortly after, before retiring David Hamilton on a routine fly ball to shallow left. And so, just like that, on this night, he was as perfect as his story. One that couldn't help but choke me up a little bit. His next appearance versus the Astros wouldn't be quite as effective, as he gave up 2 runs in his 7th inning that would take place in a game his team would end up losing. However, I can guarantee you that this small road bump isn't equivalent to even 1,000th of the adversity he's already had to overcome, and continues to every day he steps foot on a baseball field. I think there's little dispute concerning the notion that MLB's new pitch timer rules have improved the game markedly, shaving off about 20 to 30 minutes of essentially wasted time per contest since they were implemented in 2023. But this is not to say that they have come without complications, and we just saw perhaps the most obvious one in a game yesterday between the Blue Jays and Yankees, when an umpire, essentially, authored a new rule on the fly to punish a hitter who was annoying him with his routine, something I'm not sure if I've ever seen before. I'm going to break all this down in today's video presented by Morgan & Morgan, who want to fight to help you recover up to $1,000 in damages caused by Google and Meta for addictive social media practices, the details of which you can find at the end of the video. Jose Caballero was at the plate in the top of the 6th inning with Jazz Chisholm on first, drawing a throw from Jays reliever Spencer Miles. It was then, as Caballero attempted to get set in the box again, that home plate umpire Steven Jashinsky called time, then started gesturing at the veteran middle infielder, prompting him to say, as can be seen pretty easily via lip read, "I do the same thing every time," which he repeated over and over again. No one on either broadcast really knew what was going on at this point, and neither did the Yankee dugout, prompting Aaron Boone to come out and try to get some answers on what the discussion was over. Crew chief John Tompane would make his way into the fray not long after, with still no one really understanding the nature of what the problem was. The Blue Jays broadcast even reviewed the pitch clock to see if there was anything that Jose did that wasn't allowed. But again, they couldn't find anything. It would be at this point that we would hear Steven say this via his stadium mic.
The batter has been warned for intentionally delaying. If that happens again, it'll be a violation on the batter, not the pitcher.
I'm going to bring up the official rules now regarding the pitch timer and point you specifically to where the batter's role in all of this is discussed, with the letter of the law stating that batters must be in the box and alert to the pitcher by the 8-second mark, or else an automatic strike is called. This is what makes what Jashinsky did so odd. Caballero literally followed this to the letter, with his routine always having him look up at exactly the 8-second mark. I'm not sure if this is intentionally done to try to lull the pitcher into a pitch clock violation of their own, or if it's just his specific routine, but either way, it's not against any rules that are on the books, and certainly should not have been met with a warning of any kind. He would be so frustrated by all this that he would take the first pitch of his at-bat like a statue. That is not a happy player right there. And yet, what's so funny about this whole situation is that it wouldn't even be anybody from New York that would end up getting ejected in this one, instead later being Toronto manager John Schneider getting the boot after he disputed an 8th inning balk call. As for the contest itself, the Yankees would go on to win 8-3 after they pushed across 5 runs in the top of the 9th, with Caballero having the biggest blast of the frame on a 3-run dinger. helping to officially salt this one away, bringing New York's record to an impressive 43-27 through their first 70 games of the year. Unfortunately, as a Tigers fan, I watched most of Game 1 of their doubleheader yesterday, which, for those of you that don't know, didn't exactly end well. But partially because of admitted trauma, I don't really want to get too far into that, besides a little bit at the end, instead focusing on something exceptionally rare that I'm not sure if I've ever seen before. Kevin McGonigal was on first base in the top of the fourth after lining a single, something he's so often done this year, with him easily being the second best hitter on the Tigers to Riley Green so far. This brought Dylan Dingler to the plate, and on the first pitch to him, he flipped a sinker inside softly to first base, where Pete Alonso got underneath it and then let it drop. Unfortunately for him, this ball had so much English on it that it didn't take a predictable hop, spinning away, forcing him to slide after it before attempting a hurried throw to second base that ended up in the dirt, one hopping Jeremiah Jackson who could not make the pick. You can see in Alonso's reaction following how embarrassed he was, and I totally get it. He turned what should have been an easy out into none, though I understand the thought process. If that ball drops, because Dylan Dingler was not hustling out of the box on what he thought was a routine pop-up, he could have potentially turned it into two. It was the really bad bounce that killed it, though I will also say part of being a good fielder is knowing your limits, and Alonso, as somebody who isn't all that athletic, probably shouldn't have attempted something like this, especially on a ball that, because of the swing, had a decent chance of spinning wildly. Another thing I want to point out is that while a good throw would have beaten Kevin easily, it was a much tougher play than him just grabbing that ball and going to first base without going into any kind of slide. The minute that got past him, that was probably going to be the easiest play. Like I said in the intro, I can't remember the last time a player went for the intentional drop and it ended this badly. The Tigers would certainly take advantage in the moment, going on to score 2 runs on an RBI single from Matt Vierling and sacrifice fly from Colt Keith. They would add one more in the 8th on a little spinner from Spencer Torkelson, while withstanding a solo shot from Gunnar Henderson and RBI single from Taylor Ward, entering the bottom of the 9th with the 1-run lead. It was then, with 2 outs and an 0-2 count with 2 guys on, this happened, as called with the appropriate amount of tragedy by Dan Dickerson.
The 0-2. Fly ball, center, deep. You've got to be kidding me.
I was just as beside myself as Dan while watching live, as we continue to see our favorite team disintegrate before our very eyes, with that being their 9th loss in a row. And while they would win the next one, it honestly didn't do too much to inspire confidence in a squad that is, as of the making of this video, 12 games under 500. One of my favorite parts of getting to make baseball videos for all of you is highlighting the truly bizarre. Sure, it's fun to talk about records being broken or players doing borderline stupid things, but it really is the peculiarities that fascinate me the most. And we just got to see one of these little eccentricities yesterday in a game between the White Sox and Twins, when a single play contained the same result. Twice. That might not sound like it makes sense, but it will, don't worry. It was in the bottom of the 3rd inning in a 1-1 game with a guy on when Cody Clemens grounded this ball to first baseman Jacob Gonzalez, who grabbed it, spun, and fired a fastball to shortstop Colson Montgomery, who then threw high off Jacob's glove at first. This sent Gonzalez racing to the track before barehanding it and throwing a 2-hop strike back to Colson, who successfully tagged out Clemens. Now, on the surface, this doesn't even seem all that notable, right? And it really isn't until you examine the box score, which looked like this. Yeah, it's more than a little odd, with this single play containing 2 separate 3-6 putouts, basically meaning, in the scorebook, that the same play happened twice in the span of a single play. This was indeed weird in the extreme, as pointed out by Sarah Langs on Twitter, who noted that the last time this had happened was in 1972, with Hall of Famer Bob Gibson on the mound. That was 54 years ago at this point. Again, this is really the beauty of baseball to me, how a play that looks so simple can contain such multitudes. Unfortunately for the White Sox, this would not be the catalyst for a winning effort, as Tristan Gray in the very next frame would hit his 2nd career grand slam, and while Chicago would answer back with 2 dingers of their own in the top of the 5th, they would give it all back and more in the bottom half, on 2 RBI singles and sacrifice flies. Eventually losing by a final score of 9-6 after the incredibly impressive Miguel Vargas, who's having one of the bigger breakout seasons of 2026, crushed his 2nd homer on the day 2 batters before Montgomery struck out to end it. Even with this L being registered, however, they are still just a game and a half back of leading their division. And now, before we go, I just wanted to briefly mention Miguel Rojas yesterday challenging 3 separate pitches in a single at-bat, getting the first 2 overturned successfully by the most razor-thin of margins before eventually striking out on a correctly called fastball that would stand. If I'm not mistaken, that's the most challenges we've seen in a single plate appearance from a hitter, and I guess it makes sense it would come from a veteran that the team trusts with issuing them. Well guys, it's about that time where every couple of months I'll talk about an exceptionally lazy Juan Soto play. The last one came where he basically walked to first base on a ground ball with the runner at third, costing his team a run directly. And yet, today's sideshow was somehow even worse, turning what should have been an easy, routine single into a Little League homer, with a little help from his rookie center fielder. George Springer was facing Sean Manaea as the leadoff hitter in the bottom of the first in today's video presented by Morgan & Morgan, who want to fight to help you recover up to $1,000 in damages caused by Google and Meta for addictive social media practices, the details of which you can find at the end of the video. It was on the 6th pitch of his AB that he would flip a breaking ball towards Soto at just 83 miles an hour off the bat, a sinking liner that ended up falling in front of him. But instead of approaching it with the mindset of blocking it in some way, he just played it off to the side, skipping past him on its way to the fence. Even if this looked ugly, it was how he responded after that was even worse in my opinion, just kind of jogging after it at like 50%, forcing AJ Ewing, New York's rookie and center, to have to travel all the way over from right center field to recover it, which ended up leading to an error when he tried to grab it in a hurry, officially sealing the Little League round tripper. Now, whenever I make a video like this, there's always somebody who says I'm unfairly singling out Juan. But I wanted to dispel that right here by highlighting two components of this one I see as downright atypical. First, obviously, was the way he approached it. You've got to know where you're playing, and that the ball is going to jump past you if you don't get front of it in Rogers Center. But this is obviously the lesser of two evils. Let me show you the game day 3D replay of exactly how far Ewing had to travel versus Soto to pick up that ball on the track, easily being around 200 feet. How the hell did he possibly beat him there? You just simply can't tell me that's not an immense lack of effort. And I do think it's worth pointing out that New York is currently in the midst of a 2-8 stretch, having dropped to 14 games under the 500 mark with the highest payroll in baseball per some evaluators. This is a guy who's supposed to be setting some kind of example as the highest paid player on the team. And sure, yeah, he's been fantastic in the batter's box and in my opinion deserves an All-Star nomination. But it's moments like this that really reaffirm that he is not what the Mets desperately need right now more than anything, a veteran leader.
I don't know if I've seen a more polarizing moment in recent minor league baseball history than with the topic I'm going to be making a video about today. Garrett Cole, allegedly, hitting a minor leaguer intentionally for taking him deep. And I have to say, I can see both sides of the argument. On the surface, it doesn't really make logical sense that Garrett, who's a Cy Young winner, 6-time All-Star, and 4-time top 20 MVP finisher, would plunk a dude in high A for any reason on purpose, just for the simple optics of it. And he is rehabbing currently, so it's not like it's out of the realm of possibility that he could have just momentarily lost command. But with this being said, I think I actually more so agree with the people who are saying that he meant to do it. And I'm going to present my evidence here for why. First, let me show you the couple plays in question in more detail. One of the top prospects for the White Sox, Caleb Bonnemer, crushed a 1-0 fastball well over the fence in left field in the first inning. An absolute no-doubter that he didn't seem to celebrate in any kind of egregious way, but he still did seem pretty pleased with himself, as you'd expect given who he took deep. This was Garrett's 6th home run allowed in just 18 2/3 rehab innings, so perhaps it was getting to him a little bit. Because after Bonnemer registered a hit in his next at-bat, he came up for his 3rd plate appearance in the 5th, and on the very first pitch of his AB, Cole reared back and put a heater right off his elbow pad. Now that you've seen the videos, let me present my statistical case. For any issues that he's had being hittable in his first 4 starts down on the farm, he has not had the same problems with control, not only walking just a single batter, but also throwing 77% of his pitches for strikes. In fact, you could probably argue that's why he's getting destroyed, because he doesn't really care too much about getting hit in place of just trying to dial in his control, which he does seem to be doing. Yet this does go against the narrative that he just lost one against a dude who had dominated him in previous at-bats. But I don't think this is the most compelling piece of evidence I could provide. Instead, let me present to you 5 separate, random times in the past half-decade he has plunked batters, and I want you to note his reaction to each. Obviously, the individual circumstances vary, and his effusiveness does as well, but there is one thing we can take away from this in my opinion in terms of a trend. He does not like giving batters free bases, courtesy of hitting them with pitches, so there's almost always a negative reaction in some way. It's also worth pointing out that in the entirety of his 12-year Major League career, he has only hit a batter with an 0-0 pitch 12 times, and only 3 of those have come since 2018. Now, I want you to rewatch his reaction after hitting Bonnemer with an 0-0 fastball. There really was none. He just immediately looked for another ball from his catcher, not even pausing to contemplate a supposed miss. To me, this indicated it was intentional, and perhaps done out of general frustration with what has been in some ways a rough rehab so far. I don't think it's right in any respect, and you can't know for sure, but it still is kind of funny to see two of the game's elite pitchers, in Framber Valdez and now Cole, engage in this kind of behavior in such close proximity, though, at least for Garrett, it's not going to have any kind of impact on the Major League club.
Pete Crow Armstrong got off to a relatively slow start in 2026, with an OPS through May of just around 700, with 7 homers and 22 walks to 64 strikeouts. Sure, he was playing elite platinum glove defense as he always does, and was running the bases productively as well, but there was a real narrative growing amongst casual fans that last year's first half was pretty much a mirage, and that he would more than likely only be a decent hitter going forward, not anything truly exceptional. But, was this completely incorrect, and his vengeance managed to take the form of a month so productive that we hadn't seen anything like it since the days of Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig. I'm going to take you through each aspect of his exceptional play in this video presented by Morgan & Morgan, who want a fight to help you recover up to $1,000 in damages caused by Google and Meta for addictive social media practices, the details of which you can find at the end of the video. Let's start first with, ironically, the worst aspect of his game in June, being what he's known for more than anything else, his fielding, as he didn't even crack the top 5 in fielding run value for the month with just 2. Now, the word just here is obviously doing a lot of heavy lifting, considering that if you did this every month, you'd have 12 by year's end, which is downright elite. But it does feel, in comparison to what I'm about to detail, somewhat minuscule. I'll save the best for last, quickly addressing his elite base running, as he was ranked for tied for 3rd in all of Major League Baseball with 8 steals, to just 1 caught stealing, putting his elite 95th percentile sprint speed of 29.4 feet per second to good use. Let's get to the fun part now, which, of course, was his work in the batter's box, as he posted a slash line of 381, 468, 781, contributing to a Major League leading OPS of 1249, more than 100 points higher than the next closest qualifier, being Luis Garcia Jr. Additionally, he was individually first in the league in slugging percentage and on-base percentage, with his batting average being just second to Yandy Diaz and his home run total of 11 trailing just Hunter Goodman's 13. All of this allowed him to become one of just 3 players in MLB history, per Opta Stats, to have a calendar month with a 375 plus batting average, 775 plus slugging percentage, 80 plus total bases, 15 plus walks, 10 plus homers, and 5 plus stolen bases, joining Babe Ruth, who somehow managed to do it 3 times, and Lou Gehrig, the most recent of which occurred in 1930. What a ridiculous run for PCA, one that, if he's able to maintain anything remotely close to it, could result in him finishing top 3 in MVP voting by year's end. When it was announced that Kyle Tucker was getting a 4-year, $240 million contract in January, there were certainly some eyebrows raised. While he had been a great all-star level player for the majority of his career, he'd only finished in the top 5 of MVP voting once. To put it plainly, it was doubtful that any other team was going to offer him within $15 million of this on an average annual basis. And so far, it really couldn't be going much worse for the Dodgers in terms of return on investment, as through 65 games, he has a slash line of 237, 332, 382, with just 5 home runs, 5 steals, and 0.6 BWAR. But it's not just been his lack of production that's been irritating to Dodgers fans, with his attitude being an additional frustration. Now, we just got a couple great examples of this yesterday in a game versus the Pirates, with their announcer literally calling it lollygagging. It was in the bottom of the 8th inning, with LA maintaining an 8-4 lead, that he would get his first of 2 opportunities, going back to the wall on a fly ball off the bat of rookie Tyler Callahan, taking such a bad route that he not only missed it, which honestly wouldn't have been that big a deal considering it was a tough play, but he also allowed it to bounce past him, then just kind of jogged after it, turning what probably should have been, at worst, a double into an easy triple. 2 batters later, after a Jake Mangum double, it was Rafael Flores' turn to hit, and he flipped a first pitch sinker in on the hands at 102 to shallow right, where Kyle kind of started and then stopped and then started again before diving, missing it, and then again just kind of casually jogging to it, prompting this call from Pittsburgh's broadcast booth.
Tucker misplays it. Mangum's going to be waved. Tucker lollygags in right field. Ha-ha! The Bucks with another. Arr! Here they come again.
I want to mention as well that these were not 2 plays I'm just cherry picking to make his defense look bad. He literally has already posted -5 outs above average, which would be tied for the worst mark in his entire career, for a full season, with him more often than not being in positive territory in years past. He marketed himself this offseason as being a 5-tool player, which isn't aging very well on a multitude of fronts. With everything that I've detailed before, along with the current state of his power metrics, all taking a deep dive to the worst levels of his career to this point. Even in this very game, he went 1 for 5 with 3 strikeouts and an RBI single that left his bat at just 62 miles an hour. These misplays would help Pittsburgh get right back into it, with them narrowing the Dodgers' lead to 8-6 before the frame concluded, though, mercifully for him, they would indeed manage to hold it here, crystallizing that as the final score. Contrary to popular belief, most MLB umps are actually relatively cordial with players. They don't actively want to anger anybody, and are primarily interested, most of all, in performing to the best of their abilities. Unfortunately, this is not all of them though, and we just got a great example of what it looks like when someone's ego gets in the way of proper officiating, when home plate ump Carlos Torres yesterday denied the first 2 attempted challenges of the game for pretty stupid reasons. The first instance would come in the bottom of the first, with 1 out, when Taylor Ward took a 3-1 fastball that apparently missed just a little bit low. Catcher Shea Langoliers didn't agree with the call, however, attempting to challenge it shortly after. But Torres said that he took too long because he didn't instantaneously issue it, with manager Mark Kotsay in the dugout getting pretty livid over the whole thing. You can see that Shea holds it for just a second before tapping his helmet. Honestly, I think the only reason you would deny this would be because you don't want players to question your calls or something. And I think a factor here that has to be considered as well, if you're going to agree with Torres that he has to get it off quicker, is that some umpires are known to make very soft ball calls verbally, in comparison to more ardent ones when a strike is called. I suspect this was the case here, as just 2 frames later, Jeff McNeil was in an 0-2 count when he took a 2-seamer that Samuel Basallo believed had clipped the top of the strike zone, with him angling as if he was going to throw it around the diamond before, nearly immediately after, issuing his challenge, which, again, Carlos said was too late. Tell me that's not the body language of somebody who believed they were going to hear a strike call, and then, in absence of hearing anything at all, challenge, which then, of course, was not granted. This got the Orioles infield coach Miguel Cairo kicked out of the game, having some choice words as he departed. Again, I totally understand if a catcher had actually thrown the ball around the infield, or perhaps tossed it back to his pitcher, or something of that nature, but in both of these circumstances, it looked as if the backstops in question didn't immediately hear a call in general, which delayed their challenge, but then they attempted to do so as quick as they possibly could. And I think it's also worth mentioning that this is not the modus operandi in terms of how this rule is applied. Again, most umps are pretty decently natured people, and would prefer that the call is correct versus just protecting their ego. This, however, did not seem to be the case for Carlos on the day. Both teams adjusted pretty quickly, because the strike zone overall was pretty abhorrent, leading to 6 ABS challenges following this, where 4 of them were overturned, in a performance that saw Torres miss 18 separate calls per umpire scorecards, posting a relative accuracy of negative 4.4%, one of the worst of the year so far. And this would prove huge for Baltimore, who apparently gained as much as a run and a half as a result of this, impactful in a game that they would end up winning by a final score of 2-1. The only thing I will say is that it's one thing to be a bit of a tyrant, but it's even worse if the tyrant isn't even good at the thing they're trying to lord over everybody else, and I would be thoroughly embarrassed by this whole thing if I were Torres. Every once in a while, a player will come along in Major League Baseball that will challenge what you believed was even possible in the sport. The most recent example of this, obviously, is Shohei Ohtani with his two-way exploits, which had simply never occurred before. And it's in my opinion that we're getting to a point now with Brewers righty Jacob Misiorowski that we can designate what he's able to do on the mound as being in the same category, wholly new and unique. And we perhaps saw the pinnacle of this yesterday, when he made a start that not only broke records, but pushed the boundaries of how dominant a starter can possibly be in a single game, and more broadly, extended stretch of pitching. I've got 6 ridiculous facts, 5 of which were shared by Sarah Langs, that I want to detail towards the end of this video, so be sure to stick around for that. But first, let me take you through Jacob's start inning by inning. He began his night with one of the more metrically notable at-bats of the entire season, when he broke the all-time velocity record for a starter again multiple times in the same at-bat to Kyle Schwarber. Before, on the 2-2, he punched out the lefty on a 105-mile-an-hour pitch. Sure, you can argue that it actually was 104.5, so that's rounding up, but considering this was almost a mile an hour faster than his own previous record, I think we're allowed to do that in this case. The next 2 hitters, Trey Turner and Bryce Harper, had absolutely no chance themselves, with each punching out on 104-mile-an-hour meteorites. The second was more of the same, though to Philadelphia's credit, at least Alec Bohm would make contact on a routine ground ball to shortstop, something the other 2 guys, Brandon Marsh and Bryson Stott, couldn't manage to do. In fact, that was the only instance of contact through the first 9 batters of the game, as he fanned the side on just 13 pitches in the top of the third, 2 on fastballs and 1 on a devastating slider.
This brings us to our only relative damage we would see from the guys in red all night, when Kyle Schwarber led off the fourth with a leadoff single to center field. Even this, though, didn't provide much of an ensuing challenge. Just 7 offerings later, the frame was over, with Turner getting wiped out and Harper grounding into a double play. His next 4 innings would be virtually identical, with him striking out 5 batters while giving up 0 hits, and, perhaps even more impressively, only 1 batted ball with an exit velocity against, over 93 miles an hour. He was not just blowing guys away in this one, he wasn't even allowing them to make any kind of solid contact. And so he entered the 9th inning with a pitch count of just 86, still having given up just 1 base runner, and he would quickly record the first 2 outs on 2 soft ground balls. This brought rookie Justin Crawford to the plate, who would see 3 of the 4 fastballs he faced be over 103 miles an hour, with the last one inducing a swing and miss, sealing a 1-hit, 1 base runner shutout with 15 strikeouts and just 95 pitches having been thrown. It's not hard to believe that this is the most strikeouts ever recorded in a Maddox, which is a shutout with less than 100 pitches having been thrown. But this isn't even close to the only historic thing he did in this one. In fact, I'm going to throw up 3 other of my favorite ridiculous facts shared by the aforementioned Miss Langs on Twitter, before ending it with one talking about his last 8 starts, in which he has an 0.17 ERA, which is, of course, the lowest of all time in a span that big. The last thing I want to share, which, to me, certifies this as the most dominant performance ever, even if it didn't contain the most Ks or the perfect game label, is that, despite all of the swing and miss dominance and fastball velocity, he never got to a 3-ball count on any hitter in this start. That's right, he had a 0% chance of walking anybody at all night, because he never even got in a position to potentially do so. Like I said, this dude is redefining what we thought was possible from a starter, and I think it's becoming a near lock that he's going to be fronting the National League in this year's All-Star Game, barring some kind of crazy blow-up or something.
I want to open today's video by immediately throwing a stat out there that will give a little context as to the Angel broadcaster Trent Rush's reaction following another excruciating blown save, shared on Twitter today by Brandon Tuma, who pointed out that Jordan Romano had 4 saves in the Angels' first 11 games, and since, they have had 3 as a team combined. That is utterly ridiculous, and it reached a season worst level yesterday, when they blew a ball game in a manner that we had literally never seen before. The Sacramento Oakland A's of Las Vegas got out to a quick 4-0 lead in this video presented by Morgan & Morgan, who want to fight to help you recover up to $1,000 in damages caused by Google and Meta for addictive social media practices, the details of which you can find at the end of the video. This decent cushion, however, would be completely erased in a 4th inning that saw Anaheim score 7 runs, with the biggest blows coming on homers from Denzer Guzman, Jose Siri, and Zach Neto, giving them a 7-4 lead. They weren't even close to being done here, though, getting 3 more in the 5th on another home run, this one from Logan O'Hoppe, and another in the 6th on a solo shot from Nolan Shanwell. It was at this point, with just 12 outs to get and a 7-run cushion, that most teams would feel pretty secure about their chances to win. But, of course, this is the Angels we're talking about, and they would proceed to give up 1 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, and 2 more in the 8th, almost like a leaky ship slowly losing its buoyancy. And what's worse is that 4 of those 5 runs came courtesy of homers from players in Jacob Wilson and Max Muncy that had a combined total of 6 entering the contest. Still, when Sam Bachman, who's actually been one of their only good hurlers out of the pen, came in the bottom of the 9th, they were just 3 outs away from a victory. 3 batters later, following 2 field outs and a double, Jonah Heim was the A's last hope. That was when we would see this, as called by a quickly depressed Anaheim broadcast.
High, fly ball, right field, it's up and it's gone. This game's tied.
I counted. That was literally about 10 seconds of dead silence following that blast by Heim, who has been sneaky good, by the way, this year. I totally understand this reaction, though, given the context of how many games their crew has had to watch be blown. And it was only going to get worse from here. They wouldn't manage to score in the top half of the 10th after Muncy made an excellent play to nab Christian Moore at home ahead of a Wade Meckler strikeout. Then the A's officially closed the book on this one when Nick Kurtz drew a game-winning walk versus lefty Sammy Natera, who was pitching in just his 4th MLB game. This made the California Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim the first team ever to hit 5+ homers, have a 7+ run inning, and a 7+ run lead, and yet still lose the game in the end. Just a brutal outcome in what has been a brutal season in Orange County.
I made a video a little while back about Jazz Chisholm Jr. having a challenge that was so embarrassing that he not only looked completely shocked after seeing it on the Jumbotron, he also fined himself $1,000 after the game. I think you could make a solid case that this was the most embarrassing ABS challenge we had seen on the season so far, at least until yesterday, when Lourdes Gurriel Jr. had one that was, in my opinion, significantly worse than this, not just because of the location of the pitch he questioned, but also because he wasn't even looking at the ball as it crossed home. Facing Clay Holmes in the bottom of the second with 2 guys on and 1 out, the veteran righty took a first pitch fastball inside, nearly getting clipped. On the 1-0, catcher Francisco Alvarez challenged a sinker, managing to get it overturned. Gurriel then pulled a fastball and breaking ball down the left field line, each being fouled by a small margin. It was then on another 1-2, Holmes threw a dastardly sweeper, missing with it a bit high, though with so much movement, it fooled Gurriel into diving out of the way, despite it landing very solidly in the strike zone. This kind of reaction on a pitch that was basically only a bit north of being center cut already would have been embarrassing. But then, to make matters worse, Lourdes challenged the call, forcing everyone to have to see its precise location in all its glory. But again, like I mentioned in the intro, the funniest part about this, in my opinion, is the fact that if you examine the replay, you can see, because of his bailout on the offering, he never even saw its location as it made its way across the plate. Yet still, probably out of frustration, just decided to waste a challenge anyway. That, to me, solidifies it as easily the most embarrassing ABS moment we've seen from a player in 2026 so far. And, frankly, I don't think it's even all that close. The Diamondbacks would end up getting the last laugh in this one, though, holding the Mets to just a single run while pushing across 2 in the 3rd inning on a bases-loaded single from breakout star Ildemaro Vargas, eventually coming out on top by a final score of 2-1 when Paul Sewald punched out Carson Bench, helping Arizona to climb back closer to the 500 mark while dropping the Mets, once again, back to 9 games under 500. A couple days back, the Mets played what was easily their sloppiest game of the season so far, at least in the field, making 2 errors and a couple other plays that probably could have been considered errors, but weren't. And yet, I'm not going to be talking about any of those in this video. Instead, I wanted to break down their single most consequential muff, an inside-the-park grand slam that came about because their center fielder literally just stopped playing the ball mid-play entirely. Entering the bottom of the second, New York had a 5-0 lead, courtesy of 2 home runs from Bo Bichette and a productive out from Marcus Semien, and with their emerging ace Nolan McLean on the hill, it seemed like this game was largely in their hands. But because nothing can go right for the Mets in 2026, they would see, with 2 outs, 3 straight batters reach, on 2 hits sandwiched around a hit by pitch. This brought James Wood to the plate, and on the very first offering of his AB, he launched a sweeper 379 feet to left field, which sent Nick Morabito, who was making his major league debut, back to the wall before leaping and seeing the ball go off the heel of his mitt, deflecting away. At this point, it was pretty much inevitable that all 3 runs were going to score and Wood would end up on third. But no. This would not be the extent of the damage, because Tyrone Taylor, a guy in center field who's largely out there because of his defense, just stopped playing, instead checking on the rookie without even paying attention to what was going on behind him, which, ironically, ended up forcing Morabito to have to go grab the ball himself while simultaneously handing an inside-the-park grand slam to Wood. And it would indeed be considered a legitimate hit of this type after the official scorer designated it as so, making it, ironically, the first grand slam in the career of the rising power hitter. Originally, I didn't really want to make a video on this play, as I've been dunking on the Mets all season, and frankly, my favorite team, the Tigers, aren't doing any better. But after watching the replay multiple times, I figured I had to talk about it, because I don't know if I've ever seen another player be so intent on checking for a potential injury mid-play that they literally caused an inside-the-parker. And like I said in the intro, this would not be the only fielding muff in this one. Luis Torrens would have a passed ball that would score a run in the bottom of the 3rd, then Marcus Semien and Torrens once again would make back-to-back errors in the 4th that led to an additional 2 unearned runs, putting New York, at the time, in a 9-5 hole that they would not manage to dig their way out of, with the final score eventually coming in at 9-6. I actually want to end this video on a positive note though, highlighting the fact that the Nationals, a team that pretty much nobody had any respect for entering the season, are at 500 right now, nearly a third of the way through 2026. Do I think they make the playoffs? Probably not, but man, it's good to see an organization that has struggled in the last half-decade, seemingly beginning to turn things around a bit. Perhaps the most notable piece of yesterday's game between the Pirates and Blue Jays was the fact that, despite the starter matchup being one of the funniest all-time in terms of stuff disparity, the Blue Jays ended up beating Paul Skeens up a bit, while the guy everybody was teasing, Patrick Corbin, threw 6 innings of 1-run ball with 7 strikeouts, leading eventually to a Toronto victory. But that's not really what I want to talk about in this video specifically, instead being how an umpire momentarily messed up an ABS challenge by not even noticing a player issued one, and then, when a coach complained, ejected him on the spot, and then ejected somebody else after the very next offering. Things had already gotten intense for Pittsburgh in the bottom of the 6th, when Toronto managed to push across 3 runs on Pittsburgh's ace, courtesy of run-scoring hits for Jesus Sanchez and Ernie Clement. And then, after Skeens departed with runners on 1st and 3rd and nobody out, reliever Yohan Ramirez got a key double play that still drove in another, making the score, at the time, 4-1. This was when, on the 0-1, we would see our highlighted moment, when Lenyn Sosa took a fastball that was called a ball on the inner half, with Henry Davis immediately going to his head to challenge. However, home plate umpire Alan Porter apparently had not noticed that he had done so, which caused a little momentary confusion. And it was in the process of getting this worked out that Porter went towards the Pirates' dugout and ejected their pitching coach Bill Murphy, who was giving him a hard time for having missed it. Little side note, but there's a funny moment here where I think Don Kelly thought that he had been ejected before settling down and realizing it wasn't him. Getting back into it, I hope that whatever Bill said was worth it, because it certainly looked a bit soft to kick somebody out after you yourself, albeit momentarily, messed something up. The thing that I did find commendable is the fact that he did not take it out on the player, eventually letting Davis go through with the challenge, which, funny enough, ended up being successful. This was not the end of the saga, however, as on the very next offering, Sosa would check his swing, and after first base umpire Willie Traynor said that he didn't go, Don Kelly started ardently saying something towards him. That was when Porter inserted himself in there, engaging in a verbal sparring match before throwing out the Pirates skipper. I will say it is generally pretty rare to see an ump who isn't being talked to go out of his way to get a manager's attention, but I can't really conclusively say he was in the wrong for doing so because I don't know exactly what Kelly said. This activated something in Donnie, who came out and proceeded to get about as heated as you'll see in the modern game, eventually having to be led off by somebody on the Pittsburgh staff. All of this was part of an overall tough night for Pittsburgh, who, like I said in the intro, lost this game by a final score of 5-2, dropping back to 500 for the first time in a long time. For Toronto, they improved to 25-27, which, somehow, courtesy of a weak American League, currently has them in a playoff spot. Despite what has been an objectively horrible start to the 2026 season that I've detailed in multiple videos recently, the Red Sox had not yet crossed a threshold for one specific type of loss, the blown lead late, as they had been a perfect 27-0 when leading after 7 innings. At least that was until yesterday, when they not only coughed up a lead in the 9th to the pesky Rockies, but also did so on one of the rarest type of walk-off hits possible. A triple, and with the bases loaded no less, a type of embarrassment we hadn't seen in 2 decades. Boston was leading 2-0 going into the bottom of the 8th inning on RBI hits from Wilson Contreras and Caleb Durbin in today's video presented by Morgan & Morgan, who want to fight to help you recover up to $1,000 in damages caused by Google and Meta for addictive social media practices, the details of which you can find at the end of the video. Now, the reason I'm starting in the 8th instead of the 9th is that, with 1 out, we would see Colorado have one of the worst stretches of base running possible, registering 4 straight singles that not only didn't lead to a run, but saw the inning outright end when Edouard Julien was thrown out at home and Willie Castro got caught trying to go to third when the runner there wasn't heading to the plate. You'd have thought that this would have given the Red Sox some level of momentum, but you'd have been wrong, as Aroldis Chapman, who's been absolutely nails this year, came in and immediately surrendered hits to his first 3 batters faced, 2 on singles to left field and 1 on a bunt that Andrew Monasterio failed to cover for. That made it, at that point, 7 straight batters that had reached on singles. This brought veteran Jake McCarthy to the plate, who's having a really nice year under the radar. It was then on the 0-1 that the lefty would smack an opposite field line drive, sending Jarren Duran racing after it. The tennis racket-wielding outfielder would not be able to corral it, however, seeing it go past him towards the wall, which, when paired with his struggles in picking it up, sealed the eventual fate of this one, with Jake making his way into third base with a bases-clearing walk-off triple, the first hit of this type that we had seen since Grady Sizemore in 2006. 20 years ago, and one of only 6 registered in the entire expansion era. Those back-to-back plays that ended this game are, in my opinion, the perfect encapsulation of what the Red Sox have been this year. Sloppy, disorganized, and, most importantly, unsuccessful. This shocking loss dropped them to 14 games under 500, which, believe it or not, is only marginally better than the Rockies have played themselves, despite the massively different expectations each had entering the season. I don't think I have to go very deeply into how much the New York Mets have been struggling so far in 2026. It's been a national story, and I've made a number of videos on it. Amongst the relative dumpster fire that has been their 18-26 start, though, one pitcher has remained consistent and productive in pretty much every one of his appearances, being Clay Holmes, who entered yesterday's game against the Yankees with a 1.86 ERA through his first 48 innings of the year. But unfortunately, because nothing can ever go right for the Mets, he won't be pitching for a long time, and it's because he was hit during that appearance against the Yankees by an absolute rifle shot off the bat of one of the hardest hitting rookies you'll ever see. It was the top of the 4th inning in a then 3-0 ball game, with Spencer Jones facing a 2-2 count after taking the first 4 pitches of his at-bat, including a disgusting sweeper on the 2-1. It was then on the 5th pitch, he got a 94-mile-per-hour sinker below the zone, and absolutely crushed it off the leg of Holmes, eventually beating out the play to first for an infield single. Now, at first, Clay seemed to be relatively okay, even managing to jog over to cover the bag. But it was clear this had shaken him up a bit afterwards, as he looked up to the heavens as he approached the mound, then crouched as he talked to the trainer. That line drive, by the way, had been hit at 111.1 miles per hour, which has got to be one of the hardest that's ever made contact with a pitcher. Eventually, he would manage to throw a warm-up pitch and even remain in the contest, though almost immediately you could tell something was up when he walked Anthony Volpe on 4 relatively uncompetitive pitches. The gritty righty, though, would lock down enough to punch out the next 2 hitters. Then, after giving up an infield single, retire Aaron Judge on a fly ball to right. He would even manage to come out for 2 batters in the 5th, striking out Cody Bellinger and then walking Jazz Chisholm before getting replaced by Austin Warren. The guys in pinstripes would eventually go on to win this one by a final score of 5-2, but this would surely be secondary in the minds of Mets fans to what else would end up being revealed by manager Carlos Mendoza following, when he shared that Jones's liner had fractured Clay's fibula, essentially having broke his leg in one fell swoop. He also added that he believed he'd be out for a long time. Something I want to mention as well was Jones's reaction to hearing about the news after he was informed of it by the media.
I don't know if you heard, but Holmes fractured his fibula on the comebacker from you. Just how tough is that to?
Oh, I didn't know
have
that.
Be the...
Yeah, it's the first I've heard of that. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's a friend of mine. We work out in Nashville together, so it's tough to hear.
What a horrible coincidence to register something like this against somebody you actively spend time with in the offseason. I just want to wish Clay the absolute best in his recovery from this tough luck injury, and I hope he can return as soon as possible. There's going to be a lot to talk about today, and I'm going to try to get out as many videos as I possibly can, but the first thing that I really have to detail concerns a situation in Milwaukee yesterday, when one of their top bullpen arms late decided to unsheath a celebration that was so disrespectful that his own manager came out and condemned it, before the player himself had to apologize. Just not to the team he offended. Milwaukee was up by a reasonable amount in the latter half of this game, as they have been so much this year, again blowing away expectations through the first third of the season, in part because of a key player in this one, Kyle Harrison, who threw 6 innings of scoreless baseball, lowering his ERA on the season to 1.57, the lowest ever, by the way, through a Brewers' first 10 starts with the team. That's right, even lower than 2008 CC Sabathia. Along the way, he had gotten some run support from home runs by Jake Bauers and Garrett Mitchell, and a 2-run double from William Contreras. This meant that as Abner Uribe got set to deliver a 3-2 pitch with 2 outs in the 8th and 2 guys on, it really wasn't an overly tense situation. But it would become much more so when he struck out Alec Burleson looking on a slider, and then proceeded to do 3 straight air humps towards the St. Louis dugout specifically. Burleson would challenge the call, by the way, but it would stand. It's not out of the realm of reasonable celebrations, in my opinion, to go a bit crazy after getting a key out, but to direct it at an opposing team in a contest that wasn't even that close was way over the top. And it certainly was seen as this in Milwaukee's clubhouse, with manager Pat Murphy coming out and saying this.
Yeah, that's unacceptable. Yeah, it's just unacceptable. I don't know what got over him. I mean, he's been an emotional guy, but that kind of thing, that's just not how we do things, and I was embarrassed by it. He's been so great for us in so many ways, but that's unacceptable. So whatever's going on, he can't tolerate that for his teammates and for everything else. It's just not. It's not going to be tolerated. That's all there's to it.
I love how plainly he'd announced this, leaving zero room for interpretation. And Christian Yelich, who had been asked about it post-game, said that it, quote, had been handled, per Adam McCulvey. And then, after being asked if that meant internally or via communication with the Cardinals, he said both. This, however, was contradicted at least a little bit by the comments from Uribe himself, when he basically said that he wanted to apologize to everybody in the Brewers organization, but not to the Cardinals. When asked why, he relayed this via his interpreter.
I don't think it's professional for their manager to be making signs towards our dugout saying that he's going to be hitting guys, and there was an event that occurred during the practice today too, and I don't think that was right. So I have my teammates back always.
I totally get wanting to protect your teammates, but doing something this public can only result in one thing really: retaliation, which, as a bullpen arm, there's a 0% chance he himself faces. So I don't think, even if his intentions were at least semi-pure, that this was the right way to go about it. They will play the third game of their 3-game set later today, and it will certainly be worth monitoring if anything extracurricular happens. The Cincinnati Reds are having one hell of a time as of late, losing 7 straight contests and, overall, being just 2-8 in their last 10. This has included 3 straight walk-offs to Chicago, including an especially heartbreaking one 2 nights ago when Pete Crow Armstrong tied things up with 1 out in the 9th, and then they walked in the game-winning run in the 10th. But I'm not here to talk about this specifically, instead being a monumentally stupid error that catcher Tyler Stevenson made yesterday that helped the floodgates fly wide open, and their announcing crew to say some pretty harsh but appropriate things. It was the 4th inning of a then 2-0 game, with Michael Conforto already having 2 RBI on a home run and bases loaded walk. With still nobody out and the bases full, Dansby Swanson came to the plate, and on a 1-1, grounded a fastball to third baseman Brian Hayes, who stepped on the bag and then threw home well in time to get Ian Happ. The only issue is that Stevenson seemed to forget that once the force play was made at third, he actually had to tag the base runner. This prompted the Reds broadcast booth to respond like this.
1-1. Bounce to third, handled by Hayes. Hit the bag, it's a tag at the plate. He's got a tag. No! He's saved. No! No! And then out signaled in third.
Oh, it's just a middle school mistake right here. You have to pay attention to what's going on ahead of you.
Will this road trip end, Chris? This trip has been a train wreck.
The exclaiming of no, calling it a middle school mistake, and then imploring the road trip to mercifully end all captured the feeling of this moment pretty well. This is a ball club who is struggling so badly at the moment, they aren't even present in the biggest situations of any given game. And, like I said, this would lead to absolute disaster. PCA would follow with an RBI single, then, after stealing second, Miguel Amaya would drive in both him and Swanson to give Chicago a then 6-0 lead. But they weren't done. A Nico Horner double and then Moises Ballesteros sac fly would give them 7 runs in this 4th inning alone, and they wouldn't even need to score an additional tally afterwards, emerging victorious after a little bit of a scare in the 9th inning when Nathaniel Lowe struck out looking with the bases loaded in a 3-2 count, crystallizing an 8-3 W. Like I said in the intro, this is only part of what has been an extremely rough stretch for Cincinnati, though conversely, Chicago is absolutely rolling, with them not only having won 9 games in a row, but also having the 4th best run differential in all of baseball at this point, with a mark of +50. For all the issues they've had with injuries in the early part of this year, they really are looking like they're going to be a problem as the season wears on. If you just looked at the raw numbers of Shohei Ohtani's performance yesterday versus the Rockies, you would think it was a typically dominant outing on the mound, along with what feels like his millionth home run leading off a game. Pretty much everyone in the history of baseball would have been happy with a night like this. And yet, that was not the case for Ohtani, who arguably had the angriest game we've ever seen out of him, throwing 3 separate explanatives out there while displaying some pretty animated body language. I'll detail his overall performance more in this video presented by SeatGeek, but first, let's go through each of the times he got really frustrated, which were compiled nicely by JS9innings on Twitter, one of my favorite accounts for following such things, beginning with him effusively throwing out an F-bomb after the conclusion of an inning, then doing the same, this time audibly, when he yanked a fastball low and away.
On arm side.
Hot mic.
We then panned to a Japanese broadcast of the game where he was seen changing it up a bit. Next, we saw him have one of the more obvious displays of emotion we've ever seen from him, when he hit Hunter Goodman with a pitch. Then, perhaps most bizarre of all, when he ended an at-bat with a perfectly placed sharp slider, and then slammed his mitt before kicking the mound in anger. For a guy who is usually super even-keeled on the mound, this was very interesting to see, but I think the context of how the game went will perhaps shed a bit more light on the reasons why. You see, while he gave up 0 hits through 6 innings with 7 strikeouts, he also was uncharacteristically wild, walking 4 batters and hitting the aforementioned Goodman, which even led to, in the 4th inning, a run coming across. When TJ Rumfield walked, Hunter was plunked, and then there were back-to-back groundouts, with Alex Freeland making an excellent play on his attempt to take away what probably should have been a hit, when he dove into first base to rob Willie Castro. This is a good spot to shout out Alex Call as well for his excellent diving grab in the 2nd, which Shohei certainly appreciated. This lack of command was certainly uncharacteristic for somebody who's walked just 2.8 batters per 9 this year, and yet, because of his overall dominance, he still managed to lower his ERA to 0.82, easily the best in the majors.
But, of course, that's just what he did with his arm. He also led off the game with his 9th home run of the year. This is part of him sneaking back into exceptional territory at the plate after a stretch where he struggled a little bit, seeing his OPS plus now being a robust 151, along with quietly his best on-base percentage since 2023, at exactly 400. As for the game itself, the Dodgers would go on to lose their combined no-no in the 8th inning with 2 outs on a ground ball single from Tyler Freeman. Though this wouldn't do much to harm them, as one frame later, they officially sealed this one by a final score of 4-1, keeping their lead in the West at 4.5 games over the Diamondbacks and Padres. As a fan of the Tigers personally, the last 3 weeks or so have been pretty hard. In this time, they've essentially played their way right out of the playoff picture by going 3-21. They are currently tied for the title of the worst team in the entire American League, with the squad they just lost a series to. I could really go over a host of stats that capture this, but I think a moment yesterday that ended up being played up as a troll job to the fan base by the team Twitter account best captures the energy of this ridiculously bad stretch. But first, a little background. This past Tuesday, it looked like the team might have a chance to pull off the near impossible, a series opening victory, when they led 6-4 with 2 outs in the 8th. But, of course, had you been following the recent stretch closely, you knew there was going to be something that was going to go wrong, and it ended up taking the shape of right fielder Wencel Perez racing towards the wall on a deep fly from Logan O'Hoppe before leaping and getting nowhere close to it. Of course, it doesn't help that he has been quite literally one of the worst defensive players in all of Major League Baseball, putting up -4 fielding run value through just under 300 innings. Anyway, the frame that could have ended right there would go on to spiral completely out of control, with eventually the Tigers coughing up a grand slam from Vaughn Grissom, a player who entered the day with a sub-700 OPS. Yet, so far, nothing looks all that to script, right? A horribly disappointing team loses yet another heartbreaking game. But it was after the contest that Perez reposted multiple clips of an earlier home run that he had hit that basically ended up being rendered meaningless. I personally didn't have too much of an issue with this, considering that it is pretty common for players to repost other people posting highlights of them as an appreciation, but I do think understandably some fans were frustrated at the tone-deaf nature of him doing such a thing after losing in such a terrible way. And, to be honest, this seemed to be somewhat of a valve for fans to express their frustration with how the team has played in general recently. This should have been where it ended. However, it was the Tigers' social media team themselves that decided to profoundly poke the bear when Perez went deep 2 days later in the 2nd inning, with them posting the accompanying caption, "So good, we might share it five different times." This was a specific nod to something Tigers personality Jim Costa had tweeted after that Tuesday game. To have an official team account that brazenly mock the desperation of their own fan base, who I think were properly represented by a lot of the things Costa said and are greatly disappointed with this dumpster fire of a team, was certainly a choice, and it hilariously served as a bad omen for the rest of yet another pitiful contest, as they wouldn't register a single additional hit after this point until the bottom of the 8th inning, and would not tack on a single additional run, while going on to give up 7 on the mound, dropping a series at home to the 2026 California Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. It really does feel like this year is a wrap, considering they are 13 games under 500 at this point, and it really doesn't feel good to have theatrics like this going on in the background. Even though umpiring has gotten a lot better over the years, there are still momentary reminders that these guys are human, when they'll make some outright bad calls. But I think 2 instances yesterday, in separate games, went a little beyond that, easily being, in my opinion, some of the worst calls that are even possible on an MLB field. And if you think that I'm being hyperbolic in saying that, or in the titling of this video, just give it a sec. I'm going to show you both in detail. And what made matters even worse is that the second one couldn't even be challenged. Let's begin with this play that occurred in a Baltimore Blue Jay game in the bottom of the 1st, when Gunnar Henderson laced a ground ball off the body of Kazuma Okamoto, seeing it trickle to the lip of the left field grass before being fielded by Andres Jimenez, and then fired towards third, where Okamoto dropped it entirely. This seemed like the easiest safe call in the world, right? But for some reason, crew chief Todd Tichenor still called Taylor Ward out, even as the ball lay at the feet of Kazuma. Before we get on to the review process, I just want to say that this is a rough look for the Japanese corner infielder, who essentially made 2 separate errors on this single play. Anyway, manager Craig Albanese would challenge shortly after, triggering a replay review process that honestly made it look even worse. There was at no point when the fielder secured the throw, meaning this was a pretty open and shut case of poor positioning from Tichenor, who also delayed making a call for a significant amount of time afterward. The whole replay process honestly took way longer than it should have, lasting over 2 minutes despite how clear and obvious this was. But at least it ended up being correctly overturned.
which was not something you could say for what happened in Pittsburgh that same night, when, on a 2-1 offering to Seiya Suzuki, he checked his swing, only for a foul tip to be called by home plate umpire Dan Bellino. Now, obviously it wasn't a high-stakes situation considering it was 7-2 at the time, yet still, look at how flabbergasted Suzuki was, and how irritated manager Craig Counsell got. And it was because, as you can see on replay here, it was not even close. There was well over a foot of distance between Seiya's bat and that ball, and yet, for some reason, foul tips are not reviewable, meaning the call would stand, contributing to a strikeout on the very next offering. Both of these were not just bad in the way that you typically see. They were downright baffling, and I mean that in the literal sense. I seriously don't understand how either of these could be made in a high school game, let alone at the professional level, giving us a couple early contenders for the worst calls of the 2026 season. I'm not even going to do a big intro for this one, because why would I? I've made like 50 different videos on Jacob Misiorowski so far this season, because the dude is, quite simply, 1 in a billion, and he just did something so crazy that he joined a club with just 2 other recorded members, being those in the StatCast era, to hit a rounded up 106 miles an hour, a pitch that had a perceived velocity of 108. The Miz was on the mound versus a division rival in the Cubs, with down-ballot MVP contender Pete Crow Armstrong leading things off. And the powerful righty wasted no time in establishing what the tone would be on the day, pumping 2 fastballs right past the lefty, each at over 103 miles an hour, before dealing our highlighted offering, a 105.5 mile per hour laser that, to PCA's credit, he fouled off. Like I said before, that rounded up 106 made him one of just 3 hurlers in the StatCast era to throw at least this hard, joining Ben Joyce and Aroldis Chapman. It should go without saying, however, that the 6'7" freak of nature is the only starter to do so. On this very offering, by the way, he also reset his own previous record for perceived velocity at 107.8. That really is an unfathomably fast speed. He would go on to finish off PCA on a 91 mile per hour curveball, striking out who had been one of the hottest hitters in baseball in the last couple months relatively easily. From here, just like we've gotten used to seeing from him, the rest of the start would be about as dominant as this, punching out 8 batters on 4 different pitches while only giving up 2 hits and 1 run on a solo homer from Seiya Suzuki. His only real blemish besides this was the fact that he walked 4 batters, but that's just not too big of a concern when you aren't giving up nearly anything else. His team would support him offensively as well, with things really getting going in the 6th, when the Brew Crew scored 3 runs, all with 2 outs, versus what has been an extremely weak Chicago bullpen. They continued on in the 7th and 8th, registering another 3 combined, including on a 2-run home run from veteran William Contreras, and Christian Yelich RBI double. Their strong bullpen would only give up 1 of their own in a combined 3 innings, with Trevor McGill eventually putting a period on a 6-2 final, one that officially made Milwaukee just the 2nd team in the sport to this point to reach 50 wins, joining, you probably guessed it, the Dodgers, who they're aiming to take down in this year's playoffs. I made a video just here recently about a Miami broadcaster mocking the Mets openly during what ended up being a series sweep.
And through 2 games in this series so far, the Mets have elected to bring a butter knife to a Miami gunfight. And they haven't exactly fared all that well, as you can imagine.
That obviously had to hurt New York fans everywhere, but what probably was even more frustrating was what was said on the broadcast yesterday, during yet another L for the guys in blue and orange, when their own broadcast basically said the quiet part out loud, that no one in the coaching staff is getting through to the players, and that they seem a bit afraid to put their foot down. Through the first 5 innings of this one, it was a pretty typical 2026 Met performance, with them recording just 1 hit at the plate while striking out 8 times, and giving up 5 runs on the mound courtesy of a barrage of hits off of David Peterson, who's had a rough year overall. Our highlighted moment, however, would come in the 6th, when, with nobody out and a guy on first, Tyler Stevenson laced a ball down the left field line, with it pretty easily turning into an RBI double when it was misplayed by MJ Melendez. Then, in the process of Bo Bichette throwing to the plate, the relay sailed wide, which was not backed up by Peterson, leading to Stevenson moving up to third without a play. It might seem like a small thing in comparison to the double or the bad throw from Bo, but I think the broadcast did a good job of breaking down why this type of miscue is so representative of New York's struggles.
So when you're going through these kinds of moments as a team, guys, you just have to make sure that you have attention to detail. Now, for a pitcher, starting pitcher, you have to back up the plate 100% of the time.
It was right around here when Ron Darling gave his 2 cents on their failures with coaching.
That really tells me that coaches really don't have as much influence as the players as they think they have, because someone should rip someone. at some point, but they don't because they don't want to upset anyone.
You don't think that'll be addressed after the game? All?
It might be, but not addressed the way it should be addressed.
Not
because if it was addressed, Gary, it wouldn't happen. It happens every game. We just don't point it out.
This is something I've always appreciated about their booth. They rarely pull punches, and that's really gratifying for a fan base that is being forced to watch bad baseball every night. At least they know they're not crazy to be as pessimistic as they are. This moment would really end up being the last notable play in this one, as while Juan Soto would hit his 11th home run of the year in the bottom of the 6th, Carson Benz would make a diving catch in the 8th, and Sal Stewart shortly after would register his 2nd RBI, none of it felt all that impactful because of how punchless New York is right now, with the final score eventually coming in at 7-2. This dropped their record to 22-33, 11 games below 500, which is just an outright disaster considering how much money had been spent on the roster. Though, I have to say, when you're trotting out a lineup that looks like this on a daily basis, you can't really be all that surprised when it doesn't work. When one of a manager's players gets hit by a pitch intentionally, you will generally see them be a bit defensive if anything, defending their guys till the bitter end. And while sometimes I think it's refreshing to see a manager be honest when their guy is obviously in the wrong, this is comparatively very rare. But you know what's even more so? In fact, being so vanishingly rare that I've actually never seen it before, is a manager coming out and basically defending the opposing team after his own superstar got plunked by a pitch in such an obvious way that it got the guy who was on the hill ejected with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. And yet, that's exactly what happened yesterday in a game between the Orioles and Padres. Things really began to get contentious in the top of the 5th, when, in a then 4-2 game with a guy on first, Manny Machado took a 1-1 fastball inside, forcing him to jackknife out of the way as he went to the ground. Machado would, later on in the at-bat, ground into a double play, though this would be turned into a force-out not long after with the help of review. Little side note here, but oh my goodness is he slow now. This brought Xander Bogaerts to the plate with 1 out and 1 on. And on a 1-1, he too would get a sinker high and inside, only this time he couldn't manage to get out of the way, taking it directly off the helmet. Xander would end up being removed from the ballgame not long after, though thankfully it does seem like it was more precautionary than anything serious. To San Diego's credit, they wouldn't let this distract them, going on to plate 2 runs before the inning was over. And for a couple frames, things seemed to be going pretty normally, with the only real notable event being a home run from Gavin Sheets. In the bottom of the 7th, however, San Diego would take aim at Orioles superstar Gunnar Henderson, with Bradley Ramirez firing 2 nearly triple-digit heaters close to him, back-to-back no less. At least he didn't end up getting clipped, later on drawing a walk on another heater, and scoring when Pete Alonso lined a double past Machado. The message had been sent, right? No more need for these old-school theatrics. Well, not in the opinion of the Padres, who, now with a 9-3 lead with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, successfully managed to plunk Gunnar with a fastball to the side, resulting in reliever Ron Marinaccio getting ejected from the ballgame. One batter later, the contest was over when Pete Alonso grounded to second, but of course, this isn't where the controversy would end. As in the post-game media scrum, Orioles manager Craig Alvarez would say via Jake Rill, Trey hit Bogaerts in the head and their dugout didn't like it at all. Obviously it wasn't intentional, it was a 2-seam that slipped out of his hand. I get why they're mad, the ball hit him in the head and he had to come out of the game. I'm not saying the ball to Gunnar was on purpose, but it was done the right way. And that's why there was no gripes from us, and Gunnar was fine with it and just took first base. I have never seen a manager before basically defend an opposing team when being asked about one of his own players getting hit intentionally. And what made matters even worse was that this was not the sentiment that Gunnar shared, with him saying via Jacob Calvin Meyer, they had their 2 opportunities in my previous at-bat and missed. So I thought that should have been the end of it, but I guess they were trying to get payback, so I guess we're even now. That's a tone of annoyance, not acceptance or approval, and is a bit more par for the course in a situation like this. I'm not sure why Craig would come out and say that the way San Diego hit their franchise cornerstone was in any way right, but I guess this is the same guy that's been courting drama surrounding another one of their instrumental young pieces, Samuel Basallo, for the last month or so. For an Orioles team that, right now, is drastically underperforming, I can guarantee you this is not the kind of news that anybody in their fan base, dugout, or front office wants to see. One of the bigger roster construction issues the Dodgers were facing heading into 2026 was what to do with Teoscar Hernandez, as even though they had signed him to an extension in recent years, he had posted just a .738 OPS in 2025, with some of the worst fielding of any player in the big leagues. And it wasn't like this was an aberration. Since outs above average began being tracked back in 2016, he ranks as tied for the 4th worst outfielder in terms of outs above average. So, if his bat wasn't going to keep him in the lineup, what else would? Oddly enough, though, through the early days of 2026, even though his hitting hasn't really rebounded yet with an OPS that's about what it was last year, his fielding has seen significant improvement, being exactly average through about a quarter of the season. However, he is still prone to bouts of mental laziness out there, and that's exactly what we saw yesterday when his quick assumptions and lack of hustle led directly to an inside-the-park home run. Jung-Hoo Lee came to the plate in a then 2-0 game in the 5th with a runner on first and 2 outs, as Will Smith had homered to lead off the bottom of the 1st, then Hae-Sung Kim had knocked in another on an RBI single in the 2nd. Lee quickly got down 0-2 on back-to-back awkward-looking swings, before resetting the battle mode with 2 strikes, slicing a 95-mile-per-hour fastball down the line and left, with Teoscar cutting over to try to grab it before it got to the wall, and then just pulling up, letting it get past him all the way to the track as he scrambled after it. This allowed Jung-Hoo, who has decent speed, to race around the bags, eventually beating a high relay throw from Miguel Rojas to register an inside-the-park home run. So, what exactly happened here? Well, as you can see in this replay, Hernandez's body language seemed to indicate that he assumed the ball was going to bounce out of play from the angle he was reading it, and so he just stopped pursuing it. It should go without saying, but as a major league outfielder, you can never take a play like that for granted. And I have to say, it's not even like a hit off the top of the fence. That thing was middle down. I really have no idea why he trusted his own assumption that much. And this is not the first time he's done something like this. Last year, in a playoff game no less, he allowed a JT Realmuto rifle shot to the right center field gap to get by him on its way to the wall, as he just kinda jogged after it, turning what probably should have been a double into a triple for the catcher. Even if he is seeing tangible improvement with the glove this season, plays like these are not going to do much to help with the rehabilitation of his public image as a terrible offender. Also, props to Lee, by the way, for never breaking stride. He was racing out of the box from the get-go, and that's what allowed him to turn this into 4 bases instead of what probably would have been 3 for most players. The Dodgers would end up having the last laugh in this one, emerging victorious 5-2 after pushing across 3 runs in the bottom of the 6th. This victory pushed them, at least for the time being, back into first place in the West over the Padres. In recent years, what's really been holding down the Oakland-Las Vegas Athletics of Sacramento has been their pitching, but that's actually been different so far in 2026, despite the fact they're currently 1 game under 500, as they currently have a top 10 ERA plus in baseball, which is basically earned run average set equal to 100 being average while considering ballpark factors. And one of the big reasons for this has been the breakout of JT Ginn, who entered yesterday's game with an ERA just over 3. But still, I'm pretty sure nobody could have expected how dominant he would be versus the Angels, when he took a 10-strikeout no-no into the 9th before enduring one of the more heartbreaking losses you will ever see on a major league field. But before we get there, in today's video brought to you by SeatGeek, I want to take you through his performance overall. He began his night with a strikeout of Zach Neto on a fastball. Keep the Angels' leadoff hitter in mind for later, by the way. This was part of a 6-up, 6-down start that featured an additional K of Jorge Soler in the 2nd. The 3rd saw his first multi-strikeout frame, with him punching out Josh Lowe and Logan O'Hoppe, and then in the 4th, he would get some help in retiring Mike Trout, with third baseman Zach Geloff making an excellent play coming in on what very easily could have been an infield single. He would then punch out Nolan Shamwell shortly after. The first base runner of the night for Anaheim would come in the 5th on a walk, though there were a couple more strikeouts mixed in there as well, so it really didn't seem like there was any kind of threat. It's important to note as well that at this point, the A's hadn't managed to do anything against Angel starter Walbert Urania as well. Another potential history-saving play took place in the bottom of the 6th when Adam Frazier lined a ball to short, which was picked successfully by Darell Hernandez, but then thrown a bit wide to first, forcing Nick Kurtz to have to make an excellent stretch to grab it, which he did successfully. A Neto hit by pitch would be wiped out shortly after on another ground ball off the bat of Trout. Ginn's best frame of the entire night would come in the 7th, when he struck out the side in order, setting down Shanwell, Soler, and Moncada easily. And so it was, entering the top of the 9th, after JT had coaxed an inning-ending pop-up from O'Hoppe in the 8th, that this was still somehow a scoreless game. It was then, mercifully, for the sake of the pursuit of history, that the guys in green and yellow were able to push across a single tally on an RBI single from Lawrence Butler, though unfortunately for them, they could do nothing else when Kurtz ended up grounding into an inning-ending double play with the bases loaded later on. And this would indeed prove crucial when, leading off the bottom half, with a no-no on the line, Adam Frazier crushed a ball at 102 miles an hour cleanly into center field. A base hit that not only prevented history, but brought the winning run to the plate in the form of Zach Neto. And oh boy, would this prove impactful, as literally 3 pitches later, Zach was sending everybody at the Big A home happy, with a fly ball to center field that just managed to carry the fence. Meaning that, in the space of 2 batters, the A's and Ginn went from an impending celebration to an outright loss in one of the most painful fashions possible. The Giants are pretty clearly off to a poor start, and I've made a number of videos where I've detailed different pieces of it, so I'm not going to go too deep into addressing it generally.
However, I do want to address one specific piece of it, because the other day, Paul Hembo on Twitter made a post that shocked me that concerned them, and I decided I had to detail it in a dedicated capacity, because it has to be one of the crazier team-related stats I've seen this year, which is the fact that, on a league-adjusted basis, San Francisco has the most walk-averse lineup in 147 years. To explain the methodology to how Paul arrived at this a little further, basically he looked at their 5.7% walk rate and compared it to the league average of 9.4, which, when the latter number was set equal to 100 being average, in the same vein as an OPS plus, produced a 63 bases on balls plus, which is the number that's the lowest it's been in 147 years. I think the warmonger on Twitter had a nice take on this as well, where he basically pointed out that, at that time, it was 9 balls to earn a walk, and pitchers were throwing underhand from 45 feet away, a far cry from the game today. This actually sent me on a bit of a dive into their numbers, and what I found was every bit as shocking as you might expect. So, first off, obviously, they have the lowest total walks of any team, but that would be vastly underselling it. The teams tied for the next closest are over 40 ahead of the Giants. This is a huge part of the reason why, despite ranking in the upper half of baseball in batting average, they have the lowest on-base percentage by 3 points, and the lowest runs per game by nearly a third of a run. Amongst their entire team of guys who've managed to play at least 30 games, only one has more than 13 free passes. These numbers all sound ridiculous, right? And yet, what I think makes it even more mind-boggling is the fact that, last year, they had the 6th most walks of any team, and as such, despite a relatively weak in terms of power offense, a decent on-base percentage, and only slightly below average run scoring. This is a complete shift in terms of offensive approach in a profoundly negative direction, and you can see this in a microcosm with who are supposed to be their top 3 hitters. The craziest transformation goes to Rafael Devers, who has seen his walk rate fall almost 10 percentage points from one of the best in baseball last year at 15.4 to one of the worst amongst regulars at 6.3. And Willy Adames hasn't been much better, going from 11.7 to 4.4, and then Matt Chapman, who's overall been the worst offensive performer of the bunch, has dropped from 13.3 to 8.7. And not to pick on a specific player too much here, but Adames also has the distinction of being the only player in baseball right now to draw fewer than 10 walks while striking out more than 60 times. So, why is this happening? In my opinion, it's partially a product of having a lineup with the 6th worst barrel percent for any team, which basically makes pitchers unafraid of them, and partially that they have the 2nd highest increase in out-of-zone swing rate amongst any squad, while ranking 5th worst overall. Basically, their hitters aren't scaring pitchers out of the zone, and then even when they give them offerings that aren't relatively close, they're chasing those way more than average, creating a toxic combination that has yielded this downright historic feat so far. It'll certainly be interesting to track if they end up maintaining this pace, or something close to it, for the remainder of 2026. Coming into this season based on both pedigree and age, Paul Skeens was being picked by a number of outlets as the best pitcher in Major League Baseball, or at least the best pitcher in the National League. And it made perfect sense. He had a sub-2 ERA in both of his first 2 seasons, while winning a Rookie of the Year and Cy Young Award in those campaigns. It's not an exaggeration to say, this was one of the best starts to a career we had ever seen. And yet, as we find ourselves halfway through the 2026 season, Paul doesn't even find himself on the outside of this year's awards season, sporting a B-WAR, ERA, and ERA Plus that are all outside of the top 20 in the sport amongst qualified hurlers, with those first 2 not even being in the top 30. So, what's happened to Skeens, and is this who he's going to be going forward? I'm going to try to answer all of this in today's video presented by Morgan & Morgan, who want to fight to help you recover up to $1,000 in damages caused by Google and Meta for addictive social media practices, the details of which you can find at the end of the video. The first thing we have to address is the very public perception that his stuff is starting to degrade, which I personally believe is a bit overblown. Sure, he's lost about a mile an hour on all of his various fastball shapes, but I don't see this so much as an inability to throw this hard as a conscious strategy to preserve his arm. After all, he can still run it up there close to 100 when he needs to, as we've seen multiple times this season, and it's not like the numbers against these offerings are much worse in terms of whiff percents or contact metrics. That's actually a good segue into a general analysis of the quality of contact against him. As you can see from this screenshot taken from Baseball Savant, all of his expected numbers are only marginally worse than what he's posted in prior seasons, and still in downright elite territory. This includes his expected ERA, which currently sits in the top 7% of all Major League Baseball. This, I think, is part of the reason his real-world 3.62 ERA looks so bad. It's way up from 2024 and 2025, but the truth is, he probably was getting a bit lucky in those years, as well as being a bit unlucky in this one. The gap in metric performance really isn't all that different. This is not the whole story, though. Another factor is him being a bit unlucky in terms of giving up homers relative to his previous precedent, as his home run percent allowed of 2.8 is significantly higher than any other year in his career. Yet, he's not giving up more fly balls, nor much harder contact. In fact, he's allowing hitters to pull balls in the air against him less than last year. I think this is very similar to the previous section. In those first two campaigns, he was probably getting a little bit lucky, and this year we're starting to see those numbers normalize. The last major factor we have to discuss is how bad of a defense he's had behind him, with the Pirates' -7 fielding runs in his starts ranking as tied for the worst total in the sport. Even though he has admittedly been rough at times during his most recent starts, it can't be understated how often a tenuous situation has devolved into a disaster courtesy of some of the most routine plays you'll ever see getting botched. In his most recent start in Philadelphia alone, there were 2 separate major misplays that loomed large over his final line of 4 innings pitched with 7 earned runs. I'm not saying he was good in that one, but he certainly had no favors being done for him by his team, and hasn't really at all in 2026 at large. When it comes down to it, I see this as an obvious example of multiple factors of bad luck being combined with some inevitable regression to the mean. To be honest, given his skill set, it was always a little hard to believe he was posting ERAs under 2. And I don't mean that to be insulting in any way. Look at somebody like Tarik Skubal, who from 2023 to 2025 was posting numbers very similar to Paul in terms of the underlying stuff, and yet his earned run average never sank under 221. I really do believe Skeens is going to be just fine long term, even if he never quite returns to those previously reached outlier levels. I want to get something out of the way before we even get too deep into this video. Ronald Acuna Jr. has been on fire recently, including doing something we had never even seen before, per Opta stats, becoming the only player to ever have a 3-game span with 4+ stolen bases, 4+ homers, and 4+ walks. And in yesterday's game, he was in typical form at the plate, launching a dinger and reaching twice on bases on balls. But he also did something else notable on the day, which is having the worst defensive game I have ever seen since we started tracking modern analytics. I'm going to lay out the exact numbers for you after I go over the plays themselves. Things got started quick for the veteran, who opened the game with his second leadoff home run in this series against the Reds, and then immediately went to the field and saw this flare single drop in front of him after he pulled up without making a real attempt at it. Even his pitcher, Spencer Strider, looked a little bit confused at how that wasn't caught. His second miscue of the night would be by far his worst, when he got a poor read off the bat on this Will Benson fly ball, leading to it dropping over his head on the warning track, and then as he went to pick it up, he bobbled it, allowing Spencer Steer to score all the way from first base. This time it was his turn for the exasperated look, and it's not hard to see why. Don't get me wrong, the bobble's bad, but that's a ball he shouldn't be needing to leap for, and like I said, just wait until the end of the video. I'll show you exactly what plays like this become metrically. His second most consequential misread also resulted in a run, when in the bottom of the 6th with a guy on second, he broke late on this fly ball before having to make another desperation leap at the end. At least this time he picked it up cleanly. And finally, closing things out in the 8th, it was, oddly enough, Spencer Steer who figured into 3 of his 4 plays on the day, flying another ball just over his head, with it again plopping down on the warning track and turning into a double, this time of the leadoff variety. Now, I want to say, if you think I'm being a bit harsh here, that perhaps the eye test would imply that these are a bit harder than I'm portraying them to be, I want to show you this tweet from the Warmonger on Twitter, one of my favorite advanced analytics accounts, who pointed out that, because of the sheer volume of these 4 misses, he lost 3.22 outs above average in a single day. To give some context as to how much that is, plus 3 outs above average is considered solid for an entire season, and -3 is thought of as well below average. For Acuna to register that in just 1 game played is simply stunning. I've never seen anything like it, and for that matter, neither had the Warmonger, who literally specializes in this kind of stuff. I guess it's not hard to see why his defensive analytics have been dropping so much in recent years. Listen, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Marcelo Meyer has been pretty much terrible in every way a player possibly can be so far in 2026. Not only is he rocking an OPS south of 600 with terrible fielding peripherals, he also has deep blue in most of the important StatCast percentiles as well. For the former top prospect, this is certainly a concerning development, especially given the current status of players like Christian Campbell and Roman Anthony, both who had significant helium going into last season but have since dealt with injuries and underperformance. However, this isn't to say that Myers has been letting down a ball club who's in the thick of a playoff run or anything. Boston is currently 13 games under 500, with much of that not even being close to his fault. However, I guess their ownership doesn't feel that way, who decided to, on this Friday morning, just a couple days after Marcelo himself took about as much accountability as a player can, torch their young infielder in the media, leaking a couple claims that are downright insulting. Let me first start with the final game of the Red Sox series against Colorado in this video presented by Morgan & Morgan, who want to fight to help you recover up to $1,000 in damages caused by Google and Meta for addictive social media practices, the details of which you can find at the end of the video. They had a 6-3 lead in the 7th, courtesy in part to the contributions of Meyer, who had a double that ended up leading to a run in the 5th inning. But with 2 outs, he would make a catastrophic mistake when he fielded this ground ball off the bat of Hunter Goodman and then just saw it fall out of his mitt. This obviously preceded what would be a monumental blow-up with the pesky Rockies pushing across 3 before the frame was over, but there's no doubt that none of it would have happened had the shortstop just completed the play. 2 innings later, their loss was sealed when the guys in purple scored 2 in the 8th, then retired the side 1-2-3 in the 9th. Now, I want you to listen to what he had to say after the game when asked about his miscue.
Didn't get the ball out of the glove. That just can't fucking happen. Just a brutal error, obviously. It ended us costing us a game. To me, that's the most routine ground ball I could possibly get. This game's 100% on me.
That is brutally honest, with him taking about as much responsibility as you possibly could for a play like this, especially considering that it was A, in the 7th inning, and B, was followed by 3 straight hits, 2 of which came in 2-strike counts. Again, though, this wasn't an especially notable loss in a season that has been full of them, so I think most of us in the general baseball space just kinda saw this and shrugged. But the situation wasn't over, because for some reason, following one of their best wins of the year, a 6-3 comeback versus not only their rival in New York, but who has also been the best pitcher in the entire American League so far this year, Cam Schlittler, their team's quote-unquote leadership saw fit to let leak to Sean McAdam the following. Some in the organization question his mental toughness and his tendency to withdraw during slumps. Others wonder if he couldn't do a better job making himself more available through the day-to-day minor physical setbacks that inevitably occur. For anyone that's going to say this isn't a statement on how the organization is run, you need to do a deeper dive into how this stuff is typically handled. This was 100% done intentionally in some kind of effort to shame Marcelo into what they see as better behavior, which is just bizarre given the aforementioned encouraging win from the day before and his own level of accountability he had just shown the game before that. And I will also add that it's hilarious to see those in charge of the team even bring up anything to do with medical stuff, considering how horribly they've handled the recovery of 2 of their biggest and most fundamental players. I absolutely hate seeing young guys just trying to get their foothold be made scapegoats for tough stretches, especially when it's pretty clear who the big problem is within the organization at this point. I'm not hiding the fact in these videos that I'm a fan of the Detroit Tigers personally, and I try to catch as many of their games live as possible. But this is not to say I don't watch a ton of baseball otherwise, obviously, and when I do, there's one thing above all else that irks me: when guys dog it in the game's biggest moments. I understand completely, for example, if somebody in a 10-4 game in the 9th inning doesn't exactly give it their all on a routine ground ball to second base. But in the 9th inning, with 2 outs, in a close game, that's inexcusable. And yet, exactly what I saw yesterday from a guy making $280 million. The Padres entered the 9th inning trailing the Blue Jays by a score of 5-2, as they hadn't managed to score after getting a 2-run dinger from our titular character, Xander Bogaerts, while giving up run-scoring hits to Alejandro Kirk, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and Kazuma Okamoto, the last of which was a 3-run tank to left field, a moonscraper that just managed to get over the left field wall. San Diego would have to face Louis Varland in an attempt to keep the game going, a tall task considering the closer has been the closest thing to an American League version of their own Mason Miller, and he retired the first 2 batters pretty easily. It was at this point that they started fighting back, with Luis Campusano and Fernando Tatis Jr. lacing back-to-back singles to put 2 guys on for Jackson Merrill, who followed with an RBI knock of his own, bringing the score within 2 at 5-3. It's now we come to our highlighted moment, when Xander Bogaerts fought his way through a 6-pitch at-bat, working the count full before getting a 3-2 knuckle curve placed at the bottom of the zone, grounding it to third, where Okamoto grabbed it and flipped across the diamond to end the game. Did anything about that seem a little off to you, though? To me, who was actually watching this one live as it happened, I was stunned at the fact that Xander seemed to be approaching the bag at a moderate jog. Would he have been safe had he been busting it down the line? Probably not. The throw seemed to beat him handily. But as a casual observer who wanted this fun contest to continue, I still have no idea why he couldn't give it a hard 90 at the end there to at least make it close. There was literally no bigger situation in this game than what Xander found himself in, and he's still pulled up about 3/4 of the way down the line, as you can see in this game day 3D replay. It wouldn't be a good look for anybody, but perhaps especially for a guy with a 648 OPS on the air being paid as much as I previously detailed, and who's had subpar numbers overall ever since he came to the team in 2023. I think something we can all agree on is that the buttoned-up approach to interviews that most players take is really no fun. Who wants to hear a guy give a sanitized answer about something that it's pretty clear he cares about? That's why I think it was so refreshing a couple days ago when Zach Wheeler, following one of his most dominant starts ever personally, absolutely unloaded on the MLB brass for setting rules that prevented him from being an all-star, even though he certainly deserved to be. His Tuesday began in about as dominant a fashion as possible in this video presented by Morgan & Morgan, who want to fight to help you recover up to $1,000 in damages caused by Google and Meta for addictive social media practices, the details of which you can find at the end of the video. By the end of it, he had tied his career high in strikeouts with 14 while only giving up 4 hits and not walking a single batter. This lowered his season ERA to 2.28, with literally every one of his advanced totals being well above average per Baseball Savant. There has literally been no sign of rust since he came back from a pretty major arm surgery he had last season. It was following this performance that, for a portion of the post-game interview, he addressed the fact that he hadn't been selected as an all-star because he was set to start on Sunday ahead of Tuesday's festivities, a fact that obviously irritated the 36-year-old.
It pisses me off, and it's kind of BS. So, you figured they would have a clue about it by now, how many All-Star games they've had, and I think it's kind of just the BS rule that just because I pitch on a certain day, I get punished for it, I guess.
Those are harsh words, but I totally get it. It kind of seems random that MLB would have such a hard and fast rule concerning what is basically a glorified exhibition, especially if the team and player agree on allowing the hurler in question to pitch. It's only ever for one frame after all. It's worth acknowledging as well that this means something to Zach in comparison to other Midsummer Classics, because this one is being hosted in Philadelphia, where his Phillies obviously play. His frustration, I'm sure, also comes in part, even if he would never say this publicly, because of who has been chosen in his place. And that's no slight to veteran Logan Webb, who has been pretty decent, if unspectacular, so far this season. But when you compare his numbers to Wheeler's, it's frankly kind of shocking. Zach literally has a B-WAR that's 3 times higher, an ERA that's over a run and a half lower, and an ERA plus that's almost doubly as good, with better rate stats in pretty much every way. And San Fran already has a very deserving representative in Luis Arraez, so it's not like it was done just for that reason. If Zach is good to go, and he said that he is, in my opinion, he should be allowed to participate, especially if it means enough to him personally to say something like this publicly. And now, before you guys go, I just want to express my sincere gratitude to every single one of you who makes this possible every day by watching these videos. If you want to go ahead and like as well, there's a cute little baseball icon that pops up. Also, if you have an idea for a similar video or concept as this one, feel free to shoot me an email at basebpoet@gmail.com, and I'll give you a shout out if I end up using your idea. Have a great rest of your day.